Chapter 337. This round of scolding made all the teachers in the high school fall into deep thought. Some of them even empathized with him. The scolding made all the participating students turn pale and tremble. The 10 captains stood on the stage. Each one of them was embarrassed and at a loss. This round of scolding was truly a torrential torrent of abuse, dripping with satisfaction. The only one who was not scolded was Wuxia Duo. He was even praised that each of them felt as if they had been fucked. In Shui City First High, the captain thought for a moment and suddenly took 2 steps forward. He stood tall, bowed deeply and said loudly, "Teacher, you're right. This time I was wrong. I sincerely apologize to all the teachers. Thank you again. You've worked hard. I'll be forever grateful. My impoliteness this time will be a stain on my life. When I return to Shui City, I'll go to the old principal's don't return pagoda to face the wall and receive my punishment. Thank you, teachers. I know I was wrong." Zhou Yunqing's expression was clear. He bowed in all directions and left the stage with his head held high. The teachers' faces were filled with gratification. Even Zhou Xiaoduo's face flashed with a rare look of appreciation. This Zhou Yunqing from Shui City First High was indeed not an ordinary person. Perhaps some people would think that this Zhou Yunqing was very scheming and could take things lying down. However, Zhou Xiaoduo knew that this was not the case. This person was the kind of person who would rather break than bend. Once he knew he was wrong, he would apologize immediately. He would not wait until the next day. After Zhou Yunqing admitted his mistake and left the stage, the other captains could only apologize and thank him. However, the feeling of disgust in their hearts became even stronger. What the fuck was this? In this world, only Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Yunqing were sensible? If the 2 of you were so sensible, why didn't you go to heaven? The judges on the stage also felt uncomfortable as if they had eaten shit. At the beginning, Zhou Yunqing's apology sounded a little sincere. But what's up with the other 9 fellows thanking us with expressions as if they had just eaten shit? Were they that disgusting? Was it so hard for them to accept a word of thanks? Were they trying to disgust them? Students these days. Each and every one of them has such low quality. One of the teachers sighed and said, "Each generation is worse than the last. In the long run, only martial arts will remain, but they will forget to respect their teachers and their teachings. If they lose their reverence, it will be a disaster for the entire human race." Another teacher looked further ahead. Not bad, not bad. This was a matter of atmosphere, and it was indeed not to be underestimated. Looks like we'll have to pay more attention to this aspect of teaching in the future. Another teacher nodded deeply. Indeed, we can't afford to slack off. No matter how high his talent is, if he doesn't have any humanity, how can we hope that he can wholeheartedly protect this continent? In the long run, it won't be rare for people to become immoral, casually use the names of their elders to abuse others, or use the deeds of heroes to insult others. We must put an end to it. Once discovered, we must punish them severely. Cultivation of the martial arts, cultivation of the mind, all of these are important. Not a single one can be missing. But now, people have neglected the latter too. They shouldn't have. Yes, remember to report this to the martial arts department when you go back. Alright. Below, the results of the draw were already being announced. Zhou Xiaoduo took the first lot and returned to his seat without even looking at it. "Who did you draw?" Wanli Xiu asked nervously. "Of course it's a bai." Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. "Zhou is the one who's picking. It's a miracle if he didn't draw a bai." "Didn't you see him sit down as soon as he came back? You didn't even look at it? Otherwise, wouldn't he have already started to arrange the troops?" Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. "It's a good opportunity for me to take a break. Is it really a bai?" Several others were curious and came over to check it out. Zhou Xiaoduo snorted and lowered his voice. He winked and said, "There's only one empty spot. If I don't take it out, do you think I'll just let someone else take it out to see what's going on?" He showed the lot. The number 11 on it was dazzling. Wow. Immediately, Zhou Xiaoduo jumped up from his seat excitedly. He was so excited that he attracted everyone's attention. He shouted happily, "What good luck! It's actually a bai." His voice was so loud that it was deafening. Immediately, it attracted everyone's attention. Immediately after, countless people cursed in their hearts, and there were even more people who were jealous in their hearts. How could his luck be so good? The results of the draw. Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School vs Garrison No. 1 High School. Fenghai No. 3 High School vs Phoenix Tail No. 1 High School. Yangluo No. 1 High School vs Tsangshan No. 1 High School. Water City No. 1 High School vs Nanji No. 1 High School. Shirko number 1 High School versus Longbu number 1 High School. Phoenix City number 2 High School, a bye. After the drawing of lots, the 5 competition venues were waiting for the 2 teams to enter the venue. The referees of each venue were also in place waiting for the match. Zhuoxiao Duo urgently assigned tasks. Go and watch the show. Through this competition, I hope to see the actual situation of these teams. I'll go and watch the battle between Hidden Dragon and Garrison. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio, you two go and watch the battle between Fenghai and Fengwei. Li Chenglong, you go and watch the battle between Yang Luo and Sangshan. Yu Moyan, you're in charge of the battle between Water City and Nanji. Li Zhangming, the remaining match is yours. Let me tell you, Li Zhangming, if you fall asleep, I'll eat you alive. Zhuoxiao Duo gritted his teeth and threatened Li Zhangming. Immediately, Li Zhangming was so scared that his eyes widened and he was no longer sleepy. If someone else said this, Li Zhangming could laugh it off. However, Li Zhangming didn't dare to doubt Zhuoxiao's words. If Boss Zhuo said that he was going to eat Li Zhangming raw, then it was really possible that he was going to swallow him whole, that he could not afford to be careless at all. However, what Li Zhangming did not understand was why they did not separate Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio even though they knew that he was a little unreliable. Why did they not separate Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio and let them each take charge of one match? What's so great about the two of them? It was just a competition, yet they still had to eat mouthfuls of dog food. Yes, the two of them were indeed great. Hu Ruiyun and Hu Lai both heaved a sigh of relief when they drew a bye for the first round. This way they could deal with the situation more calmly. The 6 of them set off according to the arrangement and went to 5 different arenas to watch the show and spy on the enemy. Yu Moyan, you can try to find teacher Luo Yenling. If you don't understand, just ask. You must know how to use your advantages. Zhuoxiao Duo whispered to Yu Moyan. Yu Moyan blushed. Obviously he was embarrassed, but he still squeezed his way through. Luo Yenling was pleasantly surprised to see that Yu Moyan, who she thought highly of, was walking towards her. It seemed like he was going to watch the other matches. She was pleasantly surprised and took the initiative to welcome him. Yu Moyan? What are you going to do? Yu Moyan heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he did not have to ask first. Scratching his head, he said with a troubled expression, we won't be participating in this match. Our boss assigned me a mission to spy on the other side. My target is the match between Water City First High School and South G First High School. As he spoke, his dark and thin face showed that he was in a difficult position. That's easy. Luo Yenling was worried about not being able to get closer to him. She immediately volunteered. I'll take you there. Is that okay? Yu Moyan's face was full of hesitation. What's not okay about it? Let's go. The match is about to start. Luo Yenling pulled Yu Moyan away. Zhuoxiao Duo, who was watching from afar, heaved a sigh of relief. He turned around and went to find teacher Ma Jiangxi. Hello, teacher Ma. Zhuoxiao Duo was as obedient and sensible as always. Zhuoxiao Duo? Ma Jiangxi had a very good impression of Zhuoxiao Duo. He smiled as soon as he saw him. His long horse face was smiling like a flower. You came to find me? Yes. Zhuoxiao Duo went straight to the point. Didn't we happen to have a bye this round? But luck can't be used to make a living. In the end, we still have to rely on our strength. I was thinking of going to watch the match between Hidden Dragon No. 1 Middle School and Garrison No. 1 Middle School. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. But according to the rules, our teachers can't accompany us. I'm afraid that I won't be able to understand some parts. Ma Jiangxi laughed. It's a piece of cake. Come with me. Okay. Ma Jiangxi took Zhuoxiao Duo and flew directly to the referee's seat. He said, this place has the best view. Thank you so much, teacher Ma. Zhuoxiao's face revealed a bit of uneasiness and awkwardness. If I do this, won't people say, why don't I go down? Ma Jiangxi laughed. I'm standing here. Who dares to say anything? What kind of hothead is that? You can just stay here and watch. If anyone dares to fart, I'll kill him. The 6 referees at the side were all speechless. Ma Jiangxi, you took the lead to break the rules and even threatened others. Why do you think your face is big now? You only have a fucking horse face. You only have a long face. You're not big. But at this moment they were really embarrassed to slap Ma Jiangxi in the face. They could only let him stay. In the end, this was really not a big deal. Spying on the opponent's strength was the right thing to do. There was nothing to talk about. Hello, teachers. You've worked hard. As usual, Zhuoxiao's mouth was as sweet as honey. He eagerly went forward and tried to worm his way into being friends with them. With the teacher's profound cultivation, it must be extremely boring for you to come and watch us play like kids. Yet, you still have to seriously watch and analyze our potential. It's getting more and more difficult. And you've been doing so much for your students all year round. When I think about it, I really feel that it's not easy for you teachers. This work doesn't seem difficult, but if you analyze it carefully, who knows how much effort you put in. It's really countless times more than the fierce battle. It might not be as worry-free as the battle at Sun Moon Pass. Teachers, thank you very much. Zhuo Duo bowed solemnly and thanked them. When the 6 judges heard these words, they all had the same feeling. What he said had hit the nail on the head. Wasn't it just like that? After so many years, who really looked up to the hard work of the high martial arts teachers? Easy? Who dared to say it was easy? They would directly knock out their teeth. Everyone give me a few recommendation votes. It's a little too little. There will be a 4th update later. Chapter 338. After listening to Zhuo Xiaoduo's speech, the teachers were filled with emotions. Just as Zhuo Xiaoduo had said, any one of them would be able to wipe out this group of students without much effort. Not to mention, there was no point in comparing their combat prowess. Even with such rookies fighting each other, they still had to sit here and act as judges. They also had to analyze the specific situation, individual combat awareness, various aptitudes, and so on. They were really tired of doing the same thing every day for so many years, but they had to do it. If this group of little fellows could not grow up, who would take over the heavy burden of the other side? Which powerhouse did not start at this stage? Generation after generation of powerhouses walked out of the school and went to various positions. Each of them became heroes, role models, and legends that they were praised by the world and admired by the world. However, the teachers who taught them continued to stay at their original positions day after day. They continued to teach batch after batch of new students, who had the right to know their hard work and how difficult it was for them. Zhuo Xiaoduo's speech warmed the hearts of the 6 people, but there was also a sour feeling in their hearts. It's not easy. An old man with a white beard sighed softly. It's rare that there are still children nowadays who can say such things. This old man is worth it. This time, I traveled 17,000 miles to come here. Even if it's just because of this speech, this trip is worth it. Yes, Zhuo Xiaoduo, you're very good. Another middle-aged female teacher said with sparkling eyes. Zhuo Xiaoduo, do you have a high martial arts school that you like now? Ma Jiangxi frowned and said angrily, what are you trying to do? Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was bashful and honest. With an extremely sincere look, he said, actually, this student has not thought of a good place to go until now. I want to ask the teachers of this school for advice, but the teachers of this school stay in Phoenix City all year round. Phoenix City is located at the border, so I don't know much about the outside world. Therefore, if teachers have any suggestions, this student will definitely listen with an open mind and consider them carefully. After hearing what he said, the 6 judges and Ma Jiangxi felt embarrassed to directly recommend their own school. Yes, the students trusted them and came to ask for advice. If he only wanted to pull them to his own school, he would be too selfish. If his school was one of the top 3 famous martial arts universities, it would be fine. But if it wasn't, it was only for the good of his school. What if he really hindered this child's future? With this child's aptitude, it was best for him to go to Ancestral Dragon in Shangjing. There was the most suitable teacher for him there. However, if he were to deceive her with flowery words for the sake of his school, it was a huge delay. Every school wanted a genius. However, there was one thing that could not be doubted. Only with a specific cultivation technique, a specific physique, and a specific environment could it be perfectly compatible. This was the principle of getting twice the result with half the effort. It seems that we still need to think about it carefully. The white-bearded teacher muttered to himself and slowly said, if you want to come to our school, we will naturally welcome you with open arms. However, if you only want a fair suggestion, you still need to seriously consider it. Zhuo Xiaoduo respectfully said, thank you, teacher. Actually, it is still early. In this competition, the reason why my Phoenix City's second high school was able to come to this stage was not without luck. However, this student does not have the confidence to go one step further, or even to become the champion. Why don't I wait for the final results to come out and consult the teachers? I believe that at that time the teachers will have a better understanding of me. At that time the suggestions will be more valuable and more comprehensive. This child, you are really not bad. The few judges were very appreciative. It was rare that this child was not anxious or impatient. Moreover, he was so clear-headed. He was simply experienced in worldly affairs. Indeed, only at that time would they be able to make the most direct and comprehensive judgment. The bell rang. Two teams appeared one after the other on both sides. However, the 12 people on both sides of the battle were all shocked. That kid with a face full of smiles and flattery, wasn't that the captain of Phoenix City's second high school, Zuoxiao Duo? This bastard, why was he sitting at the referee's table? Oh no, he was sitting at the referee's table. But what was going on? We're all here for the competition. Why are you looking down on us from above? What's going on? Even if you were here to spy on us, you shouldn't be so open and above board, right? Could it be that you were watching a big show? The few people from Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School especially felt that they were no different from a fucking dog. Why the fuck are you haunting us? Go and look at the other teams. Why are you staring at us? However, now was not the time to think about this. Because the battle was about to start. They really did not have the time or the mood. There was no time to be distracted. On the opposite side, the 6 students from the Garrison No. 1 High School were burning with fighting spirit. They deeply knew that there was a gap between them and Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. However, even if there was a gap, so what? If we fight to the death, we might still have a chance. Since that was the case then, let's fight to the death. Everyone had the same thought and their hearts shared the same reasoning. The moment the two sides came up, it was an explosive start of life and death. This battle was so fierce that even Zuoxiao Duo was shocked. In the first battle, Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School sent out a boy and the Garrison No. 1 High School sent out a girl. The two sides fought fiercely and did not hold back. They fought until both sides were injured. One of the legs of the boy from Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School was directly broken. The girl on the opposite side suffered countless blows. Almost 1/3 of her bones were broken. Finally, she could not bear the heavy burden and fainted. This was the end of the first battle. Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School won the first battle. It was a tragic victory. This kind of tragic atmosphere made the hearts of both the referee and the students sink. In the second battle, the captain of the Garrison No. 1 High School fought fiercely against the vice-captain of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. Both sides were injured. The captain of the Garrison No. 1 High School was hit 7 times. More than 1 kilogram of flesh was shaved off his body. However, he forcefully knocked the vice-captain of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School off the stage. He spat out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood and pieces of his internal organs before fainting. In the second battle, the Garrison No. 1 High School won, but it was also a tragic victory. The name of the Garrison No. 1 High School came from its name. It was said that this city was the place where the army was stationed before the war between the two armies in ancient times. Since ancient times, the people were valiant and did not fear death. The students of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School could be said to have perfectly inherited this valiant style. No matter who they met, there was only one word to describe it: fight. Even if they could not kill their opponents, could they not kill themselves? Now that they had met Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, they had already made up their minds. Even if they were to risk their lives, they would drag the Emperor down from his high horse. After the fourth battle, Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School had 2 wins, 1 loss and 1 draw. There were no exceptions for the contestants from both sides. They were all covered with injuries, both internal and external. In the fifth battle, the captain of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School personally fought. On the surface, Zuoxiao Duo did not show any change in expression. However, he secretly raised his spirits and observed with rapt attention. This guy was an old silver coin. He was practically the biggest old silver coin besides Lousy. Lousy must take a good look at this guy's background. In this battle, the captain of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School won rather easily. The atmosphere was much more relaxed than the previous 4 battles. The reason was simple. He had been forced to reveal his hidden embryonic breathing realm strength by his opponent. If he did not reveal his strength, which was far superior to his opponent's, he would have to bear a great deal of damage. Balancing the two evils, he chose to reveal his hidden strength and use his strength to suppress and crush his opponent. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how tenacious one's fighting spirit was, it was useless. Victory and defeat were clear. Zuoxiao's judgment was that this guy was still holding back his strength. However, based on the instantaneous eruption, he should be at the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing realm. He still had not reached the primordial elixir realm. Looking at the strength, this guy should be a ruthless character who has suppressed his cultivation. Zuoxiao Duo thought to himself, at least 4 or 5 times he has suppressed the agitation of his vital essence. Moreover, he has already broken through to the high level of the embryonic breathing realm. The upper limit of his strength is very likely to be at the half-step to the primordial elixir realm. It is rather impressive. In our team, other than me, there is really no one else who is a match for this guy. 5 battles. Hidden Dragon number 1 High School has 3 wins, 1 loss and 1 draw. The winner is number 1 High School of Hidden Dragon. On the opposite side, the leader of the garrison store stood up with blood all over his body. He smiled slightly and said, I originally wanted to fight all 6 battles, but unfortunately, I don't have the chance to fight the 6th battle. However, we have already tried our best. We have no more regrets. He looked at the people from number 1 High School of Hidden Dragon and said calmly, It is a pity that this is not a battle formation fight. This sentence caused the expressions of all the teachers present to change. The valiant spirit of the students from number 1 High School of the Garrison Store could be said to be the most suitable fighting style for a battle of life and death on the battlefield. If they met these people from number 1 High School of Hidden Dragon on the battlefield, the number of casualties would definitely be less than that of number 1 High School of Hidden Dragon. Even if their cultivation was far inferior, even if their realms were not as good, when it came to a battle of life and death on the battlefield, that the final winner might not be number 1 High School of Hidden Dragon. The leader of number 1 High School of Hidden Dragon was silent for a while. Then he said calmly, Maybe, but in this battle we have won. The leader of the garrison store said calmly, From the beginning we did not expect to win. We only used all our strength so that you won't have it so easy in the next battle. You people from Hidden Dragon have been in first place for too long. This time, even if we have to cripple ourselves, we will reduce your strength by 30%. He raised his head and looked at Wuxia Duo. He smiled and said, Leader Zhua, do your best. Next year, I hope that Phoenix City's number 2 high school will be the defending champion. Wuxia Duo laughed loudly and said, Thank you, thank you. You have worked hard. If it is really as you said, I will treat you to wine for a year. Words are like the wind. It is a promise. The leader of the garrison store laughed and waved his hand. Then he carried one of his brothers on his back and another in his arms and walked down the stage with the other team members. Even though he was seriously injured, he still walked with his back straight and his aura was dignified. The people from Hidden Dragon turned their heads and looked at Wuxiao Duo. Their expressions were unfriendly. Chapter 339. Captain Zhua, your declaration is a bit premature. You may not even have the chance to fight against Hidden Dragon. The captain of Hidden Dragon smiled faintly, his gaze as sharp as a sword. You're right. Wuxiao Duo smiled and said, With Hidden Dragon's current situation, it's very likely that you'll be eliminated by other teams in the next round. If we can't fight against you, it would be a pity. The captain of Hidden Dragon knows his own limits. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Let's wait and see. The people of Hidden Dragon also stepped down from the stage. Ma Jiangxi looked at Wuxiao Duo and asked, How do you feel? Hidden Dragon should still have a certain amount of hidden strength. Wuxiao Duo honestly expressed his opinion. In the eyes of these high martial arts teachers, this level of battle was really like playing house. No matter how much they tried to hide, they would be able to see through it with a single glance. Instead of wasting time and effort, it was better to directly tell the truth. They would be able to obtain more information. Yes, you're right. Ma Jiangxi sighed and said to the referees, Hidden Dragon number 1 high school has really taken the wrong path these past few years. The white-bearded teacher nodded and coldly laughed. In order to maintain the title of number 1, Hidden Dragon number 1 high school's fighting style has become more and more scheming. All kinds of fancy tricks. It's not presentable. That's right. In a battle between martial artists, it's always best to be fair and square. Hidden Dragon's thinking has gone astray. The more skills you have, the more cunning you have, the less iron-blooded you will be. Another middle-aged female teacher also sighed, If this kind of student maintains this kind of mentality and goes to the battlefield in the future, they won't be able to live for more than a few days. That's why our high martial arts school has an even heavier responsibility. We need to change these bad habits during the time when the students come to the high martial arts school to cultivate. But to change these bad habits, it's not something that can be changed in a day. It will definitely delay the progress of martial arts. Another teacher almost wanted to curse out loud, Is first place really that important? Maybe for Hidden Dragon number 1 high school. First place is that important. Ma Jiangxi said thoughtfully. Yes, Hidden Dragon number 1 high school is an affiliated school of Hidden Dragon High School. Another teacher sneered, Hidden Dragon martial arts, Hidden Dragon martial arts. In the past few years, Hidden Dragon High martial arts has almost fallen out of the top 3 of the universities. All of their brains must be filled with shit. To be able to remain in the top 3 despite teaching their students in such a manner, They must be extremely lucky. What a pity. Back then, Senior Yi Qianlong spent a lot of effort to create the Hidden Dragon High Martial School. How glorious was that? Sigh. What's the use of sighing? Of course we still have to respect our seniors. However, when it's time to replace them, we won't let them go. It's hard for us to surpass the seniors' prowess, but can't we surpass those good-for-nothings? What a joke. When Zhou Xiaoduo returned to his seat, Wan Lixio and the others were discussing what they had seen. The atmosphere was lively, but there was still one person who had not returned. Li Changming. The match between Shirko No. 1 High School and Longbu No. 1 High School was still ongoing. Above them, the referees and leaders had already started a meeting to discuss the progress of the competition. No one would have thought that this round of the battle for the top 8 would be so tragic. Out of the 8 teams that had already fought, 4 of them were directly defeated. As for the remaining 2 teams, they were still fighting in an even more tragic manner. The current result was a tie of 3-3. The 2 captains were in the final battle of the 7th round. However, no matter who won or lost, these 2 teams were destined to not be able to participate in the next round of the competition. With little combat power left, what could they use to fight in the next round? So what should they do next? Zhou Xiaoduo's Phoenix City No. 2 High School had a bye. Their strength was intact. It could be said that no matter which of the 10 teams they faced, Phoenix City No. 2 High School would definitely win. All the teams that lost were all defeated. At most, they only had 10 to 20% of their peak strength left. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoduo's team could just go through the motions and be done with it. What should we do? A group of high school teachers had a headache over the current situation. If they were to rest for a day and then fight again, it would obviously be unfair to Phoenix City No. 2 High School. They didn't get the bye by cheating. One had to know that luck was always a part of strength. Did they have to use time to erase the other team's advantage? Then what was the point of them getting the bye? After the last 2 teams finish fighting, we'll rest for 4 hours. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we'll start the second round. Okay. Call the 2 lead teachers and team members from Phoenix City. Let's give them some work. I hope they can understand. Okay. After all, an extra 4 hours of rest was still unfair to the teams that got the bye. Because as long as there were enough resources, 4 hours was enough to fully recover the strength of the participants. At least, they could recover more than half of their strength. Phoenix City No. 2 High School might have to pay a lot of unnecessary losses because of this break. However, to the surprise of the high school teachers, Phoenix City No. 2 High School didn't care about this at all. It's okay. Rest for a while. It's meaningless for us to fight a team that's already crippled. We'll just be a joke to them. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others accepted it without any hesitation. It was so quick that it was surprising and even inconceivable. The tournament committee was very pleased with Phoenix City No. 2 High School's Zhou Xiaoduo and the others' way of thinking about the big picture. After a round of praises, the matter was finally settled. 4 hours later, the 5 defeated teams in Phoenix City No. 2 High School drew lots again to determine the final 3 spots in the top 8. However, no one felt that there would be any suspense. Phoenix City No. 2 High School had strong soldiers and strong horses. Until now they had never fought together. Every time it was one person who defeated them. Even in the life and death arena, there was only one team leader. It could be said that they had come all the way to this point. In this kind of elimination round, no one thought that they would lose. 4 hours later, the 6 teams finally began to draw lots. Zhou Xiaoduo's team was coincidentally the Garrison Shop. The 2 team leaders stood on the stage for a while. The Garrison Shop's team leader and the other team members looked at each other and smiled. We admit defeat. This decision disappointed the people who were prepared to watch a big show. There was a slight commotion for a moment. Especially the 5 teams who had already finished and won. They even gave up on recuperating and gathered around to watch the competition. Everyone knew that Phoenix City No. 2 High School would be their strongest opponent. At this moment, other than the best opportunity to understand the situation of the other party, they were also praying for the team from Phoenix City's No. 2 High School to exhaust all of their remaining strength. Use the last of your strength to whittle down the strength of No. 2 High School. In the end, just as the 2 teams finished drawing lots, the other team from Garrison Shop No. 1 High School directly admitted defeat. At this moment, the 30 people from the 5 winning teams cursed angrily in their hearts. Damn it. Tens of thousands of mythical beasts roared in their hearts at the same time. Zhou Xiaoduo was also puzzled. He immediately asked, "Thank you. Thank you for letting us win. If I have the honor to meet you in the future, I must be friends with you." The Garrison Shop's team leader laughed. Our Garrison Shop's goal is to be in the top 20. Now that we have fought until now, it has already exceeded our expectations. Actually, our biggest wish in these few years is to take down the high and mighty Hidden Dragon No. 1 high school. Now we are not strong enough, so we can't do it. Then we will place our hopes on you. As inevitable allies, no matter who we meet in this battle, we will not linger. We will not be a burden to our allies. He laughed and began to introduce his team members. I am Meng Zhongjun. This is the vice team leader, Hao Han. This is the team flower, Zhen Piapiao. This is Zhang Haonan. This is Feng Junqing. This is Jia Kuang. The 6 of us. We are all military families and children of military personnel. Meng Zhongjun and the other 5 stood together and saluted. Congratulations to Phoenix City No. 2 High School for winning the first battle and slaying the Hidden Dragon. Zhuoxiao's face turned serious. He shouted, Everyone! Li Qinglong and the others immediately lined up neatly and saluted at the same time. We will do our best. We will not let you down. The 12 of them bowed to each other and laughed loudly. Then Meng Zhongjun waved his hand and led his team members out of the arena calmly. There was not the slightest bit of dejection. However, on the other side, none of the 5 victorious teams looked happy, especially those from Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. Their faces looked as if they had just eaten shit. Damn Garrison Shop. The 6 people from Hidden Dragon cursed. They didn't even try to hide their emotions anymore. When they fought against us, they fought with their lives on the line, not hesitating to perish together with us. Both sides suffered great losses, causing us so much damage. Now that they're facing someone else, they don't even fight. This group of bastards, their intentions are worthy of death. That afternoon, the top 8 emerged victorious. The rankings were as follows. Phoenix City No. 2 High School, Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, Water City No. 1 High School, Yangluo No. 1 High School, Fenghai No. 3 High School, Sangshan No. 1 High School, Phoenix Tail No. 1 High School, Dragon Belly No. 1 High School. Originally, Phoenix City No. 2 High School had a bye. According to the tournament rules, they shouldn't have been able to return to first place no matter what. However, when they faced Garrison Shop No. 1 High School, the other side chose to forfeit, allowing Phoenix City No. 2 High School to take all 4 points. Combined with their previous results, their total points were still the highest among all the teams. They were still ahead of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. This luck, they didn't fight for 2 rounds in a row and didn't suffer any losses. They were still in first place. That afternoon they drew lots. The 8 captains from Phoenix City No. 2 High School all took turns. This time, everyone learned their lesson and greeted the teacher first. However, the teacher's face darkened and he didn't say anything. When it was Zhuoxiao's turn, Zhuoxiao Duo didn't greet him. He only smiled sweetly. The teacher actually took the initiative to greet him with a pleasant expression. Good luck, Zhuoxiao Duo. The other captains held their breaths in their chests. They only felt stuffy. What do you want us to do? Should we greet him or not? Last time we didn't greet him and he scolded us. Zhuoxiao Duo greeted him and he was praised. This time we greeted him first and his face darkened. Zhuoxiao Duo didn't greet him, but as the teacher, you actually took the initiative to encourage him. What do you want us to do? They were so angry that they trembled. Chapter 340. This time Zhuoxiao Duo purposely slowed down a bit. He waited for the other 7 people to finish before he picked up the remaining lot. At the extreme of the top 8, they would all meet strong teams. No matter who they drew, it would be the same. Zhuoxiao Duo didn't want to pick soft persimmons. On the contrary, he wanted to draw the strongest team, Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. He wanted to defeat this most threatening opponent first. After drawing the lot, the captain of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhuoxiao Duo, who was holding the lot in his hand without even looking at it. He suddenly asked loudly, Captain Zhuoxiao Duo, why aren't you looking at the lot? Zhuoxiao Duo held the lot in his hand and put it behind his back. He said calmly, we are in the top 8. Any team is a strong opponent. No matter who we draw, it will be a tough battle. What difference does it make whether I look at it or not? The captain of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School said calmly, I have been looking forward to fighting against Phoenix City No. 2 High School. Zhuoxiao Duo said calmly, oh. One was keeping him in suspense while the other was not interested at all. The 2 of them couldn't even read each other's lips. They were like chickens talking to ducks. The captain of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School expected to be asked, what's the result of the lot draw? However, Zhuo Duo didn't ask, which made it difficult for him to continue the conversation. The captain of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School had prepared himself mentally. He just narrowed his eyes and continued the conversation. However, he said, I am very happy. The next battle will be between you and us. Zhuo Duo said, you put us in front of you. Do you think you will lose for sure? You will lose for sure. Huh. So you will lose for sure? Yes, we will win for sure. Yes, you are right. We will win for sure. Zhuo Duo sighed, yawned and said, how boring. You call yourself a captain? You can't even speak clearly. You keep repeating yourself incoherently. Let's go, brothers. Let's go back and rest. What do you think we should do tomorrow? Long Yuxing and the others roared in unison, kill Hidden Dragon. Ha 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 ha. Zhuo Duo beamed with delight. With a wave of his hand, the 6 of them left the arena in a single file. He didn't even give the other party a chance to speak. The members of the Hidden Dragon clan also wanted to shout like that to boost their morale. However, the other party left right after shouting and did not stay for even a moment. If he did not shout now, he would only appear weak and sullen. However, if he shouted now, his opponent was no longer around. Oh, they shouted for us to hear and then we shouted for the air to hear? They couldn't help but hold back their anger. After holding it in for a long time, they finally roared, victory! Victory! Then he left the stage unhappily. At the judging panel, all the referees and teachers had amiable smiles on their faces as they danced in joy. This captain of Phoenix City's No. 2 high school is really something. A teacher clicked his tongue in wonder. Not bad, not bad. This tactic was used beautifully. It was done with ease and with reason. Yes. First, it was to pester the other party endlessly. Then the whole team roared and immediately left the stage. They didn't give the other party any chance to vent. This caused all the members of the other party to hold back their anger and not be able to vent. This anger will definitely be suppressed for an entire night. Let's not talk about the impact on their morale. If the Hidden Dragon clan can't adjust their mentality tonight, not only will they not be able to rest well, their mood will also be affected the next day. Just from weakening the other party's morale, attacking the other party's fighting spirit, and weakening the other party's fighting strength, it can be said to be a considerable success. This Zhuo Duo is not only honest, sincere, reliable, intelligent, and awe-inspiring. Even the use of strategy and tactics is extremely ingenious. It's really hard to come by. He's a talent that will last forever. Teacher Ding Xiulan of Shangjing's Ancestral Dragon High School liked Zhuo Duo very much. She didn't hide it at all. The others rolled their eyes. Although we also wanted to say that, you said it first. Why did it sound so weird to me? Hu Ruoyun's face was distorted. She laughed a little unnaturally. Every time I hear them praise Zhuo Duo, awe-inspiring, honest and sincere. Why do I feel so guilty? That night, Zhuo Duo and the others had a good sleep. They didn't even do their daily cultivation. They slept soundly the whole time. They slept until dawn. They walked out of the room energetically and had breakfast. Then Zhuo Duo began to chase them away. Did you go to the toilet? Big or small? Who would want to do that? Go quickly. Li Zhangming. Are you still sleepy today? Li Chenglong, your hemorrhoids have healed? Xiao, your relatives didn't come today, right? Li Chenglong and Wan Li Xiao were furious. You're the one who has hemorrhoids. I don't have hemorrhoids. Li Chenglong scolded. You're the one who has relatives. Your whole family has relatives. Wan Li Xiao was embarrassed and angry. She wanted to kill someone on the spot. Well, if it wasn't for the fact that she knew she couldn't win, she would have done it countless times. Ha ha ha. Let's go. Zhuo Duo waved his hand. The 6 of them followed Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai out of the hotel and went straight to the arena. The early morning sun shone on the faces of the 6 of them. It dyed their bodies golden and brilliant. 8 o'clock in the morning. The first arena. There were 6 chairs on each side. After entering the top 8, they had the basic preferential treatment. They didn't have to sit on the ground anymore. There were chairs to sit on, and they could see everyone on their side from the opposite side. With the start of the match, Zhuo Duo took the lead and jumped out. His tall and handsome figure was tall and straight. The eyes of the opposite side lit up. The captain of the Hidden Dragon team stood up and looked at them from afar. He revealed a confident smile. The opponent is Zhuo Duo. As the captain, he jumped out first. Since that's the case, I will cripple him. I will take the first step and destroy their morale. Naturally, he couldn't wait to jump out. Good. I'm the captain of Hidden Dragon Team 1, Shimen Da Qing. Please enlighten me, Captain Zhuoxiao Duo. Shimin Daqing's face was solemn. He clasped his hands and bowed. Zhuoxiao Duo was stunned. You're the captain for the first match? That's right. Shimin Daqing nodded and grinned. As the captain, it's natural for me to take the first victory. Zhuoxiao Duo nodded. I admire you. But you have to wait for a while. This time, I'm not in a hurry to start the match. I just want to introduce my team members. Also, I'm not the first to fight. Please wait patiently. Shimin Daqing's face suddenly turned purple. He was stunned. You're not the first to fight? Then why did you jump out? However, he had admitted that he was going to fight in front of everyone. It was too late to change his words. He had obviously fallen into a trap. He was so angry that he wanted to swallow Zhuoxiao Duo. Zhuoxiao Duo, are you playing with me? Playing with you? Zhuoxiao Duo looked at him suspiciously. He sized him up and said, You don't have that organ. How can I play with you? Suddenly his face turned pale. He took a step back and shook his head. I'll say this first. I won't take the back door. I'm a righteous person. Shimin Daqing was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Countless spectators were stunned for a while. Then they burst out laughing. At the judges' table. 3 of the judges at this table came from the 3 famous schools. Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts, Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts, and Yunduan High Martial Arts. Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts Ding Xiulan laughed and said, This temperament is not on the same level. Look at how angry the captain of Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts is. Sigh, poor kid. He's so angry before the fight even started. Even if they're evenly matched, once he loses his state of mind, the chances of him losing will be higher. Unless there's an overwhelming difference in strength. Another person, a teacher from Yunduan High Martial Arts, smiled and said, Zhuoxiao Duo has already angered him to this extent. How can he give him a chance to calm down? However, if Zhuoxiao Duo doesn't fight, it's basically impossible for the other little guys to defeat Shimin Daqing. This battle is not so much a battle of attrition. It's better to call it a battle of display. The other teachers smiled and nodded. This sentence was true. Zhuoxiao Duo had shown enough. This was giving the other students a chance to show off. And the strongest opponent, Shimin Daqing, was a touchstone. Because of Shimin Daqing's cultivation, the teachers knew better. In Zhuoxiao's heart, it's already beyond the scope of victory and defeat. This kid is really good. Almost all the teachers had this thought in their minds. Sure enough, Zhuoxiao Duo laughed and said, Since you're in such a hurry and can't wait, then I won't be in a hurry to introduce our members so as not to waste your time. Li Zhangming fight. Li Zhangming shouted and jumped out with a whoosh. He took a few big steps forward. He raised his head and roared, I'm Li Zhangming from Phoenix City's 2nd High School. Today I'm going to fight to the death. I won't stop until my blood runs dry. He pounded his chest with both hands and roared ferociously like a chimpanzee. He looked unusually agitated. On the other side, Shimin Daqing was so angry at Zhuoxiao Duo that his mouth was crooked and his eyes were slanted. How could he not know that he had been tricked? But he had already come out. If he went back, it would only be more embarrassing. When he saw that the other party had only sent a small fry, he became even angrier. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. With a clear ring, the bell suddenly rang. The battle began. The moment the bell rang, Shimin Daqing's body soared into the air like a dragon and rushed toward Li Zhangming. End the battle quickly. Li Zhangming shouted loudly. His body shook violently. However, he raised his hand in a split second, and a white mist suddenly rushed out. It directly sprayed Shimin Daqing, who was rushing all over his face. Shimin Daqing was shocked. He hurriedly held his breath, but the white mist had already sprayed on his face. It was really a large area of indiscriminate contact. He hurriedly landed on the ground and asked angrily, You used poison? Li Zhangming rolled his eyes and said, If you don't know anything, then say you don't know anything. Have you seen such a high-grade poison? Besides, even if I used poison, so what? Did the rules of the competition say that poison is not allowed? Shimin Daqing shouted and no longer spoke. He rushed over for the 2nd time. Li Zhangming turned around and ran around the arena. He ran in circles as much as he could, but he didn't want to fight Shimin Daqing head-on. Shimin Daqing used his highest speed to chase, block and attack. Several attacks had already landed on Li Zhangming's body, but Li Zhangming completely ignored them and continued to run happily. Why are you running? Make a move and fight. Shimin Daqing said angrily, Are you here to fucking race? The moment he opened his mouth, Li Zhangming suddenly stopped and flipped his hand. Another wave of white mist greeted him. And when this wave of white mist came, he pounced forward. Fist and leg met and he exchanged a few blows with Shimandaching. Then, with a pu sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood and turned around to run again. Unfortunately, he ran a little too slowly. With a crack, one of his arms was broken by Shimandaching. Shimandaching gave chase again, but suddenly felt sleepy. As he ran, he couldn't help but yawn. He couldn't help but feel strange. Even if he didn't sleep well last night, he shouldn't be sleepy in the morning. Moreover, it was in this kind of fierce battle where his blood and chi were surging. He was thinking about it when suddenly, another wave of white mist rushed over. At this moment, Shimandaching was sure that this white mist wasn't poisonous. There was a high chance that it was just a trick. Without hesitation, he rushed through the white mist. With a flying kick, he kicked Li Zhangming, who was running in front of him, and sent him rolling on the ground. Then he felt his head become foggy. He became more and more sleepy and his eyelids were fighting. His head became more and more confused, and he became muddle-headed. So sleepy. As for Li Zhangming, who was in front of him, it was unknown when he started to show signs of drowsiness and confusion. Gradually, the two of them, one in front and one behind, one chasing after the other, ran half a lap as if they were sleepwalking. Then they fell to the ground at the same time, sprawled out, and fell asleep. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions. 6 updates. Chapter 341. Li Changming's snores were deafening. On the other side, Shimandaching was also snoring non-stop. Huff huff. Huff huff. Huff huff huff. Puff. Shimandaching seemed to have entered a state of deep sleep. As he slept, he snored. After a while, he began to grind his teeth. Suddenly, he turned over and let out an unusually loud fart. A stench instantly filled the air. It was actually a loud and smelly super fart. This Shimandaching looked like a talented person, but his sleeping posture was actually so bad. Grinding teeth, snoring, farting, whistling, it was really not lacking. That handsome image of a tree in the wind suddenly disappeared. This caused everyone present to be astonished, amused, and confused. What was going on? Why did the two of them fall asleep while they were fighting? But the judges did not say anything and just watched them sleep. Could it be there was something else going on? On the stage, the 6 judges' faces were incomparably solemn, unprecedentedly solemn. Great Dream Divine Technique. It's actually the Great Dream Divine Technique. Ding Xiulan's eyes were shining. How old is this kid? He has already cultivated the Great Dream Divine Technique to the peak of the 2nd level? To be able to pull people into a dream in the middle of a battle. Huff huff. Great Dream Divine Technique. It is said that this technique has long been in decline. For a long time, no one has been able to endure the difficult cultivation of the first few levels. Who is this kid? His surname is Li? He doesn't look very old, but he actually... A teacher from Yunduan High Martial Arts School stared wide-eyed. He was so shocked that he could not speak coherently. A peerless genius. Another judge sighed softly. Another peerless genius. This kid, looking at his facial features, he is definitely not more than 20 years old. Definitely not more than 20 years old. The eyes of all the high martial arts teachers lit up. The Great Dream Divine Technique that had not appeared in the world for a long time was actually cultivated by someone. Moreover, it was cultivated to the small success level. Don't talk, there are changes. Ding Xiulan's face was solemn. On the stage, the 2 people who were snoring just now had a change in expression. Li Changming's face became serious and nervous. Shimandaching's face also became terrifying, manic, and ruthless. The battle in the dream has officially begun. Sigh, what a pity. Ding Xiulan sighed again and again. Li Zhangming was first injured and then one of his arms was broken by Shimandaching. The outcome of this battle is uncertain. If the gap between the two of them was slightly smaller, Shimandaching, who had fallen into the dream of the other side's main battlefield, would have been crushed. What a pity. This is something that can't be helped. This Li Zhangming must have suppressed his own cultivation progress and realm many times. His foundation is much stronger than that of a normal student. However, Shimandaching has also suppressed his own realm. Moreover, Shimandaching's real cultivation is at the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing realm. Li Zhangming is only at the innate realm. Another teacher sighed. Just being able to drag Shimandaching into the dreamscape is already a miracle. The expressions of the 2 people who were lying down and sleeping changed again. Li Zhangming's face revealed a pained expression, while Shimandaching grimaced, giving off a feeling of gnashing his teeth. That it was rare for anyone to see the battle between the two in the dream, but anyone could see that the battle between the two had reached a critical moment. Such a battle atmosphere was definitely much more dangerous than what could be seen with the naked eye. Suddenly, Li Zhangming's expression changed. Fresh blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, instantly dyeing the ground red. Shimin Daqing, who was opposite him, also groaned. Traces of blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Zhou Xiaoduo's gaze was like an eagle's, watching the battle without blinking. After a while, Li Zhangming groaned. His body curled up, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood foam from the corner of his mouth. Shimin Daqing, who was opposite him, also groaned and started to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. Shimin Daqing is going to lose. Ding Xiulan sighed. Li Zhangming is undoubtedly a genius for being able to do this. It's a pity that if he wins this battle, I'm afraid his vitality will be damaged and his path of martial arts will be severed. The other teachers were also understanding people. They all sighed and nodded. On the other side, Zhou Xiaoduo, who had been paying attention to the battle, saw Li Zhangming spit out blood foam. When he took a closer look, his expression changed. He jumped out and said, "We admit defeat for this battle." Before he finished speaking, he rushed in front of Li Zhangming and slapped his dantian. He pried open his mouth and threw a pill in. Then he poured a basin of ice water that he had prepared earlier on Li Zhangming's head. Then with a slap, he slapped Li Zhangming's buttocks heavily. This slap on the buttocks was loud and crisp. It directly resounded through the entire arena. It was extremely pleasing to the eye. Even though many people knew that this might be a necessary process and that the intention was to save someone, they still couldn't help but laugh out loud. Some people laughed while thinking, how fleshy is this buttocks to be able to make such a crisp sound that it echoed through the entire arena. Li Zhangming slowly woke up. When he saw Zhou Xiaoduo, he spat out another mouthful of blood. He asked expectantly, "Did I win?" "I admit defeat for you." Li Zhangming panicked. "Then why did you wake me up? Give me half a minute and I'll definitely drag him to death. At the very least, both of us will be injured. Then you'll be crippled for the rest of your life." "It's not worth it," Zhou Xiaoduo explained faintly. Then he dragged Li Zhangming back. After walking a few steps, he said, "If you follow my method, you can wake Shimin Daqing up. I'm a decent person. If I really don't like that, then I won't personally save him. I don't want to be blamed. In this world there are all kinds of people." Li Zhangming was still in pain when he returned to his seat. He was so depressed that he kept muttering to himself, "I've embarrassed the old principal. I've embarrassed Second High." Blood and tears rolled down from the corner of his mouth. He wasn't putting on an act. He was truly heartbroken. Phoenix City's Second High had dominated the Longhu ranking battle. Until now, they had won one victory after another. Their only defeat had actually happened at his hands. Little Fatty's heart was extremely pained. "Your defeat can't be considered a defeat. You've contributed greatly and will be the cornerstone of our victory today." Zhou Xiaoduo said faintly, "You've killed the person with the highest combat power among them. At the very least, his soul is severely injured. He won't be able to recover in a few days. Even if there are 100 more nourishment chambers, it won't be able to recover his soul quickly. I should have stopped you when you spat out the first mouthful of blood. However, if I did that, the price they paid would be too small. It wouldn't match your contribution. That's why I waited until now to stop. Although your injuries are more serious, you've directly crippled the opponent's highest combat power. I'm not lying when I say that you can't be considered a defeat. If you win this battle, you'll be the champion of the Longhu ranking battle. Your contribution will be the greatest." Zhou Xiaoduo said in a low voice. Li Zhangming said with tears in his eyes, "Don't comfort me. If I really steal your contribution, you'll definitely beat me up. It's not like I don't know. You like to settle scores after the autumn." Wanli Xiu, Long Yuxing, and the others who were squeezing over to comfort him, all spat out a mouthful of saliva. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. After a while he said, "Then you can cry. Cry until you die." "I won't cry anymore." Li Zhangming wiped his tears and stopped crying. "You just said that if we win this battle, I'll be the one with the greatest contribution. I'll be the champion in the end. You can't deny this." Everyone heard it. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and remained silent for a long time. Li Qinglong muttered to himself, "Does this count as Li Zhangming sleeping with Shimin Daqing? Will the little fatty take responsibility?" Suddenly this topic aroused everyone's interest. "Hey, you're right. Li Zhangming, this scumbag, seems like he's not going to take responsibility. TSK. Poor Shimin Daqing, he was slept with for nothing. Scumbag. Li Zhangming. Li Zhangming's face twisted. He really didn't have the strength to argue. Otherwise, he would definitely beat them up. At the referee's seat, a few high martial arts teachers watched as Wuxiao Duo dragged the person down and watched the people from Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School save the captain. After a long time, they looked at each other with strange gazes. Not bad. The 6 judges all looked at Wuxiao Duo and Li Zhangming's side. Their eyes were full of praise. Although Phoenix City No. 2 High School admitted defeat in this battle. However, there were simply too many things that were worth pondering over. In the dreamland created by the Great Dream Divine Technique, Li Zhangming was the absolute home ground. Even if his physical body was injured and his cultivation was limited, it seemed like he was at a disadvantage. As long as he continued to fight in the dreamland, Li Zhangming's advantage would only increase. Once it reached the point of life and death, the one who would die in the end would definitely be Shimin Daqing. This was already decided from the moment he was pulled into the dreamland. Of course, Li Zhangming, who went to extremes, wouldn't have a good ending. He was still forcing himself to enter the dreamland to kill people. The price he would have to pay in the end was very likely to be the end of his cultivation with no way forward. But no matter what, in terms of winning or losing, Li Zhangming was still the winner. An's Wuxiao Duo admitted defeat before his life was in danger. Just when Shimin Daqing's soul was confirmed to have been damaged and his internal organs burst and spat out blood, that just when Li Zhangming was about to kill his opponent. He admitted defeat. The teachers were all asking themselves, if it were me, would I call for a stop at this time? After thinking about it, they couldn't make up their minds. But the more it was like this, the more reliable Wuxiao Duo seemed. Because in Wuxiao Duo's eyes, what they cared about was worthless. What he cared about was his brother's life and future. Such a person was definitely worth entrusting his back to at any time. It's not that he didn't care about winning or losing. It's also not that he couldn't bear to kill Shimin Daqing. He just cared more about his brother's injuries. He knew that he would win if he continued fighting, but he would rather admit defeat to ensure Li Zhangming's safety. He wouldn't hurt his foundation and have a limitless future. This kind of breadth of mind is worthy of a toast. Ding Xiulan's eyes were shining as she glanced at Wuxiao Duo. But she pursed her lips and didn't say anything, which was rare. This kind of talent must be recruited. Talents and geniuses were different. Geniuses were aptitudes, but talents were all round. The matter of recruiting people to the school had to be carried out quietly. It had to be settled once the hammer fell. If there was a disturbance and new problems arose, it would be bound to be a long night with many dreams. At that time, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. That they had to enter the village quietly. Don't shoot. Chapter 342. The referee from Hidden Dragon High School had a gloomy expression. He looked at Shimin Daqing, who had vomited a few mouthfuls of blood and fainted again. His eyes were filled with unconcealable disappointment. But when he looked at Wuxiao Duo, his gaze became more and more fervent. These years, Hidden Dragon High School has been getting more and more biased. The iron and blood aura is getting thinner and thinner, the wind of the big picture is getting weaker and weaker, and the air of a king is getting weaker and weaker. We really need a good leader. And this Wuxiao Duo is ruthless to the outside but protective of the inside. He will not be soft-hearted when he needs to be, and he will not hesitate when he needs to give up. The rarest thing is that he values friendship and righteousness, and he is especially steady when looking at the big picture. He is an honest and sincere person and has a pure heart. He is a good candidate for a king. If Hidden Dragon High School carefully nurtures him, he might be able to turn the bad wind around and turn the rotten into the spring breeze. The more the teacher thought, the hotter his gaze towards Wuxiao Duo. Originally, the focus of Hidden Dragon High School's enrollment had always been on Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. This way they could guarantee that the people they brought out would always be their own people, and they would not have to worry about other forces. But in recent years, Hidden Dragon High School's image had been getting worse and worse, and their external results were getting worse and worse. The feedback from the students who went out was also not very good. Hidden Dragon High School's image could be said to have plummeted. Many old stubborn people were still carrying out the current policy, and they felt that there was nothing wrong with their insistence. But there were already many teachers who were thinking of changing. Wuxiao Duo looked at the aura of the people on the other side carefully and said, "Next, you can fight as you wish." As long as they don't send out the vice captain and the two girls, we can win one match and even the score. Li Chenglong was a little worried and said, "What if they send out? Are we going to lose another match?" "It doesn't matter if they do. At most we will lose another match. It won't affect the big picture." Zhou Xiaoduo laughed arrogantly, "I will go up and beat the rest of them in one go. Once we are done we can call it a day." Li Chenglong rolled his eyes and said, "Then I will go up." "Yes, that's good. Remember this and your chances of winning will increase." Zhou Xiaoduo lowered his voice and said, "They've been sparring more than fighting. Their life and death experience is far inferior to ours." Li Chenglong's eyes lit up. Understood. In the previous match, Hidden Dragon High School was the first to fight, and Li Zhangming was the one to fight. Although they lost, it was a glorious defeat. But this time, it was Phoenix City Second High School's turn to fight first. Li Chenglong took a step forward and the other side began to discuss. Li Chenglong smiled faintly. "My name is Li Chenglong, I come from Phoenix City Second High School. I am the vice captain of our team." The self-introduction was complete. Everyone knows each other's information by heart. Is there a need to discuss for so long? Opposite. After a round of discussion, a slender and elegant girl in white stood out. Her facial features were exquisite, and her clothes were as white as snow. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. She was very beautiful. Hidden Dragon High School, Xiang Bing. The two of them bowed to each other. "Please." Zhou Xiaoduo called out from behind, "Feng Feng. Don't be mesmerized by her beauty. Even if you like her, wait until the fight is over. Only the winner has the right to talk." Xiang Bing's face turned red. She looked at Li Chenglong with a bit of anger in her eyes. Li Chenglong still wanted to explain, but the other side's attacks were already coming at him like a storm. Feng Feng steeled his heart, but he did not dodge or evade. Instead, he charged forward with brute force. In this match, both sides did not use any weapons. They were fighting in close quarters. Xiang Bing did not use any weapons, so naturally Li Chenglong did not use any. Only the sound of banging could be heard, one after another. The other side looked like a quiet and delicate girl, but she was actually fierce and frightening when fighting. However, Li Chenglong had been trained by Zhou Xiaoduo. His skin was rough and his flesh was thick. His resistance was far better than ordinary people. He managed to hold on all the way. This round of fighting lasted for a full 3 to 4 minutes. The sound of drums kept ringing. Finally, after a deep muffled sound, both of them somersaulted and stood facing each other. Pfft. Zhou Xiaoduo spat out what he saw. Li Chenglong's nose was bruised and his face was swollen. His eyes were black and blue. His mouth was cracked and blood was flowing out. On the other hand, the beautiful woman in front of him was also disheveled. She had 2 panda eyes and her hair was disheveled. Her nose was broken and it looked a little flat. Her small mouth was swollen from the beating, and the skin on the other side was broken. Chest, lower abdomen, thighs. There were 7 to 8 black footprints on her white clothes. There were also overlapping ones. Li Chenglong was rubbing his wrists, while Xiang Bing was moving her ankles. Both of them stared at each other, as if they were looking at a mortal enemy. Zhou Xiaoduo was not the only one who was stunned. Even the audience in the audience were all spitting out their mouths. Even the referees were stunned. To be honest, even with their vast experience and knowledge, they had seen many men and women fighting. However, it was the first time in their lives that they had seen such a fierce fight between a man and a woman. Li Chenglong did not know what it meant to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. He did not know what it meant to treat a beautiful girl well. Her face, neck, nose, chest, lower abdomen, thighs and buttocks. He really hit wherever he could. He did not show any mercy at all. If it were other men who would not have a manly demeanor, who would have the nerve to punch another person's beautiful face? It was better to chop off a woman's head than to ruin her face. This was almost a convention. Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts teacher Ding Xiulan sighed. This kid is actually the legendary Iron Straight Man. He belongs to the category of Iron Straight Men. If he finds a wife, she will be his punching bag. The few male teachers were also thinking in their hearts. If Li Chenglong came to their school, they might really have to take care of the problem of finding a partner. Otherwise, looking at his behavior today, he would definitely be a bachelor for the rest of his life. One must know that this competition was broadcasted live nationwide. Li Chenglong became famous in an instant. He was even more famous than Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo directly beat the beauty to death. Many people online who did not know the truth scolded him. Such a beauty was beaten to death just like that? It was too wasteful. Did he not know how to take advantage of the situation? However, when it came to Li Chenglong, the internet was boiling. My mother asked me why I was kneeling while watching the live broadcast. Because I found a rare iron straight man. Legendary level is not enough to describe him. Only mythical level can describe him. What a fucking straight man. Oh my god. This girl's face is not enough for me to kiss for a year. He directly disfigured her. Look at the footprint on her chest. Oh my god, can you feel the soles of your shoes? Her pair of phoenix eyes were beaten into pandas. Her cherry lips became a ripe watermelon. Diske, this big brother, I'm kneeling to you. This kid even tore her hair. Fuck, look carefully. The beauty's ear. Fuck, this kid tore her ear. He almost tore it off. Let's talk about it later. They're fighting again. They're fighting again. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. They saw that the Iron Straight Man once again launched an attack and fought with Miss Xiangbing for the second time. The muffled sounds of fists hitting flesh were heard almost continuously. Blood splattered everywhere. Looking at her current appearance, no matter how outstanding Xiangbing's talent was, or how strong her cultivation was, she was now an ugly monster. She was really beaten up too badly. The two of them continued to fight in this most extreme way until they were exhausted. Only then did the speed of their punches slow down. Every time there was a bang, everyone in the audience, including the audience who were watching the live broadcast, could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. They all had a subtle feeling that they did not want to watch, but they could not let it go. In the end, the two of them were no longer fighting. They were competing to see who could take more hits. Admit defeat. Li Chenglong fiercely punched Xiangbing's originally perky but now bloody nose. His expression was unprecedentedly ferocious. I really don't want to hit a woman. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone felt a toothache. You fucking. Haven't you hit enough? If you want to hit a woman, how are you going to hit her? Dismembering him by 1,000 cuts and tearing him into pieces? Go to hell. Xiangbing fiercely rushed forward. Li Chenglong roared. His bloodied face twisted with a ferocious expression. His whole body rushed forward and actually knocked Xiangbing to the ground 7 or 8 meters away. Then Li Chenglong pounced forward. His whole body crossed the 7 or 8 meters distance. With the force of a mountain, he suddenly pressed on Xiangbing's body. His two legs skillfully twisted and separated, separating Xiangbing's legs. Then he used his body to press down on her body. Panting heavily, he roared, "Do you admit defeat? Do you admit defeat?" Xiangbing struggled desperately, but Li Chenglong simply grabbed both of her hands and pressed them on both sides of her head. Then he lowered his head and roared, "Do you admit defeat? Do you admit defeat?" No. Xiangbing struggled desperately and shouted, "Even if I die, I won't admit defeat." Li Chenglong freed one hand and punched Xiangbing's face. "Do you admit defeat? Do you admit defeat? Do you admit defeat?" With a shout, he punched again. Another punch. Another punch. All of them smashed on the originally beautiful face with great force. "Do you admit defeat? Do you admit defeat?" "Wah!" Xiangbing cried. Suddenly, she gave up all of her struggles and wailed. "You bully!" This sudden cry stunned Li Chenglong. This punch did not hit her face but hit the ring beside her head. He said in a daze, "Why are you crying?" "Shit. We were having a good match. You actually cried. Why are you crying? Why are you crying?" You actually have the face to ask her why she is crying? Countless men who were watching the live broadcast banged their heads against the wall. A wave of speechless emotions surged in their hearts and gushed out, but they could not say anything. "I'm so angry. I'm so angry. This straight man, bro, please be merciful and let me go." Chapter 343. She was a top-notch beauty, yet he had beaten her until she was unrecognizable. Then he had posed in such a typical position of rape that she was already powerless to fight back, yet he still wanted to punch her again and again. And he didn't allow her to cry. That was awesome. That was really too awesome. That train of thought was admirable. The eyebrows of the few judges twitched wildly. Without saying anything, they hurriedly announced, "In this battle, Phoenix City Second High School's Li Chenglong wins." On the ground, Xiangbing was still lying limply on the ground, crying loudly. Li Chenglong was still riding on her. He was about to stand up when he heard the announcement. However, the moment he relaxed, Xiangbing scratched his face crazily. Fuck. Li Chenglong hurriedly pressed down again, suppressing the person beneath him for the second time. With swollen eyes, he shouted in a sorry state, "Someone quickly come and get her off. I don't hit women." Everyone was speechless. Just this battle, which lasted less than 10 minutes, had made Li Chenglong famous on the internet. Famous all over the country. He was respectfully called Brother Iron and Steel by millions of netizens. Moreover, each of them swore to the heavens that in this lifetime, there wouldn't be a second man who could be steadier than Brother Iron and Steel. Countless people worshipped him as their idol. That only when another girl in white from the opposing team came to support Xiang Bing did Li Chenglong dare to let go. He was still on guard, afraid of being attacked a second time. When his swollen eyes swept across the other girl in white and he was about to say something, the girl in white, who was also in the embryonic breathing realm, actually shuddered. Her pretty face instantly lost its color, and her eyes were full of panic. She hurriedly carried Xiang Bing and ran away like a wisp of smoke. She probably wouldn't run away even if she saw a ghost. Li Chenglong. Xiang Bing was still struggling in the girl's arms. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws while crying loudly, "Li Chenglong. Sob, just you wait. I won't let you off in this lifetime." Li Chenglong stood on the spot blankly. He scratched his head and advised, "Miss, why are you so concerned? It's just a competition." Xiang Bing cried even louder. Li Chenglong returned to the team and received a hero's welcome. Zhou Xiaoduo, Long Yuxing, Yu Moyan, and Li Zhangming all bowed deeply in unison. They looked completely convinced and impressed. "Boss Li, I've never been convinced by anyone in my life, but this time, all of us are completely convinced by you." "I'm convinced. Really?" The expressions of the four of them were extremely solemn. They shook their heads and sighed, feeling ashamed of their inferiority. All of this came from the bottom of their hearts. "Tell me about your thoughts." Thoughts. Li Chenglong was swaying and his mind was a little muddled. "I think it's all thanks to Zhou beating me up every day. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to last this round." As he spoke, he had already walked to the side of the group. Suddenly, his vision turned black and Li Chenglong fainted. In this round, to be honest, Swollen was also beaten up very badly. Li Chenglong's opponent's real strength was always one whole level higher than his. The whole process was a head-on melee combat. Other than testing each other's ability to resist attacks, it was also a competition of real attack power. All the skills and techniques were almost completely useless in this battle. It was like two bulls smashing into each other and hammering each other. If you beat me, you win. If I beat you, I win. There was no shortcut. Xiang Bing was already prepared before the battle. She had an elemental energy elixir under her tongue. Li Chenglong did the same. Both of them used up the two elemental energy elixirs that could instantly replenish their vitality. It was just that extreme. That was why the battle was so tragic. It's understandable that I came up with such a strategy for Swollen. But why did the opponent choose such a strategy? It doesn't make sense either. Zhou Xiaoduo was really puzzled. Letting a girl use this kind of close combat method, wasn't the organizer of the opposing team too brainless? Little did he know that Xiang Bing was the descendant of the ancient martial arts family, the Xiang family. Her family passed down the Overlord Fist, which was best known for close combat. Although Xiang Bing was a girl, she was known for her valiance when it came to fighting. She never used any weapons. No matter what enemy she met, she would clench her fists and fight. The Overlord Fist focused on momentum. As long as the opponent showed any signs of fear or dodging, the rhythm would be immediately controlled by the opponent. Then, little by little, the advantage would be accumulated, and the advantage would be turned into a victory. In the end, it would be unstoppable. But today, when she met Li Chenglong, she met her nemesis. Li Chenglong did not plan to use any techniques from the beginning. He directly used the battle formation and the strategy of the brave winning in a narrow path. Without dodging or evading, it was a strong attack that went straight for the center. Then, there was an extreme situation where the two sides attacked each other, using strength to fight strength. As a result, Xiang Bing, a beauty who scored more than 90 points, was beaten up by Li Chenglong until her face was disfigured. This Brother Iron did not have any scruples at all. Eyes, nose, face, small mouth, soft breasts, long legs, that none of them could escape Li Chenglong's merciless attacks. Swollen's thoughts were simple. I want to win the competition. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. I'll take care of you. Even if you're beautiful, you're not going to be my wife. Why should I give in to you? Besides, didn't they say that men and women were equal? Today I'll be completely equal and treat everyone equally. After this battle, there was a short period of silence. Even the spectator stands were silent for a long time. Everyone was reflecting on the battle just now, and a thoughtful look appeared on their faces. The 6 judges looked at each other. Everyone felt that they had not woken up from the atmosphere of being struck by lightning. This Li Chenglong. His reputation is completely ruined. One of the high martial arts teachers smacked his lips and said regretfully, "It's a pity if he doesn't have a future. How about this, our Dragon Soul high martial arts special recruit? We can't possibly give up eating because of choking and delay a child." "In your dreams." The other teachers roared angrily. Who said that he could not have a ruined reputation? If such a steely straight man was placed in the school, he would definitely shatter the dreams of those girls who had a serious princess syndrome and thought that they should be treated well because they were beautiful. Who said that they did not want him? We need him too much. On the spectator stand, Luo Lai's eyes were wide open. He was dumbstruck as he watched. After a long while, he took a deep breath and shook his head repeatedly. Luo Lai really can't teach such a student. Qin Fangyang is really awesome. Hu Ruoyun also had a look of amazement on her face. It was a marvelous sight. The third round. It's your turn to send out someone first. Zhuo Duo came out and shouted, "That beautiful girl in white, don't come out and get beaten up. I have 4 steely straight men like Li Chenglong on my side." On the other side, the girl in white could not help but take a step back. Her face was filled with fear and she even trembled. Too scary. There were 4 people like that? The vice captain of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School could not help but be angry. You just believed what the other side said? It was unknown if there were 4 steely men like that in this world. How could they all be on the other side? However, the girl in white was obviously scared before the battle. Her state of mind was already broken. Even if she forced herself to fight, it would be difficult for her to do anything. Looking around, he could only stand up himself. He had to take down another city. Now the winning score was 1-1, and there were still 2 unconscious people on his side that their morale had been suppressed too badly. Coincidentally, Zhuo Duo on the other side also had the same thought. After a few days of fighting, Yu Moyan's position was basically set in stone. He was definitely a member that would be settled. Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu were destined to be inseparable. No school would let go of such a good opportunity if they wanted 2 geniuses. Therefore Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu were already safe. Today, Li Zhangming's great dream divine technique had shocked everyone. He had already become the focus of attention, so there was no need to worry. Finally, Li Chenglong's name had also shaken the world through the battle just now. He was also in high demand. In this way, his entire team had already been marked in the eyes of the judges and martial arts teachers. Then all that was left was to win. If they only needed to win, it was really easy and not difficult at all. Zhuo Duo laughed out loud and swaggered out of the room. "Vice Captain of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, let me play with you." On the other side, Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School's vice captain's face was a bit dark. Among all the people in Phoenix City No. 2 High School, the one he was most afraid of was Zhuo Duo. He knew that he didn't have much chance of winning against Zhuo Duo. But now what he was afraid of had happened. He directly faced this murderous star. Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, Xiang Chong. That Xiang Bing just now is my sister. Xiang Chong narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhuo Duo. "Captain Zhua, I wonder what trump card you will use in this battle. Is it the iron fist that made you famous? Or a hidden weapon? Or a leg technique?" Zhuo Duo's face suddenly became serious. He narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "I don't really understand what you mean." Iron Fist Prince, in the eyes of a discerning person, is just the most superficial camouflage. In fact, what you are really good at is something else. Xiang Chong's eyes were unprecedentedly sharp. He stared into Zhuo Duo's eyes and smiled. "Captain Zhua, I have to say that your strategy is really good. This scheming is even more profound. I admire you." Zhuo Duo's face became gloomy. He said lightly, "Things have already come to this. Even if you saw through it, what can you do? You will still lose without a doubt." "Is that really the case?" Xiang Chong laughed and flicked his long robe with his hand. He said coldly, "Captain Zhua, don't blame me for not reminding you. The main material of my robe is starlight silk. It is not afraid of your hidden weapon." Zhuo Duo's face became even more unsightly. "Is that so?" Xiang Chong flipped his hand and a heavenly halberd suddenly appeared in his hand. He held the heavenly halberd with one hand and stood straight. He said lightly, "In front of my heavenly halberd, I believe that your fists and legs won't have a chance to get close." Chapter 344. There was a whooshing sound. The sky piercer circled in the air, making a sound that sounded like the wailing of ghosts. A visible vortex formed in the air and then disappeared. Xiang Chong's aura rose sharply. His eyes were full of confidence. He said in a deep voice, "Captain Zhuo, please." One end of the sky piercer pointed to the sky and the other to the ground. It was shining with a cold light and looked extremely heavy. It was a rare super heavy weapon in this competition. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face became more and more serious. Countless people who were paying attention to this battle felt their hearts rise to their throats. Almost everyone had a good impression of Zhuo Xiaoduo. However, judging from the current situation, Zhuo Xiaoduo was obviously on guard against him. Zhuo Xiaoduo was good at all kinds of tricks, but against this vice-captain he really didn't have any advantage. All of them were restrained by his opponent. One must know that his opponent's sky piercer weighed 500 to 600 kilograms. For such a heavy weapon, wouldn't it be just right for Zhuo Xiaoduo to restrain him? Everyone was a little worried. Zhuo Xiaoduo was in trouble. Looking at Zhuo Xiaoduo's face, which was also extremely serious, it was obvious that he also realized that something was wrong. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face darkened. He slowly rolled up his trousers and tightly buttoned his sleeves. Then he tightened his belt, took out a dozen small jade gourds from his pocket, and threw them on the ground. His face became even more gloomy. Everyone could see that. He must have felt that he was not confident. Since the hidden weapons were destined to be useless, it would be a burden to keep them in his pocket. It was better to throw them away as soon as possible. Only a few high martial arts teachers sighed and frowned. You believed him just because he said so? You threw away your hidden weapons just like that. You have the mentality of a coward before the battle. It was a big mistake. Please? Zhuo Xiaoduo stretched out his hand. As soon as he spoke, the sound of wind and thunder suddenly came from the opposite side. The sky piercer on the opposite side turned into a silver mountain of halberds, whistling toward him. Countless vortexes formed one after another in the air. The magnificent halberd mountain formed by the sky piercer was mixed with flickering cold light as it rapidly attacked. Zhuo Xiaoduo reacted with lightning speed and rapidly retreated. Between the flickering starlight, brilliant sparks scuttled about and blossomed one after another in the air. It was extremely magnificent. However, as Zhuo Xiaoduo retreated, the heavenly halberd's momentum increased by another notch. The overlord halberd's aura grew even stronger. Like a silver whirlwind, it chased after the twinkling starlight, rushing all the way. Zhuo Xiaoduo let out a long howl and soared into the sky. However, the overlord halberd did not stop. It transformed into a silver dragon and chased after him relentlessly. Zhuo Xiaoduo used the starry sky steps and dodged continuously in the air. However, when he realized that he couldn't dodge, he rushed towards the ground with a swoosh. Boom! Zhuo Xiaoduo landed on the ground and immediately flew out while sticking close to the ground. He seemed to be at a disadvantage and could only escape. Seeing that his opponent was at a disadvantage, Xiang Chong controlled the sky piercer and rushed down at high speed. He also stuck close to the ground and chased after Zhuo Xiaoduo, continuing to put pressure on him. However, the moment he landed, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist. The heavenly halberd in his hand was unprecedentedly heavy, making it difficult for him to hold on. After he failed to hold on, he let out a roar. The heavenly halberd seemed to have lost its sense of direction and flew out of his hand. As it landed, the sky piercer flew towards the judges like a meteor chasing after the moon. Its target was Ding Xiulan. Ding Xiulan frowned. With a flick of her finger, she had already stopped the sky piercer in midair. She looked over with a puzzled expression. Of course, she didn't suspect that Xiang Chong was trying to assassinate her. With her cultivation level, even if she didn't flick her finger, the sky piercer wouldn't be able to break through her vital energy shield. She was just curious. Xiang Chong was obviously chasing after her, so why did he suddenly let go of the sky piercer? Looking back at the arena, Xiang Chong's sky piercer had left his hand. However, his momentum didn't slow down. The moment he landed, he jumped up as if he had been electrocuted. He screamed, "Despicable!" On the opposite side, Zhuo Xiaoduo stepped on the starlight again and rushed back at a speed much faster than before. He closed in on Xiang Chong at a mysterious angle and aimed one of his legs at the jumping Xiang Chong. This kick came without a trace, but it was powerful and carried with it the sound of the wind breaking through the air. Bang! The dragon's gate leg, which came and went like a ghost, kicked Xiang Chong's crotch once again. It really happened in an instant. Ouch! Xiang Chong let out a shrill scream. His eyes bulged and his body curled up like a cooked prawn. His face revealed an expression of extreme pain. His two hands tightly covered his crotch. The muscles on his face spasmed and twisted. The starlight flashed again. Zhuo Duo stood firmly in front of Xiang Chong again. He was still as handsome and elegant as before. He walked with a majestic gait and a domineering aura. He shouted, "You're wrong. Actually, my fist is invincible." Before he finished speaking, he had already lowered his waist and sat in a horse stance. He punched straight at Xiang Chong's stomach. Xiang Chong's 2 feet left the ground and flew back. The moment he landed, he smashed right into his own chair. With such a huge force, the chair was smashed into pieces and his butt landed on the ground. Ouch. Xiang Chong covered his crotch and continued to roll on the ground. His eyes were bulging. On the spectator stand. A furious voice said, "This bastard. I have to." He slapped the armrest and was about to fly out. However, he was pulled back by the person beside him. Master, calm down, calm down. Calm down. This is the venue of the competition. You must calm down, calm down. The figure shrouded in a cloak was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He couldn't even speak clearly. This bastard. This. I'm so angry, so angry. Now let's not talk about what will happen to him. The Kunlun Taoist sect will definitely be famous. Their 10,000 years of reputation has been destroyed by him. This bastard. After this battle, Zhuo Duo became the second most famous legendary character after Li Chenglong. He became famous in one fell swoop, and his name spread across half the sky. Fuck. That's the Galaxy Steps and Dragon Gate kick? Too awesome. My Captain Zhuo is so strong. Haha, this kick really made me cover my crotch while watching the live broadcast. Fuck, that's really a stroke of genius. Awesome class. The person above feels the same way. Me too, me too. I'm so happy that I've lost everything. Me too, me too. At that moment, I really felt a chill on my back. I immediately covered my crotch. First thing. My mother asked me why I was kneeling and covering my crotch while watching the live broadcast. Me too, covering my crotch. Then a large group of straight men started to comment, me too, me too. There were a few thousand comments. Someone started to analyze, did you see that? During the previous battle we had analyzed it. The key to this battle is still the combination of Dragon Gate Kick and Galaxy Steps. These 2 sets of martial arts originally belonged to the Kunlun sect. To be honest, their lethality isn't that great. Naturally, they weren't taken seriously in the past. But from now on, I want to tell everyone, pay attention. The true usage of these 2 sets of martial arts from the Kunlun sect has appeared. This is definitely a first-class secret technique. That is, the combination of Galaxy Steps and Dragon Gate Kick. The target is the crotch. Maybe it shouldn't be called Dragon Gate Kick anymore. It should be called Crotch Kick. Yes, Galaxy Steps and Crotch Kick. Invincible. It's too sharp. Everyone, we are already studying it now. Don't stop me. I'm going to the Kunlun sect to learn. I don't want to learn anything else, just this step and this kick. I'm going to. Wait for me. Too many onlookers couldn't understand this battle. The live broadcast only had a rough idea. But most of the high martial arts teachers present could all see that the key to this battle was. Yes, it wasn't the key to the crotch. When they first met, Xiang Chong was the main attacker. He attacked aggressively and his momentum was terrifying. Zhuo Duo was the main defender. He used his extreme speed to increase the distance between them. Xiang Chong chased after him relentlessly. Zhuo Duo turned and rushed into the sky. Xiang Chong also chased after him. Zhuo Duo came down again. The moment he came down again, the battle ended. Brilliant. The referee from the Hidden Dragon High School slapped the table and praised. Even a veteran who has been in the Jianghu for decades might not have this kind of battle awareness. Instead of saying that it's battle awareness, it's more accurate to say that it's an exquisite layout. When he threw away the hidden weapons at the beginning and scattered them on the ground, it looked like he was showing weakness. In fact, he had other plans. The hidden weapons only scattered on the ground, but they were still in the arena. In other words, this was Wuxia's earliest move. It was also this move that caused Xiang Chong to be completely unprepared, sowing the seeds of defeat. If Xiang Chong had kept his feet on the ground and attacked steadily, Wuxia's move would have been pointless. However, because Zhuo Duo showed weakness at the beginning of the battle and blindly dodged with his movement, the Overlord Halberd, who emphasized momentum the most, took the opportunity to move and gradually accumulate his momentum. However, because of this continuous pressure, when Zhuo Duo rushed into the sky, Xiang Chong could only chase after him and move away from the ground. Then came the crucial moment. As Xiang Chong leaped into the air to chase after him, his feet were bound to leave the ground. The only place that Xiang Chang's starlight silk clothes could not protect was the soles of his feet. After that, Zuo Duo landed. He could have landed lightly and continued to wander around, but the moment he landed, he exerted a great force and shook the ground. The true meaning of this was to drive the hidden weapons scattered on the ground. 4 hidden weapons attacked Xiang Chong from a strange angle, at least from an angle that Zuo Duo couldn't launch from. 2 of the hidden weapons hit the soles of Xiang Chong's feet. Zuo Duo used a trick to drive the 4 hidden weapons. In fact, he couldn't exert much power, but what he needed was the right timing. Xiang Chong's soles were attacked. Because he was in midair, he was suddenly disturbed. Naturally, he had to stabilize himself first and withdraw the great force he poured into the sky piercer. However, he was in the process of attacking fiercely, so it was difficult for him to withdraw it. And this sudden withdrawal inevitably revealed a flaw. At this moment, the other 2 hidden weapons hit the flaw exposed by Xiang Chong's sleeves. The web between the thumb and the index finger. Looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 345. That's why the sky piercer flew out of his hand. At this time, as the weapon flew out of his hand, Xiang Chong's first reaction was to follow it. His state of mind was even more flustered. How could he have the time to pay attention to the attack on his feet? As a result, the other 2 hidden weapons, which originally didn't have much power, displayed their greatest effect. They entered the flesh from the soles of his feet, injuring his meridians. Do you think Xiang Chong immediately jumped up the moment he landed? Did he want to jump? No, it was simply an instinctive reaction from the pain. On the other hand, Zuo Starry Sky Steps and Dragon Gate leg had already turned around. He had anticipated the enemy's movements and attacked with certainty. With a kick to the crotch, he completely crippled all of his combat strength. As for the punch after that, it was actually superfluous. There was no real need for it. Because at that time, victory and defeat were already clear. There was no need for any more movements. After the Hidden Dragon High School teacher's explanation, everyone who didn't understand suddenly felt enlightened. Because this battle was really too fast. Everyone only saw one chasing and one escaping. They rushed up to the sky and then came down. Then, inexplicably, the sky piercer attacked. It inexplicably ended. But at the same time, they also looked at this captain of Phoenix City's No. 2 high school in a new light. This Zuo's plan was so exquisite. Unexpectedly, every step he took was so unexpected. Yet, it was so logical in his bones. He played with his opponent in the palm of his hand and was extremely happy. In this battle, Xiang Chong didn't lose at all. This Hidden Dragon High School teacher was full of praise. In a battle of martial arts, it's never about who has a higher cultivation base or who has a stronger foundation who will definitely win. In this battle, there are still countless methods, countless openings, and countless traps that can be exploited. As long as they are used well and ingeniously, naturally, the weak can defeat the strong and subdue the enemy to obtain victory. These children of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. To say something that everyone can understand, they've experienced too little society's vicious beatings. These words caused a thoughtful expression to appear on the faces of all the high school teachers. Too little society's vicious beatings that the future was really worrying. Should he suggest opening another class in the high martial arts school? Is this called being beaten up by society? From the looks of it, this Zuo duo could simply become a professor of this course. There were still many people discussing this on the internet. However, this time, everyone was discussing battle tactics. You can do that? The hidden weapon that was thrown at the beginning was actually a trap. He said that there was no need for it. Fuck, if it were me, I would definitely fall for it. Facing an opponent who is an entire major realm higher than him, he dodged twice, rushed up into the air and then rushed down. Then he won with a kick to the crotch. Why do I feel that it's so surreal? Child, you've experienced too little social abuse. Bah. You're the one who hasn't been beaten enough. Could it be that Zuo duo has experienced more? But he won. Alright, this sentence really made people speechless. You don't care how many beatings he's been through. The reality now is that he's won. If he won, that would be his capital and glory. 3 battles, 2 wins and 1 loss. Zuo duo was still standing on the field, unable to get down. Which one of you wants to come up? It's still me for this battle, and it's still me for the next one. The remaining 3 members of Hidden Dragon were all dumbfounded. Aren't you bullying us? You're the captain. Zuo duo naturally had something to say. In the previous battles we've always fought one person against one team. This time it's the same. However, Li Changming and Li Chenglong are too weak. One lost and the other was seriously injured. However, I'm still fine. Of course, I have to continue fighting. If your captain wakes up and wants to continue fighting, it's fine. It's okay to keep winning. We won't be unhappy even if you defeat all of us. After all, this is the rule. However, the problem is that your captain fainted while snoring, grinding his teeth and farting. There's really nothing we can do about it. Zhu Xiaoduo's tone was very regretful. These beautiful words immediately made the captain of Hidden Dragon, Shimin Daqing, who had just woken up, spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted again. The reality was like this. They could only endure and continue. However, the two youths who came up next, after a round of battle, one in front and one in back, they hugged their crotches and were defeated. The internet was completely boiling. Crotch kicking again. Crotch kicking again. Too skilled. So cool. I want to learn. May I ask, where is the Kunlun sect? Same question. I hope the Almighty can give me some pointers. I'm very grateful. This is a unique skill that can save one's life. I must learn it. I must learn it. I must learn it until I'm very familiar with it. I must learn it until I reach the peak of perfection. In the stands. Let's go. The slim figure who was tightly wrapped in the cloak was so angry that her face was ashen. She stood up and turned around to leave. She didn't even look back. She was really angered to death. Master, wait for me. Another figure chased after her. The Battle of the Top 8. Phoenix City's second high school won. Furthermore, they eliminated Hidden Dragon number 1 high school, which had the highest chance of winning. A super dark horse. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this year, no matter what, the champion would not be Hidden Dragon High School. Hidden Dragon High School had now completely lost the qualification to win the championship. The next step was the top 6. The competition had already ended. The leading teacher of Hidden Dragon High School anxiously led his team to Nanji City. Healing pod. He had to find the highest grade. Also, he had to find an expert to see if he could heal Shimin Daqing's soul. If it couldn't be healed, then it would be difficult to maintain the top 3. Although there was no difference in the benefits of being ranked 2nd to 9th, their reputation would be ruined. If they suddenly fell out of the top 3, then they would really be done for. This time, coming to the competition, I've really seen a ghost. On this day, the top 6 were decided. Phoenix City's 2nd high school, Water City's 1st high school, Yanglua's 1st high school, Fenghai's 3rd high school, Phoenix Tail's 1st high school, and Song Mountain's 1st high school. There was really no Hidden Dragon High School. Hidden Dragon High School, which had dominated the championship for many years, had a super big news this time. They actually didn't enter the top 6. This news made everyone's jaws drop, but after thinking about it carefully, they felt that it was reasonable. Hidden Dragon High School first encountered Water City 1st High School, and only won a Pyrrhic victory after all their members were severely injured. Then they encountered Garrison Store 1st High School, and were ruthlessly fought by the other party. They were still full of injured soldiers and most of them were severely injured. Then they encountered Phoenix City's 2nd high school, and accidents happened again and again. First, the team leader encountered the successor of the Dream Divine Technique, who had not appeared in the world for a long time. Although he was lucky enough to win the match, his soul was injured. Not only was he unable to continue the match, but he was also absent from the subsequent matches. Originally, the vice team leader, Xiang Chong, and his sister, Xiang Bing, were both experts in the embryonic breathing realm. Moreover, they were talents in actual combat, so Hidden Dragon High School had considerable strength. But first, Xiang Bing was disfigured by a certain steel-like man from Phoenix City's 2nd high school, and she was utterly defeated. Then Xiang Chong was crushed by Zhu Xiaoduo's schemes, and his vital parts were kicked. He was defeated, especially when he was kicked in the crotch. In the next 2 matches, 2 of them were also defeated by Zhu Xiaoduo in the same way. By kicking in the crotch. Zhu Xiaoduo didn't kill him in this position. Although it wasn't fatal, it wasn't crippling, and it wouldn't cause internal injuries, but it was really painful and it really affected his performance. Moreover, after he recovered and didn't feel anything, he had to habitually walk for a long time. This also led to them encountering Shui City No. 1 Middle School, which they had already fought once. They were almost swept away and all of them were defeated. Especially Xiang Bing, this valiant beauty, was beaten by Li Chenglong to the point that she was traumatized, and she didn't dare to go on stage. She was even afraid to go on stage, so how could she not be defeated? Hidden Dragon High School's dismal ending made countless high school teachers feel satisfied, But they also had mixed feelings and couldn't put their thoughts to words. It was probably because the words of the teacher from the Hidden Dragon High School were too reasonable. These students had too little experience of being beaten up by society. Many high school teachers with ideas were thinking about this sentence. It was indeed too little. They were too well protected. If they didn't encounter a similar experience, if they really went to the battlefield or if they really went to the Jianghu, they would just stretch out their necks and be slaughtered. Those old foxes, those mortal enemies, which one of them would show mercy just because you were a genius? They would only kill with extreme pleasure. Vicious beating. It's imperative. The high school teachers all had such thoughts in their minds. Why do the old people always say that to suffer a loss is to gain an advantage? This sentence is a famous saying when it comes to martial artists. If you suffer a loss, as long as you don't die, you really gain a big advantage. Because you won't suffer the same loss again. And too many people will pay with their lives if they suffer such a loss. In the previous Dragon and Tiger Roll competition, everyone had fought according to the rules. They had brought out as much strength as they could. It was probably because everyone followed the rules and did things according to the rules, so they didn't feel that there was any problem. However, in this year's batch, the students of Phoenix City No. 2 High School, especially Wuxia Duo, suddenly made everyone feel that the previous way couldn't work. All of them were as pure as Bai Hua. In the future they could only wait to suffer losses. Based on the principle of thinking for the students, everyone began to think seriously. The top 6 drew lots. Phoenix City No. 2 High School against Jianghu No. 1 High School. Water City No. 1 High School against Fenghai No. 3 High School. Phoenix Tail No. 1 High School against Songshan No. 1 High School. 4 Phoenix Tail No. 1 High School and Songshan No. 1 High School. Such a draw result was almost equivalent to picking up a bargain. Originally, the highest record of these two teams was only in the top 8. Moreover, it was not stable. Often they would be in the top 8 this year and be kicked out of the top 10 next year. But this time it was too smooth. Not only did they enter the top 6 in one go, but they also had the possibility of going further. It was really a big pie that fell from the sky. Every time they drew lots, it was almost a battle between the strong, and their combat strength was basically exhausted. This time the top 6 drew lots again. Naturally, they didn't know Zhu's ability. They only felt that they were too lucky. Perhaps they could win the championship? In this round of the top 6, the main purpose was to determine the top 4. The winners of the 3 groups would directly enter the top 4. The losers would draw lots again. One would have a bye, 2 would fight, and the winner would fight with the one who had a bye. And the final winner would obtain the last seat in the top 4. After that, the top 4 matches would be simple. The winners would fight for the first and second place, and the losers would fight for the third place. In other words, this year's Longhu List competition was nearing its end. That afternoon, Phoenix City No. 2 High School and Yangluo No. 1 High School were fighting. An Luoyang No. 1 High School had Zhuxiao Duo, who had a high opinion of the tall girl from the beginning to the end. Chapter 346. The others were at most at the same level as Li Chenglong and the others. Only this girl was far beyond her peers. The feeling she gave to Zhuxiao Duo could almost be described as sharp. Zhuxiao Duo could be sure that if she didn't count himself, this girl had the amazing combat power to kill Li Chenglong and the others in one breath. However, according to the information he had gathered beforehand, not only was this girl not the captain, she wasn't even the vice-captain. It could be said that she was very low-key. This match was different from the match against Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. Long Yuxing fought the first match until he was exhausted and finally won with difficulty. However, he didn't have the strength to fight the second match, so he had to withdraw. Wan Lixio took over the baton and fought the second match. The opponent was also a girl, and it was an evenly matched battle. The two were beaten until they couldn't even get up. In the end, the match ended in a draw. The two girls left the stage, vomiting blood as they were supported back. In the third match, Li Chenglong fought the opponent until the sky turned dark. Finally, he won with difficulty. It was still his ability to resist, take a beating. His injuries seemed to be lighter than his opponent's. He won by a fluke, really by a fluke. So far there were 2 wins and 1 draw. Zhuxiao Duo simply walked up and prepared to fight the 4th match. He was sure that the tall girl of the opponent would have to fight no matter what. Otherwise, if Yang Luo No. 1 High School lost another match, it would be the end. Zhuxiao's guess was not wrong. The girl's face was cold. She stepped forward with her 2 long legs. Lan Bingrui. These 3 cold words were not polite at all. Zhuoxiao Duo. Zhuoxiao Duo also didn't show any expression. In a sense, Zhuoxiao Duo was also a steely straight man, not inferior to Li Chenglong's steely straight man. You think you're so good just because you're beautiful? As long as I don't owe you money, I won't hold back at all. Besides, don't you think you're too tall? Zhuoxiao Duo was 189 meters tall. This height was already considered tall among men. And this girl was at least 184 meters tall. Just by standing there, she seemed to be taller than Zhuoxiao Duo. Just this height alone was quite unfriendly. Please? Please. Both of them got into their stances at the same time. Zhuoxiao Duo didn't hesitate. He fully used the star steps and dragon's gate leg, but then he laughed bitterly. Because the movements used, starry feet, star plucking stars and dragon's leg. Fuck, they're from the same source. Zhuoxiao Duo was stunned. This girl was also a descendant of the Kunlun sect? But seeing someone of the same origin as him, how could he be so cold? The others were also taken aback for a moment, and then they revealed expressions full of interest. Now that the two successors of the Kunlun Daoist sect had met each other, this battle was definitely going to be interesting. Bang, bang, bang. Zhuoxiao Duo and Lan Bingrui exchanged 3 blows and kicked each other 3 times. Both of them acted as if nothing had happened and retreated. The probing had been completed. Zhuoxiao Duo and Lan Bingrui's SS faces became serious. They knew each other best. Through the exchange just now, Zhuoxiao Duo had already determined that the girl in front of him was an exceptional genius. Moreover, she was a genius who had suppressed her vital essence's agitation 7 or 8 times when a martial arts master was breaking through to the innate realm. In other words, she had the suppression of Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu and the others. Moreover, she was in the intermediate stage of the embryonic breathing realm, which was close to the pinnacle of cultivation. That's pretty awesome. Zhuoxiao Duo felt a faint pain in his calf after the collision. He immediately grimaced. However, he didn't know that although Lan Bingrui's expression was still cold, she was so shocked that she almost cried out in surprise. In Yangluo No. 1 High School, she was a great genius who dominated the entire city. Looking at the past few hundred years, there was no one in Yangluo City who could achieve what she had. In this Dragon and Tiger List tournament, there was no student who could catch her eye, including the team leader of No. 1 High School of Hidden Dragon Shimen Daqing, whose cultivation had reached the high level of the embryonic breathing realm and was half a step to the primordial elixir realm. If they really fought, she could definitely take him down within 50 moves. The rest were even more mediocre and couldn't reach the apex. This was Lan Bingrui's confidence. However, when she really faced Zhuoxiao Duo, through these few exchanges, she could acutely feel that this Zhuoxiao's foundation was actually more profound than hers. No, it should be far more profound than hers. This was because he was only at the innate realm now. He was obviously a realm lower than her, but he could still be on par with her in terms of strength. If this wasn't a huge difference in foundation, what else could it be? In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 30 moves. Both of them didn't use any weapons and only fought with their fists and feet. In close combat there was another muffled bang. Both of their legs kicked each other firmly again, and they retreated at the same time again. However, as Zhuoxiao Duo retreated this time, he threw out 3 small gourds which flew out like lightning. Lan Bingrui was in midair and had to bear the aftermath of the impact from both sides. She definitely couldn't dodge all of them. According to Zhuoxiao Duo's estimation, she could only dodge 2 at most. No matter what, she would be hit by at least 1. However, Zhuoxiao Duo was thinking too much. She didn't dodge at all, so all 3 hidden weapons hit her. However, when the hidden weapons hit Lan Bingrui's body, they were completely useless. Her snow-white clothes didn't even have any reaction, and the small gourds had already shattered. Your clothes are really not bad. Zhuoxiao Duo praised sincerely, but his heart was filled with helplessness. It seemed like hidden weapons really couldn't be used in this round. This wasn't a life-and-death battle. He couldn't possibly blind this girl, right? However, there was obviously something fishy about the clothes, and it was completely useless. Lan Bingrui said faintly, "Don't waste your time. Hidden weapons are useless against me. It's useless to hit my face or hit my hands anywhere. My galaxy clothes have an automatic defensive ability." "You're really rich." Zhuoxiao Duo grinned. The galaxy clothes were said to be woven with a kind of strange metal mixed with the galaxy cloud soul. This kind of clothes was not only impenetrable by weapons, water and fire, but also could store true core force. If there was a sufficiently high-level expert who injected his true inner force into the clothes could theoretically absorb an unlimited amount of true inner force. and all the absorbed true inner force would be converted into defensive power. In this way, no matter what kind of sudden attack, the galaxy clothes could automatically sense the impact of the attack and protect the owner. It was truly a priceless treasure. Ordinary ancient martial arts families might not even have heard of it, let alone own it. It seemed that Lan Bingrui's family background was extraordinarily good. Zhou Xiaoduo has met his match. Ding Xiulan's face was solemn. I'm afraid this match is really going to be difficult. Ma Jiangxi also kept shaking his head. This kid is really unlucky to have met this girl from the Lan family. This girl is not simple. She has been very low-key all the way and almost didn't fight. However, she also has a lot of gadgets on her. Zhou Xiaoduo might not be able to defeat her. The teacher from Hidden Dragon Martial Arts High School said faintly, in the end he's just taking advantage of his family background. If Zhou Xiaoduo had the same family background, he would definitely be more outstanding than this Lan girl. Everyone nodded silently. For ordinary people or geniuses in the ordinary sense, Lan Bingrui could easily crush them without using her family background. However, for geniuses of the same level, the addition of family background was enough to create a huge gap. Hidden weapons are destined to be useless. Palm techniques, leg techniques, and footwork are also known to the opponent. The chances of winning this match are slim. Ding Xiulan was a little worried. Zhou Xiaoduo has made it this far. Even if he loses, it's not considered a loss. Ma Jiangxi said softly. On the spectator stand, the person in the cloak smiled gently and gritted his teeth. Finally, someone can teach this little bastard a lesson. These few days I've been so angry that my stomach hurts. Another person said softly, it's hard to say now. You don't know what kind of enemy Xiaoduo has faced and where his real combat power has gone. The person who spoke was Zhou Xiaoyan. She knew her brother's ability very well. If it wasn't for Zhou Xiaoduo not wanting to expose himself, it would only be a matter of minutes to smash this girl into meat paste. With this level of ability, you dare to be arrogant in front of my dog. Why are you so tall? However, she also knew that Zhou Xiaoduo would definitely not expose himself in this kind of situation. Then if they wanted to win, there was only one way left. Teacher, it seems that you know the background of this girl? Zhou Xiaoyan asked. She's the last disciple of my junior master. Mu Yanyan said softly, according to seniority, you have to call her junior master. Then why is she so useless? With this level of ability? Zhou Xiaoyan was very disdainful. At this moment, Nian Mao's eyes were full of disdain. Mu Yanyan. This sentence was a little heart-wrenching and a little speechless. However, thinking about it, Zhou Xiaoyan was indeed qualified to say this. Looking at the practitioners of the same age, Zhou Xiaoyan could really be said to be invincible in this world. Bang bang bang. In the field, the two of them moved like rabbits and swooped down like hawks. They continuously exchanged more than 200 moves, and the sound of vital chi colliding and exploding was constantly heard. Let's end this. Lan Bingrui floated back and pulled out a long sword with a clang. Like a stream of light, she held it in front of her chest. Zhou Xiaoduo, you're no match for me. Admit defeat. Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked and said, you actually used a weapon. Relying on a weapon to help in the battle, it's an unfair victory. Lan Bingrui said, in a martial arts battle of course I'll use everything. What's wrong with that? Zhou Xiaoduo was not convinced and said, in this case I'll also use a weapon. My sword is also very powerful. Lan Bingrui frowned. So what if you use a weapon? It's not shameful to admit defeat when you're not as strong as others. Zhou Xiaoduo, why are you struggling? I asked you to admit defeat because my sword is too fierce and sharp. I'm afraid that I'll hurt you by accident. After all, we're all Taoists and you're a junior. It's not shameful for you to lose to me. Zhou Xiaoduo said with a smile, then why don't you admit defeat? It's not shameful for you to lose to me. Chapter 347. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed. In fact, what you said is exactly what I wanted to say. I just don't know whether you believe it or not. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and a sword appeared out of thin air with a cracking sound. The sword light was as clear as water and as thin as a cicada's wing. Since you're the one who made the first move, I won't hold back. Since we share the same origin, I'll definitely give you some face. Sword. 2 swords. And they were 2 peerless godly weapons shining here. All the referees, including Lan Bingrui's teacher in charge, were stunned. Everyone had the same thought. These 2 people are really cunning. Lan Bingrui had never used any weapon before. Coincidentally, Zuoxiaoduo was the same. But now, the two people took out their swords one after another, and the swords they took out were both peerless godly weapons. How could people not think about the implication of this? Several referees shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Ding Xiulan's face changed and her mouth twitched. After being speechless for a long time, she murmured, "The old scoundrel met the old scoundrel. Even I was wrong. Zuoxiaoduo's family background is not simple. Must be very powerful." The other teachers shook their heads and smiled bitterly. "You are not the only one. Didn't we all make a mistake? Who would have thought that the so-called Iron Fist young master would take out a hidden weapon as his trump card? After the hidden weapon, he said that his body movement and footwork were his trump cards. And now, he was forced to take out a sword. It was totally speechless. The sword light suddenly flashed and the two people attacked at the same time. Their attacks were totally different from before. It was like two new people were performing sword skills. The audience behind the two of them felt that something was amiss. The audience behind Zuoxiaoduo facing Lan Bingrui only felt that they were facing an extremely cold snow mountain. The snow was falling and it was bone-chilling. Countless mysterious ice shone in the sunlight, shining and dazzling. As for the audience behind Lan Bingrui facing Zuoxiaoduo, they only felt a drizzle blowing against their faces. It was as if they were taking a stroll in the rain, full of warmth, gentleness, and comfort. It was indescribably comfortable. This kind of artistic conception was simply intoxicating. Although the snow and ice of Lan Bingrui were wild and the snow-capped mountains were high, they were melted little by Zuoxiaoduo's misty rain. The process was slow, but it was very real and real. In this round of sword skill competition, Zuoxiaoduo actually had the upper hand, and the signs of him having the upper hand were gradually becoming more and more obvious. This result shocked everyone who was watching the battle. What kind of freak is this child? Ding Xiulan was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Lan Bingrui was a little impatient. She tried 3 different sword techniques, but the sword in front of her was soft and light. Her sword technique was like the fine rain in spring. It was completely useless. It was as if there was no end to it, and it kept suppressing her sword technique. Lan Bingrui let out a long howl. She was finally enraged and shouted, "If that's the case, then come." Suddenly, a white aura surged on her face. Her whole body was covered in white mist. In just a moment, everyone in the arena felt a chill. The temperature actually dropped to below freezing point. In less than 10 breaths of time, a layer of dense white ice had appeared on the stage. This is the mysterious technique. A few high school teachers stood up at the same time and looked at the arena in shock. This little princess of the Lan family had actually cultivated the mysterious technique. Moreover, she had already achieved some success. She had already cultivated it to a higher level. This achievement was really no small matter. Shangjing's Yunduan High Martial Arts School wants this little girl from the Lan family. The teacher from Shangjing's Yunduan High Martial Arts School stared at Lan Bingrui, who had already gained control of the entire arena, with an unconcealed fondness. This kind of genius was really suitable for Yunduan High Martial Arts School. Who do you think you are? You think you are? The teacher from Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School snorted and glared at him with an unfriendly gaze. The teacher from Yunduan High Martial Arts School said indifferently, "Since you have withdrawn from the competition, you are naturally ours. However, we will return the favor with a gift. As long as you agree, we will not fight with you for the remaining geniuses such as Zuoxiaoduo and Zhou Yunqing." Ding Xiulan narrowed her eyes. The teacher from Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School also had a change in expression. Both of them asked at the same time, "A gentleman keeps his word? A man keeps his word." The teacher from Yunduan High Martial Arts School said indifferently, "A man keeps his word. What's there to doubt?" "All right, it's settled then." Both of them agreed at the same time, as if they were afraid that the other party would go back on his word. At this moment, the temperature in the arena dropped even lower. The temperature in the arena had already dropped to below zero. It was just that it had dropped to a few dozen degrees below zero. Lan Bingrui was still continuously activating the mysterious technique. Her long sword fluttered and attacked aggressively, suppressing Zuoxiaoduo. With a sword in one hand and a palm in the other, she flew horizontally and vertically, like a fairy flying in a world of ice and snow, exuding an icy aura. At this moment, even the edges of the arena began to be covered with icicles. Higher up, the heat of the natural weather clashed with it. From time to time, a mist would rise and dissipate. Zuoxiaoduo, who was the focal point of the cold attack, was already covered with frost. Even his eyebrows and hair were dyed white. However, the sword in his hand did not relax at all. He was still counterattacking with every move. He was actually stable from beginning to end and did not give an inch. The outcome has been decided. Zhuo Duo is bound to lose. Ding Xiulan looked at Zhuo Duo tenaciously fighting in the arena with heartache. She shook her head and said disappointedly, "This battle is not the fault of the battle, it is not the fault of the battle." The teacher from Hidden Dragon High School also sighed deeply. This battle of geniuses is lost because of the family background, not because of the individual. If Zhuo Duo had a set of matching martial arts, the battle would not be so one-sided. Zhuo Duo lost this battle unjustly. A clear and long cry sounded in the arena again. Lan Bingrue's slim and tall body flew up into the sky. Her long sword suddenly emitted 9 white icy sword auras. Her right palm pushed and pulled back and then suddenly pushed out. A storm of ice and snow was formed, falling from the sky, and the target was Zhuo Duo. The wind from the palm tore the air, making a sharp whistle. A murderous aura, biting cold, almost formed. Murderous intent. This is the mysterious Yin Ice Soul Palm. Ding Xiulan was shocked. The other referees also stood up abruptly, ready to help at any time. This palm was powerful and tyrannical, and its killing intent had already been established. If Zhuo Duo couldn't withstand it, he would be frozen into a popsicle along with his soul. The mysterious Yin Ice Soul Palm was a tyrannical killing move that wreaked havoc in the world. Too many people knew the terrifying and insidious level of this palm technique. As long as Zhuo Duo showed signs of being unable to withstand it, the judges would help. They definitely wouldn't watch a peerless genius like Zhuo Duo die like this. At this moment, Lan Bingrue, who was in the air, had a trace of regret in her eyes, but then she became determined again. Zhuo's tenacity had greatly exceeded her expectations. If she did not use this trump card, she would not be able to defeat this guy in front of her. She had no choice but to push the battle to this extreme. As long as you withdraw and admit defeat, you can save your life. But if you insist on being brave, you will die. You can only blame yourself for not knowing the situation. I will not hold back this time. So what if I kill you? Right at this critical moment, an unexpected event occurred abruptly, and it caused everyone to be astounded. Because in the area covered by the ice and snow, an explosive and furious roar suddenly appeared, piercing through the clouds and splitting rocks, shocking the heavens. At the same time, a ball of fiery red suddenly rose from the middle of the ice and snow. Zhuo's voice was heard, speaking in an eerie tone. Fiery sun. Zhuo Duo was furious. Killing intent. I have been merciful all this time. You want to kill me? In an instant, the fiery Sun Sutra reached its breaking point in his fury. Under everyone's gaze, a ball of dazzling fiery red suddenly appeared in the ice and snow field, exploding, bursting, exploding. Then, it rose up and turned into a blazing sun that was close at hand. Zhuo Duo held a sharp sword in his hand, and his whole body soared into the sky like a rising sun. The power of the sun melted and burned the ice and snow in the sky in an instant, and his whole body was surrounded by rolling heat waves. The sharp sword in his hand turned into a drizzle, and the drizzle turned into a violent storm, sweeping across the sky and earth and drowning Lan Bingrue's sword light. At the same time, Zhuo's left palm, which was like a furnace soaring into the sky, collided with Lan Bingrue's mysterious Yin Ice Soul Palm without dodging. The fiery Sun Sutra of extreme yang, extreme heat, and extreme heat suddenly erupted, facing the mysterious Yin Ice Soul Palm head-on. Boom! With a blood-curdling scream, Lan Bingrue was sent flying along with her sword. She flew more than 200 meters like a kite with a broken string. Her beautiful hair was completely roasted in the process of flying back. A white shadow soared into the sky like lightning, and caught Lan Bingrue in his hand. His fingers were like phantoms, and he hit all the major acupoints on Lan Bingrue's body one after another. Then he poured several elixirs and 2 bottles of potions into her body. The white shadow didn't land on the ground after saving her, but stopped in the air, holding the unconscious Lan Bingrue. He turned his head to look at Zhuo Duo in the field and said lightly, "The fiery Sun Sutra has reappeared in the world. Not bad, not bad. You are a talent. In the future Ru-Er will come to you again." It was a woman's voice. Then she said lightly, "Lan Bingrue's internal chi has reversed, and her injury is very serious. She can't be cured here. I will take her back now. Sorry for delaying the rest of the competition." Before he finished speaking, his entire body soared into the sky. Following a flash of sword light, He had already sped into the horizon and disappeared without a trace. The whole field was still steaming hot and misty. Zhou Xiaoduo quietly landed on the ground, gasping for breath. His face was flushed, and it was obvious that the operation just now had consumed a lot of energy. But for Zhou Xiaoduo, this consumption was not a problem. What really shocked him was something else. He couldn't help but raise his head and look in the direction where the woman left. At that moment, when the woman had just appeared, Zhou Xiaoduo had clearly felt an unprecedentedly sharp murderous aura enveloping his entire body. That woman just now, she also wanted to kill me? But she didn't because of the environment? Why? Chapter 348. Zhou Xiaoduo was confused. This is just a competition. Even if I severely injured your disciple, it's still a competition. Moreover, the techniques I used all belong to the Kunlun Taoist sect. Is it necessary to kill me? Zhou Xiaoduo did not regret his decision even though he had used an extreme burst of power in his last palm strike. The last palm strike might very well cause Lan Bingrui to fall, but Zhou Xiaoduo didn't care. This was because Lan Bingrui's last attack was an extreme one. She did not hold back at all. If Zhou Xiaoduo only had the strength that he had displayed previously, he would have died without a doubt after receiving that palm. Even the referee might not be able to save Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo thought that he had shown mercy from the beginning. Hidden weapons are useless? Not necessarily. Even if your clothes are extremely mysterious and don't need to be activated, with my attainments in hidden weapons, especially my strange turning skills, I really can't blind your eyes? I only used the drizzle sword to deal with you. Do you think I don't know anything else? I can turn you into a meat patty if I take out my big hammer. Zhou Xiaoduo did not even use the essence of the drizzle sword. Otherwise, Lan Bingrui would not have been able to change her sword technique so easily. In this battle, Zhou Xiaoduo did not even want to reveal his sword, let alone the Flaming Sun Sutra. Now, not only was he forced to reveal his sword by Lan Bingrui, but he also had to reveal the strength of the Flaming Sun Sutra. Although he won, Zhou Xiaoduo was still very unhappy. Sigh, I exposed 2 more trump cards. How am I going to continue? I'm almost out of trump cards. How sad. Within a radius of several thousand meters, water mist rose and filled the air, like a mushroom cloud rising into the sky and gradually disappearing. It was only after a long time that the entire spectator stand regained its vision. Apart from the few people who were closest to it, the others, even if they had excellent eyesight, could only see a flash of red light before their eyes were obscured by the rising water vapor, unable to see anything else. Well, perhaps he could vaguely hear a person say a few words in the air, but he really couldn't hear anything else. After a while he finally saw Zhou Xiaoduo in the ring. The live stream was filled with fog and nothing else could be seen. The only thing that was clearly heard by everyone was the words that the man said before he left. The Flaming Sun Scripture. Flaming Sun Scripture? Cough cough. Someone coughed softly. Zhou Xiaoduo turned around and saw that all 6 referees of the competition were standing behind him. He did not know when they had all gathered together. Other than the 6 of them, there were 7 or 8 other high martial arts teachers who were standing not far away from him. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Everyone was looking at him as if he was a monster. The one who coughed just now was the horse-faced teacher, Ma Jiangxi. Teacher Ma's face was filled with disappointment and dejection. He understood that after this battle, his Huayang High Martial Arts School's dream of recruiting Zhou Xiaoduo into the school had become a wishful thinking. There was no chance of that at all. Ding Xiulan's face was filled with shock. Her eyes were sparkling like a dragon who had discovered a boundless treasure. The other teacher's eyes were also shining brightly. Then, Ding Xiulan and the teacher from Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School turned their heads at the same time. They looked at the teacher from Shangjing High Martial Arts School and said in unison, "Teacher Cui, your words are like the wind. You can't go back on your words. This Zhou Xiaoduo, you've already said that you've given up on him. You can't fight with us anymore." Teacher Chui's face was filled with shock. He was stunned on the spot. Don't fight? What the fuck? If I don't fight with such a legendary genius, I'm afraid I'll be beaten to death by the school's leaders when I get back. However, the words that came out of his mouth were like water that had been spilled. Teacher Chui's face was flushed red. His face and neck were red as he argued, I said that I won't fight with you. I said that I won't fight with you. Even though I'm fucking right. I said that I won't fight with you. Of course, I'm a man of my words. But just now, the principal called and said that we'll fight for him. The principal has spoken. What's the use of my words? Teacher Chui acted shamelessly on the spot. He even threw a tantrum. His mature and dignified appearance from before was completely gone. Ding Xiulan and the teacher from Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School scolded in unison. Shameless. Chui Shangyin, you're a teacher from Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School. How dare you go back on your words? You said that you're a man of your words. Now you're treating your words like farts. Stinks. Teacher Chui's face was red as he said, it's our principal who said that. Our principal said that we'll fight for him. Your principal's face is being used by you for this. Ding Xiulan snorted. Then she took out a phone and pressed on it with her hand. Teacher Chui Shangyin's voice could be heard clearly from the phone. Our high martial arts school wants this Lan Bing Rui. As a condition that Zhuo Duo Zhou Yinqing won't fight with you. Chui Shangyin's face was pale as if he had seen a ghost. You actually recorded it? Ding Xiulan's face was full of disdain. Who in the martial arts world doesn't know what kind of morals you high martial arts school have? If I didn't guard against you guys, wouldn't I have lived for so long in vain? Listen carefully, Chui Shangyin, you better listen carefully. This promise is made by you on behalf of High Martial Arts School. Listen carefully. Yes, our High Martial Arts School. May I ask what these words mean? Even if your principal really came, would he be able to change this fact? Ding Xiulan was in high spirits. In this matter, your High Martial Arts School is out. Yes, your High Martial Arts School is out. The teacher from Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School was in high spirits. Fuck, women are so scheming. This time, I'm lucky that I'm with a woman. Otherwise, this Chui guy would really blame me. Chui Shangyin flew into a rage and directly shed all pretense of cordiality. Was a talent more important than face? There was no need to talk about this. Even if my reputation is ruined, I'll still take this person for myself. This is an all-round talent in martial arts and he's even mastered the Flaming Sun manual. You guys want to force me out with just a few words? You've all gone crazy thinking about it. Shameless. Shameless. You're insane. Ding Xiulan scolded. I'll announce it on the internet right now and spread it all over the world. Chui Shangyin, I'll let you stink for 3 lifetimes. Even if I stink for 10 lifetimes, I'll still take him. Chui Shangyin had nothing to lose and was completely shameless. However, he felt relaxed instead, as if he had broken through some kind of shackle, and said angrily, I'll go back on my words. So what? My words are like farts, what can you do about it? All the teachers including Ding Xiulan were speechless. Fuck. The teacher from Hidden Dragon High School muttered angrily, I've helped you break through your limits. This ability to speak like farts. Zhuo Duo had just opened his eyes when all the teachers around him swarmed over and locked their gazes on him. Just as Chui Shangyin had said, in terms of ability, he was all-round in martial arts, and hidden weapons. He also had the ability to see the big picture, organize, strategize, and set up a situation. He lacked nothing. In terms of personality, he had a righteous heart, respected his teachers, and was not pedantic at all. He was flexible and quick-witted. This kind of student was an all-rounder that one could only dream of. What's more, he had mastered the legendary Flaming Sun manual. It had even elevated him to the level of a peerless monster. Not taking him in? Give up? What a joke. Even if they couldn't beat the big 3, they still had to fight for him. They had to fight for him. Otherwise, when the principal saw the video, he would say, fuck, not being able to beat the big 3 is one reason, but you didn't even fight for such a genius. That's a sin. Who knows, he might be related to our high school. Who knows, he might have thought of coming to our school. You didn't even let out a fart? Even if he wanted to come, he wouldn't have that direction. That would be terrible. Zhuo Duo, you brat. Haha, you're quite sinister, but I like it. Ding Xiulan first laughed loudly, then said affectionately, you child, why are you so scheming? You're really lovable. Not bad at all. The teacher from Hidden Dragon High School laughed. This is the first time I, Zhan Xiaofei, have met such a suitable student like you. He laughed heartily and said to the teachers with a sigh, back then, there was an expert who told my fortune. He said that my name, Zhan Xiaofei, although it didn't seem very impressive, it had the ability to protect students. If one day he met a student whose second character was also Xiao, then this student would spread his wings and soar into the sky. That's why I'm called Zhan Xiaofei. Now it seems that I've found it. He sighed and said, this is all destined. That old immortal, a true god, said it. It was too accurate. Zhan Xiaofei, you fucking bastard. 7 or 8 teachers roared together. How could he make up a story on the spot? He actually said, the second character in his name is Xiao. Could he have made it more obvious? Ah. Zhang Xiaofei is really shameless. Teacher Cui Shangyan laughed loudly and said to Zhou Xiaoduo enthusiastically, "Students Zhou Xiaoduo, I'm the #1 teacher from Yunduan High School in the 3 big schools. My name is..." "You're not a bastard." The other teachers roared together, "Get lost." Cui Shangyan acted as if he didn't hear anything, his expression didn't change. "My name is Cui Shangyan. Compared to Zhou Xiaoduo's future, I don't care about this face of mine. As long as Xiaoduo enters our Yunduan High School, everything is worth it. I can give up anything." The anxiety in Zhou Xiaoduo's heart gradually calmed down. "So they're not here to pursue the matter of me lying. I seem to have said before that the Dragon Gate kick was my trump card. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel relieved. He scratched his head and said carefully, "Teacher, the competition isn't over yet. 4th update, did you feel good today? Could you please vote for me?" Chapter 349. You have 3 wins and 1 draw. You have already won. Why are you still fighting? There's no need to continue. Ding Xiulan smiled kindly. The more she looked at Zhou Xiaoduo, the more she liked him. She said, "Xiaoduo, you don't have a girlfriend yet, right? Are you 17 or 18 this year? Let me tell you, our ancestral Dragon High School is full of beauties. Which school doesn't have a bunch of beauties?" Outside, Mr. Ma Jiangxi looked up at the sky with his long face and said lightly. Ding Xiulan glared at him. When she was about to continue, she heard sarcastic remarks again. The one who spoke was still Ma Jiangxi. He looked up at the sky and said, "With Zhou Xiaoduo's looks, how could he lack beauties? Haha. Ma Jiangxi." Ding Xiulan was furious. "What nonsense are you spouting? Is it your Huayang High School's turn to be presumptuous here?" Ma Jiangxi still looked up at the sky. He was slightly disappointed, but his tone was still light. "Huayang High School is not one of the top 3 schools, but I can guarantee that we can have 3 wives and 4 concubines. From now on, I, old Ma, will become a pimp." Bang. Ding Xiulan couldn't take it anymore. She kicked Ma Jiangxi and flew out. Then she jumped up and hit him again. Who couldn't understand Ma Jiangxi's words? Huayang High School was not a genius like him. Ma Jiangxi was well aware of that. His words were so explicit. He was basically mocking Ding Xiulan for being a pimp. She was old. What? How could Ding Xiulan not be furious? "Did I give you face?" Sarcastic remarks after sarcastic remarks directed at me. "Wasn't it just because I tore your love letter and beat you up back then? Do you have to remember it until now?" That afternoon, on the way back to the hotel, Zhou Xiaoduo and the others were accompanied by many teachers from Huayang High School. After that, they went to meet them during lunchtime. At night, they would meet a few of them who would drop by. As for Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai, they had become the most sought-after people. Zhou Xiaoduo is a child who respects his teacher. He is righteous, honest, and has a beautiful chest. A student like him would definitely respect his teacher. I believe that it would be better if his teacher spoke a few words for him. This was the common thought of all the teachers in the high school. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai received gifts the entire night. If they were to take them out, the room would not be able to hold them all. No matter how much he said he didn't want it, the other party still kept stuffing it into his hands. It was just a token of his sincerity. It wasn't enough to show his respect. He had to accept it. If he didn't accept it, he wouldn't be giving face. Li Chenglong and the others also basked in the limelight. Every martial arts teacher who came over would ask about the little guy's cultivation with great concern, and then casually give them some pointers that he wanted to show that he was kind and amiable, an excellent teacher who was easy to get close to and did not put on airs. What's more, Luo Yanling directly sent the admission letter to Yu Moyan. Furthermore, there were promises and all kinds of promises. The strength of the promise was far greater than expected. Li Zhangming also received the admission letter from Dragon Soul High School, and also a bunch of promises. Originally, these could not be considered important. Li Changming's battle with Shimen Daqing had already become a hot topic. Naturally, many martial arts schools had the idea of recruiting him. However, the Dragon Soul Martial Arts School had an old teacher of virtue and prestige. He himself also cultivated the Great Dream Divine Technique. That year, when this teacher made a move, he made the 30,000 soldiers of the Umno Alliance fall asleep, lying on the ground and waiting to be slaughtered. Could be said that this was a legendary killing machine. Unfortunately, there was a way to break it. After that, the great senior of the UMNO Alliance personally made a move. He hid in the army and pretended to be in a dream. Then, his spiritual power suddenly exploded. With a much stronger spiritual power, he broke the foundation of the Great Dream Divine Technique. That was why this teacher returned to the Dragon Soul sect. Today, when he heard that a successor of the Great Dream Divine Technique had appeared in the Dragon and Tiger ranking tournament, the old man almost ran over that night. Then he gave a death order. If you don't bring this student back, the few of you who went to be the judges don't come back. If this old man loses such a successor, there's no meaning in living anymore. I might as well die and die. When the teachers of Dragon Soul High School received the news, they were almost scared to death. They ran over and almost swore to do Li Zhangming's job. In the end, it was Hu Ruoyun who helped Li Zhangming make the decision. Li Zhangming, go to Dragon Soul High School. This matter was settled. Yes, just this matter. Hu Ruoyun's spatial ring was filled up because of this, following in the footsteps of Zuoxiao Duo. 2 sleeves of gold wind, and the quality was not inferior by much. There were also many famous schools that looked for Long Yuxing, but Long Yuxing only said one sentence. Wherever Xiao Er goes, I will go. Everyone understood this point. After all, a long-distance relationship could easily lead to a tragedy. However, Wan Li Xiao was not so easy to decide. After all, she came from a huge family with a deep background, and she still had to listen to her family's opinion. It was probably because of this layer of relationship that several schools threw over 2 acceptance letters. Wherever you want to go, you can choose from them. As for Li Chenglong, his choice of school was more interesting. It could be simply summed up in one sentence. If possible, I will go wherever Zhua goes. With his swollen qualifications and his profound knowledge, even the 3 famous schools would be happy to accept him. It could be said that almost no high school would reject him. The so-called Iron Straight Man and so on, not only was it not a minus point but it was also a big plus point. However, he expressed his intention to follow Zuoxiao Duo, which caused some twists and turns in his future path. This was because while Zuoxiao Duo became popular, it also became a compromise between the high schools. It was basically impossible for a school to accept both Zuoxiao Duo and Li Chenglong at the same time. Once this was done, it would definitely cause a lot of dissatisfaction from the other schools. For this reason, Hu Ruoyun specially looked for Li Chenglong to have a deep talk. She even told him the original words of the old principle. Everyone should be the main character in their respective roles. Everyone should go and seize their own destiny. Don't gather together. However, Li Chenglong turned a deaf ear to all of this and did not care at all. Teacher Hu, you also know that my strength is not in my martial strength, but more in my own encyclopedic knowledge and photographic memory. And all of this, from a certain point of view, is a support. My best position is definitely not to charge and break through enemy lines but to support. Even though my body will continue to grow stronger, I will never become a candidate for Commander-in-Chief. My position will only fall on the side of the Commander-in-Chief. Strategists, aides and so on. Giving advice and suggestions is where I can display my abilities the most. Following Zhua, I don't have to think about anything. Li Chenglong said, all the strategic decisions and general direction will be made by him, and I will be in charge of the details, deductions, arrangements, planning. All of this. I am not a talented commander, nor am I a talented general, and I will definitely not be the vanguard. I have always been very clear about my position. Therefore, between me and Zhua, there is no need for any underlings and there is also no problem of my destiny being seized. Li Chenglong appeared to be abnormally clear-headed. This is my position in life. This will never change and it will never change. There was one thing that Swollen did not say. It was that Zuoxiaoduo's Flaming Sun Sutra was of great benefit to Li Chenglong. Even if it was just practicing by Zuoxiaoduo's side, Swollen could still improve by leaps and bounds. You want me to quit being Zhua's underling? Even if a god came, it would be impossible. I'm definitely hugging this thigh. Hu Ruoyun also felt a lot of emotions after hearing Li Chenglong's long-winded speech. Since Li Chenglong had already made up his mind, his position was clear, and he had reason and evidence. Hu Ruoyun did not say anything more, but she felt a little strange in her heart. This world-famous brother Steele actually said that he was actually just a support and wanted to be the man besides Zuoxiao Duo. Why did this make people feel strange when they heard it? The top 4 had been smoothly decided. Phoenix City 2nd high, Water City 1st high, Fenghai 3rd high, and Phoenix Tail 1st high. Yang Luo 1st high, who was ranked 2nd on the hot list to win the championship, actually did not lose much of their true strength after the battle with Phoenix City 2nd high. However, their trump card, Lan Bingrue, was gone, and they lost their strongest combat power. This was the main reason why they swept out of the top 4. Although Fenghai 3rd High lost to Water City 1st High, they drew lots to face Yangluo 1st High again and won. In the end, it was still Phoenix Tail against Songshan. After another round, Phoenix Tail 1st High still won. At this point, Phoenix Tail 1st High successfully entered the top 4 and created a historical ranking for their school. The higher-ups and students of Phoenix Tail 1st High knew very well that their school was already at its limit. It was destined to be impossible for them to take another step forward. The defeated Songshan 1st High still needed to fight with Yangluo 1st High to determine the 5th and 6th rankings. However, no one cared about that anymore. The top 4 drew lots. Phoenix City 2nd High against Fenghai 3rd High. Water City 1st High against Phoenix Tail 1st High. Half a morning later, the 2 battles were over. Phoenix City 2nd High and Water City 1st High won one after another. The champion and runner-up would be between the 2 teams. The 3rd place would be between Fenghai 3rd High and Phoenix Tail 1st High. Phoenix Tail 1st High realized that the situation that was beneficial to them did not appear and could not help but be disappointed. It was probably because no one had suffered much damage in the semi-finals. The scene of Phoenix City 2nd High beating up Fenghai 3rd High did not appear, nor did they cripple Fenghai 3rd High. In this way they would be facing a complete Fenghai 3rd High school. The 2 sides were not on the same level at all. How could they not be disappointed? However, Phoenix Tail 1st High was satisfied after picking up all the advantages along the way. There was no need for the students to go up and lose face again and be beaten up. Therefore, after the school's higher-ups discussed it, they made a joint decision: admit defeat and give up on the last round of the competition. Therefore, the 3rd place of this year's Longhu list was released first. Furthermore, it was released 3 days earlier than the champion and runner-up. This matter was also a historical precedent. This made everyone feel disappointed and frustrated. Fortunately, there was still the battle between the champion and runner-up to watch, so it was not too disappointing. Chapter 350. Everyone was looking forward to the Battle of the Champions 3 days later, which was the 5th of September. Yes, that's right, it was the 5th of September. The competition started on the 18th and it had been 15 days since then. This date had been set long ago. The 5th of September would be the finals of the champions and runners-up. The winner would be crowned as the emperor. Only the Central Plains had the right to hold the finals on the 5th of September. No other regions could do it. Not even the martial arts competition in Shangjing could. Since ancient times, there was a saying that established the transcendent status of the Central Plains. Fight for the throne in the Central Plains. Only by winning the battle for the throne in the Central Plains could one become the emperor. In other regions they weren't qualified and didn't count. Only the last competition was left. 3 more days. After getting 3 days of rest, the 6 from Phoenix City gave up on cultivating and went out to play. Nanji City was very big and there were many fun places to play. For them, who had never been to this city before, it was still very attractive. Luo Lai followed them out, but Hu Ruoyun didn't follow them. She stayed behind to summarize what she had seen and learned. Regarding this summary, she wrote it very thoroughly, meticulously. From the champion teams and their students, we can deduce the strengths and weaknesses of their schools, as well as the areas where they are stronger than us. From the current situation of the participating teams, we can analyze the current situation of the schools, and combine it with last year's ranking and this year's ranking. We can make up for our shortcomings by summarizing them. We can work hard for the future. Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing. These kinds of genius students don't appear every year. The most important reason for this is that teacher Qin Fangyang burned his own soul to pass on his knowledge to his students. The excellent results this time were just a coincidence, a result of a moment of luck. We must be vigilant against wishful thinking. We must go around inspecting retired and disabled soldiers. Those who are qualified will be given a letter of appointment to become a lecturer in the school. We must nurture the mighty iron and blood spirit of the students. There was a lot more. Hu Ruoyun racked her brain and wrote down everything she had seen, heard, and analyzed bit by bit. We may not be able to enter the High Martial Arts Academy, but the students of the High Martial Arts Academy are all sent over by schools like ours. We work hard to ensure that the talents we send out are the best. Even if his martial prowess is slightly lacking, his character must be of the highest quality. The old principal's wish is truly insightful. We may not be able to do as well as the old principal, but we can turn our efforts into results bit by bit and gradually build perfection. The plan is as follows. She had been writing since the morning and had been writing all day, stopping to rest when she was tired, or looking out of the window and meditating and then going on. It wasn't until his stomach rumbled that he felt hungry. He looked up and saw that the sky had darkened. Only then did he stop. She immediately felt that there was something wrong beside her. She saw that teacher Ding Xiulan of the ancestral dragon was right beside her. She was looking at Hu Ruoyun with eyes full of admiration and respect. "Mr. Ding, when did you arrive?" Hu Ruoyun was a little shocked. "Why didn't I notice it at all? I've been here for almost a day." Ding Xiulan exclaimed in admiration. "I've been watching you write for a whole day. Teacher Hu's notes. Every word is a gem. You have great foresight and meticulous thoughts. Overflowing with talent is not enough to describe you." "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Ding." Hu Ruoyun was a little embarrassed by the compliment. "It's not a compliment at all." Ding Xiulan's eyes were burning. "Teacher Hu, only someone like you can be called a real teacher. You teach and educate people and you're a role model. You deserve all of our respect." She pondered for a moment and said, "Teacher Hu, I wonder if you're interested in coming to Shangjing's Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts Academy? I believe that with a talent like you, if you go to Ancestral Dragon, you'll definitely be able to play a greater role and educate talents better." Hu Ruoyun laughed. "You're too kind, Mr. Ding. You want me, a person who has been crippled for many years and just started over, to go to Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts Academy to teach? Ah, how am I qualified?" "No, you're qualified. You're more qualified than anyone else." Ding Xiulan said seriously and solemnly, "Teacher Hu, I'm sincerely inviting you. I'm not being hypocritical." "No." Hu Ruoyun shook her head firmly and refused. A gentle smile appeared on her face. "I promised the old principal that I would take good care of Phoenix City's second high school." "What a pity." Ding Xiulan requested, "Teacher Hu, you've already finished writing these. Can you let me make a copy and bring it back?" Hu Ruoyun hesitated for a moment and said, "As long as Teacher Ding doesn't mind, I'm fine with it." Ding Xiulan felt as if she had received a treasure. "Thank you, Teacher Hu. Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal." "How can I accept that?" "Of course." "Okay." Ding Xiulan went to make a copy first. Then the two of them found a quiet and secluded shop. They listened to the gentle music and chatted quietly. Both of them felt very comfortable. "I wonder where Xiao Duo and the others have run off to play now." After eating for a while, Hu Ruoyun could not help but start to worry about her students when night fell. "You don't have to worry about them." Ding Xiulan smiled and said, "Now, those children are the treasures in the eyes of the various high martial arts universities. Dozens of high martial arts teachers have followed and protected them the moment they went out today. How could anything happen to them?" Hu Ruoyun pursed her lips and smiled. "That's why I didn't go out. Just now, I couldn't help but nag a little when I saw that it was already late." Ding Xiulan smiled and said, "Teacher Hu, I have a favor to ask of you." Hu Ruoyun smiled faintly. "You want to know more about Xiao Duo?" Ding Xiulan nodded repeatedly. "There's nothing wrong with that." Hu Ruoyun sighed softly. "Xiao Duo, this child has a hard life." "What do you mean by that?" Ding Xiulan was immediately interested. Ding Xiulan was a high martial arts teacher. Regardless of cultivation, strength, identity, or background, she was extraordinary. Her sharp eyes were unique. Based on her understanding of Xiao Duo and her judgment and inference, even if Xiaoduo's background was not as good as Lan Bingrui's, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Just based on his mastery of the three martial arts of the Kunlun Taoist sect, his mastery of rare divine weapons, and his success in cultivating the Flaming Sun divine skill, it was reasonable to say that Xiao Duo was a seed disciple carefully cultivated by an ancient martial arts family. If I told you that all of his achievements were achieved in a short period of time, and that he was just a martial disciple half a year ago, how would you feel? Hu Ruoyun smiled bitterly and said sadly, "This child, these years have been really hard." How is this possible?" Ding Xiulan exclaimed and stood up. She couldn't help but raise her voice a little, which attracted the attention of the guests at the surrounding tables. Ding Xiulan hurriedly sat back down and quietly waited for Hu Ruoyun to continue. "This is true, it's not a lie." Hu Ruoyun said sadly, "Why do you think Xiao Duo seems to be afraid of me? It's not fear, it's respect. I watched him walk over every day. At that time, my cultivation was destroyed, so I could only teach the martial disciple class. and Zhou Xiaoduo in my class stayed back for 5 years. Ding Xiulan was stunned by these words. Now, Zhou Xiaoduo, who appeared out of nowhere and dominated the competition, actually stayed back for 5 years in the martial disciple class? I don't know what happened to his astral souls, but it was suppressed. And he couldn't break through. In the 5 years he stayed back, he put in a lot more effort than ordinary people. In Hu Ruoyun's words, Zhou Xiaoduo was like a painting that slowly unfolded in front of Ding Xiulan. He was strong, tenacious, endured humiliation, was indomitable, righteous, looked at the big picture, respected his teachers, loved to protect the weak, worked hard to the extreme, shouldered all the pressure by himself, and smiled as if he didn't care about it. In a private room separated from the two of them, the Hidden Dragon High School teacher Zhan Xiaofei pricked up his ears, carefully listening to the conversation. His face was full of lingering fear. When he said, half a year ago he was still a martial disciple, he couldn't help but hit the table. Fortunately, Ding Xiulan's side made more noise and covered it. But he still had lingering fear. Sure enough, it's easier for women to get close to each other. Luckily, I found out in time and followed her out. Today I took the right step. I didn't expect Zhou Xiaoduo to have such a hard time. He's a good seedling, a good child. With this experience, his state of mind will be much higher than his peers. No one can compare to him. Zhan Xiaofei was deep in thought, but he was even more careful and didn't make any sound. Ding Xiulan came to find Hu Ruoyun to understand the situation. It could be said that she found the right person, but it could also be said that she found the wrong person. The so-called right person meant that in this world, there was no one who could understand Zhou Xiaoduo better than Hu Ruoyun. Even Zhou Changlu, Wu Yuding, and Zhou Xiaoyan didn't know as much as Hu Ruoyun in this aspect. From Hu Ruoyun, one could understand an extremely comprehensive and complete Zhou Xiaoduo. But to say that she found the wrong person, it was because what she understood from Hu Ruoyun was a Zhou Xiaoduo who had no flaws at all. He was almost like a saint. For someone like Zhou Xiaoduo from Hu Ruoyun to understand him, it was completely different. The Zhou Xiaoduo in Hu Ruoyun's mouth and the real Zhou Xiaoduo were totally different. But all of Hu Ruoyun's words were from the bottom of her heart. Because in her eyes, Zhou Xiaoduo was such a perfect child. She couldn't find any flaws in him at all. This was the truth in Hu Ruoyun's eyes. The only one in the world, the best in the world without any flaws, was Zhou Xiaoduo. He was just a little mischievous, but was that a flaw? That was a merit. Chapter 351. On the day Xiaoduo broke through to martial warrior, I cried when I got home. It's really not easy for this child. Hu Ruoyun blushed and said embarrassedly, you know, in my last year in class Xiaoduo was already 1.8 meters tall. The other children were only 1.2 meters. That awkwardness sigh. As a woman, Ding Xiulan was naturally a very emotional person. Hearing this, her eyes also reddened. She could empathize with her. It's really not easy, this child. Just half a year ago, I sent Xiaoduo to the martial warrior class. Xiaoduo was already at the door, but he rushed back and hugged me. He said in my ear, Teacher Hu, thank you. Hu Ruoyun's eyes were filled with tears. She choked and said, I think I'll never forget that scene for the rest of my life. I don't know if it's because of his accumulation or something else, but ever since Xiaoduo broke through to martial warrior, he suddenly began to improve by leaps and bounds. In just a week he broke through from martial warrior to martial master. Then he quickly advanced to the peak of martial master. Ding Xiulan opened her mouth, but she didn't ask. She wanted to ask if this was too fast, and if it was hard to strengthen his foundation, it wouldn't be good for long-term planning. However, after thinking about it, she still chose to listen. Just as he was about to lose control of his breakthrough and break through to Xiantian, his homeroom teacher, Teacher Qin Fangyang, forcefully interrupted his breakthrough. Hu Ruoyun said, Good. Well done. Ding Xiulan couldn't help but applaud. This Teacher Qin did a good job. Then Hu Ruoyun hesitated. Ding Xiulan's heart was itching. She couldn't help but ask, then how many times did Zhou Xiaoduo suppress his inner yuan to break through in the martial master realm? On the other side, Zhan Xiaofei instantly raised his cultivation to the extreme. His ears almost grew out of their sockets as he concentrated. This question was too critical, too urgent. Hu Ruoyun hesitated even more and didn't answer for a long time. This kind of huge problem of the student's foundation was not something that could be casually discussed. However, the other party was a teacher from one of the top 3 martial arts universities. It was related to Zhou Xiaoduo's future, and it was also related to whether or not he was valued in school, and to what extent. After a long time, Hu Ruoyun lowered her voice and said, "As far as I know. At least 14 or 15 times. Pooh." Ding Xiulan spat out a mouthful of coffee. She was so shocked that her eyes widened. 10. 14 or 15 times. Teacher Hu, this 9 is the limit. Sorry. She had originally planned to suppress it 5 or 6 times in such a short period of time, and that was already her limit. They were all prepared to praise him. What a genius. In the end, it turned out to be 14 or 15 times, and that was the least. Not only did he fail to say the words he had prepared, but he also spat out coffee all over Hu Ruoyun's body. She hurriedly apologized and took out a napkin in a flurry. On the other side, Zhang Xiaofei was doing the same thing. He covered his mouth and tried his best to endure the coughing. He endured it so much that he rolled his eyes and didn't dare to make a sound. Scared me to death. Since ancient times, who could suppress the true essence agitation more than 10 times? This Xiaoduo, however, did it directly to 14 or 15 times. What the fuck? This could no longer be described as a monstrous genius. It could only be described with the word, fuck. This matter is true. Hu Ruoyun calmly wiped the coffee on her body and said, "This point Qin Fangyang and Li Changjiang all know." Based on the time when he was about to break through, didn't he have to suppress it once or twice a day? Ding Xiulan still felt that it was inconceivable, so she asked. Yes. Hu Ruoyun nodded. No wonder he could carry a weight of more than 10,000 pounds and jump around as if nothing was wrong. Ding Xiulan muttered, "This is really too shocking." Hu Ruoyun smiled faintly and said, "This child has always been low-key. When he was in school, he always carried a weight of 70,000 pounds and entered the 50x gravity room to cultivate." Ding Xiulan, who originally felt numb from the shock and wanted to drink coffee to calm down, spat out another mouthful of coffee. Then she coughed again, choking her eyes until they were straight. Finally, Hu Ruoyun learned her lesson and did not spit out the second mouthful of coffee. Ding Xiulan, who was still coughing, suddenly frowned. Then she floated up and shouted, "Who?" It was Zhang Xiaofei, who was on the other side, who was shocked for the second time, choking and coughing. Ding Xiulan immediately noticed it and he reacted quickly. He immediately felt that something was wrong, but when he was about to leave, Ding Xiulan had already pounced on him. A ray of sword light appeared and its power was approaching. Zhang Xiaofei hurriedly stood up and waved his hands. Don't fight, we're on the same side." On the same side. Seeing that it was him, Ding Xiulan did not know that she was being followed. She was embarrassed and angry at the same time and even a little hysterical. This bastard, he saw all of this mother's loss of self-control and even eavesdropped on my exclusive information. Suddenly, a violent emotion rushed to her head. Who is on the same side as you? Go and die. Despicable and shameless old bastard. The power of the sword light did not decrease but increased instead. It rushed down violently, revealing a dense killing intent. Zhang Xiaofei saw the situation and knew that it was not good. He shouted and used all his strength to stomp a big hole in the floor. His body fell down and he laughed loudly. "I won't fight with you, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. I'll have to trouble teacher Ding to compensate." The last sentence came from thousands of meters away. He actually left in defeat. Anyway, he knew what he should and shouldn't know. This was enough. If he didn't leave, was he waiting for the tigress to flip out? Bastard. Looking at the dusty hole, the whole shop was in a mess, and there were all kinds of loud exclamations. Ding Xiulan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. In the end, she could only walk back resentfully and say angrily, "It's Zhang Xiaofei from the Hidden Dragon High School. This bastard, he's too rude. He secretly hid here to listen to our private conversation. Sigh, I'm so angry." Hu Ruoyun's eyes lit up. "Is it Teacher Zhang from the Hidden Dragon High School? That's really great." This sentence was really what she thought in her heart, and she couldn't help but blurt it out. In Ding Xiulan's ears there was no need to mention how it felt. She was too embarrassed to flare up, so she could only sulk. She was so angry that her breasts grew a cup size. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others went out to play. Many high school teachers secretly followed them, afraid that something would happen to these precious children. Then many people guessed where these guys would go to play. But they didn't know that the 6 of them had already discussed at the hotel entrance. Wanli Xiu said, "Why don't we go buy clothes? It's my treat. No matter what you want to buy, I'll pay for it." The other 5 shook their heads neatly like 5 puppies shaking their heads together. "Not going. No one was willing to take advantage of such a ready-made bargain. Even Zhuo Duo, who valued money more than life, was no exception. They knew that if there were only 5 boys shopping together, it would only take a snap of the fingers to spend money. But if there was another girl, it would be hard to say if there was enough time in the day. Not only would it consume money, but it would also consume their feet, shoes, and spirit. Li Chenglong suggested, "Let's go bungee jumping. I heard that Nanji City's bungee jumping facilities are very famous. Everyone who comes here for the first time will try it." The 5 of them shook their heads together. "Do you still think you're an ordinary person? Everyone can jump more than 100 meters with a casual jump. What bungee jumping?" Zhuo Duo said, "I bungee jump hundreds of times a day. I'm already tired of it." Yu Moyan suggested, "Why don't we go play with guns?" The 5 of them shook their heads. They were all experts in cultivation, so they weren't interested in this kind of thing. In the end, it was Zhuo Duo who suggested, "Let's go to the amusement park." Amusement park? Everyone shook their heads in secret. This was even more unreliable. Only children would play there, right? How old are you? Why do you still want to go to the amusement park? Unexpectedly, when the other 5 heard this suggestion, they were unusually happy. They unanimously agreed and led the way in high spirits. The martial arts teachers looked at this scene with blank eyes. They felt that their worldview had been shattered, and they couldn't understand it. However, they could only secretly follow the few of them to the amusement park. They saw a few tall and burly fellows riding the merry-go-round. They swayed up and down on the merry-go-round, laughing uncontrollably and making all kinds of strange sounds on purpose, causing people to cry out in surprise. After playing for a long time, they reluctantly went to line up for the pirate ship. Then they went to ride the roller coaster. They made a big fuss all the way to the finish line. After that, 6 of them lined up holding small bamboo poles and went to the man-made pond to fish. They fished for half an hour without moving, but they still didn't catch a single fish. All the rides in the amusement park were happily played by these fellows, but they still didn't have enough. Li Chenglong, who had the most fun, suggested, "Why don't we come back tomorrow and play for another day?" He immediately received unanimous agreement. Many of the martial arts teachers fell silent. After a long time they sighed. They almost didn't have a childhood, right? One of the teachers was silent for a long time and suddenly said, "That's probably it." After sighing together, they all felt an inexplicable sadness in their hearts. Perhaps ordinary people and children who didn't have the aptitude for cultivation would be tired of these rides and wouldn't want to play anymore. However, Zhuo Duo and the others had never played them before. This was the trajectory of a martial artist's life. It was the same from childhood to adulthood. Then the 6 of them started a rock-paper-scissors game. Whoever lost would have to treat them to a meal. In the end, Zhuo Duo lost, and this fellow began to act shamelessly. He was captured by the 5 of them and escorted to a restaurant while laughing and chatting happily. They are really close. They didn't come together because of this tournament. One of the teachers was envious. Yeah, how could Zhuo Duo lack this little money? Acting shamelessly is just a joke, another teacher said. That's right. Zhuo Duo doesn't look like a stingy person. The 6 of them ate until their bellies were round. After they came out of the restaurant, they sat quietly at the Spirit Spring Square and enjoyed the night view. They looked at the old men, old women, middle-aged people who were dancing in the square, and children who were giggling as they ran around in the crowd. They looked at the colorful neon lights around them. They looked at it quietly. Chapter 352. It was 10 o'clock at night when they went back to the hotel to sleep. Early the next morning, the 6 of them went to the amusement park again and played the whole day. When they were on the roller coaster again, they heard Zhuo Duo scolding, "I was wondering why we were so slow today. Yu Moyan, put away your weights." Yu Moyan looked like he had committed a crime and quickly moved. They even brought weights when they came out to play. A teacher sighed, "How could it be a coincidence to have such achievements?" In the shadows, a graceful figure looked enviously at Zhuo Duo and the others who were playing around. She said faintly, "Master, I've never played this before." On the other side, the other shadow sighed and didn't say anything for a long time. For 3 consecutive days, Zhuo Duo and the other 5 spent their days in the amusement park, yelling and shouting as they played. Every day they played until the amusement park closed. On the last day, the 6 of them still walked out of the amusement park reluctantly. Looking at the closed gate, the 6 of them stood in front of it silently for a long time. After a long time they finally turned and left. Along the way the 6 of them were silent. No one said a word. A few of them even looked back as they walked, looking at the amusement park that was getting further and further away. The 6 of them knew clearly in their hearts that in this lifetime, they would probably never be able to enjoy themselves as much as they had in the past 3 days. This kind of place didn't belong to them. It was already a privilege to have these 3 days. In the future they probably wouldn't have another chance to come here. Even if they did, it wouldn't be as neat as today. When the Longhu ranking tournament ended, they would all go to the higher martial arts college to study. It was a foregone conclusion that they would be separated from each other. Each of them had their own life, their own opportunities, their own pursuits, their own battles, and their own lives. In fact, it was extremely difficult for the 6 of them to gather together in an orderly manner. The 6 of them walked on the road in silence. The streetlights stretched their shadows. Under the high light, sometimes the shadows of the 6 bodies merged together, and sometimes they were separated, each drawing a long and narrow shadow. Wuxia Duo laughed and said, "Is there a need to be so silent and sad? Let me teach you a song to make you feel more sad." The others forced themselves to be spirited and smiled. "All right, please begin your performance," Wuxia Duo said softly as he walked in silence. "All these years I've been alone. The wind has passed, the rain has gone. Friends walk together for a lifetime, those days will no longer exist. A sentence, a lifetime of love, a cup of wine. Friends have never been lonely, you will understand when I call you a friend. There are also wounds, there is also pain, there is also you, there is also me." Wuxia Duo sang softly over and over again. Slowly Wan Lixio joined in, then Long Yuxing, Li Chenglong, and finally Yu Moyan. Wuxia Duo had forgotten how many times he had sung the song. Anyway, everyone had learned it and could sing it completely. Everyone's eyes were red as they sang in a low voice. Especially the lines, "Friends walk together for a lifetime, those days will no longer exist." They all sang with tears streaming down their faces. Wan Lixio's eyes were red as she said, "Swa, you must send me the complete score of this song. In addition you have to play it for me once, just for me alone." No problem, no problem." Wuxia Duo laughed. Suddenly he opened his hands and strode forward, shouting at the top of his voice as he sang, "A sentence, a lifetime of love, a cup of wine." The sadness of the 5 people behind him was suddenly driven away by his strange appearance. They laughed and chased after him, joining in the chorus of singing loudly. There was a series of strange cries. At this time, a window on the tall building next to them suddenly opened, and a man's voice was full of impatience. He scolded, "A group of little bastards, why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night? Go home and sleep. Believe it or not, I will beat you up." Wuxia Duo screamed, "Are you going to be beaten up? Run." Before his voice died away he was already the first to run. "Run." The 5 people followed Wuxia Duo and ran back to the hotel. They all laughed until tears came out of their eyes. Several high school teachers stopped in the air above the hotel. "Do you think we should set up some roller coasters or something in the school? Why do I suddenly feel so pitiful when I look at this group of children? They don't have anything that ordinary children can have," murmured a teacher. Another person laughed and said, "When you see them live for tens of thousands of years, you won't feel so pitiful anymore. You're just arguing. How dare you say that each of them has tens of thousands of years to live? At present they are still pitiful after all. No matter how talented they are and how good their cultivation is, they are still children after all, and they are already facing death." The previous teacher sighed and said, "I just heard that there was an ordinary child upstairs who was still playing games all night. His body is so weak that I can't even read it. Yeah, it's better to read a novel." Another teacher said, "There's a person called Wind Conquers the World, who wrote it quite well. He's recognized as the world's best." Recognized as the world's best? Is that for real? I'll go take a look when I have time and join a few Golden Alliance or something. I'm not short of money. I've been watching them play for the past 3 days. Other than feeling sorry for them, I also feel that it's quite enjoyable. It's as if I've played with them once. One of the teachers was reminiscing. He touched his chin and said, "When I have time, I'll go sit on that wooden horse too. It seems that it's quite interesting." After receiving a large wave of rolling eyes, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. The next morning, the first division's venue had been renovated and the arena was erected high. Red decorations hung on all sides. The battle between the champion and the runner-up was about to begin. The battle between the champion and the runner-up was a best-of-7 system. 6 people would fight for 7 rounds. The first 4 rounds could not have the same person. In other words, one person was not allowed to defeat the entire field. One powerhouse was not allowed to carry a team and even win the championship. At the same time, the candidates for the first 4 rounds had to be planned and submitted before the first person appeared. The order could not be changed. No one was allowed to change the person. Violators would be disqualified. In the last 3 rounds they could send their own people. However, even in the last 3 rounds, one person could only fight at most 2 rounds. All the high martial arts teachers surrounded the entire arena. They wanted to get a closer look at the real battle between the geniuses. Whether it was Water City No. 1 High School or Phoenix City No. 2 High School, they were the best of the best. It could be said that even the weakest person in these 2 teams, with the aptitude of astral souls, would be able to enter the list of seeded contestants of the 3 high martial arts schools. Relatively speaking, Phoenix City No. 2 High School was more popular. The captain Wuxia duo was known as Brother Crotch Kick. The vice-captain Li Chenglong was popular. The dream technique Li Changming became famous in one battle. Yu Moyan was silent and sharp. Long Yuxing was outstanding and a hero among women. The most important point was that Water City No. 1 High School had once fought Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School and lost on the spot. However, Phoenix City No. 2 High School defeated Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School in its strongest state. This gave people a feeling that Water City No. 1 High School was most likely not the opponent of Phoenix City No. 2 High School. Even the members of Water City No. 1 High School had this thought. The curtain opened. The 2 teams entered the arena. For a time the audience cheered loudly, one after another, endlessly. Countless long guns, short guns and flashing lights made Wuxiao duo blind. In an instant he had a subtle feeling that he had become a big star. He almost wanted to shake his butt on the stage and sing a song. On the opposite side, the 6 people from Water City No. 1 High School were all dressed in snow-white clothes. A sharp aura came from them. The 12 people stood facing each other from a distance. Wuxiao duo and Zhou Yunqing, the captain of Water City No. 1 High School, took a step forward together. The others did not move. I am the captain's Wuxiao duo. This is our vice-captain, Li Chenglong. This is Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiu, Li Changming and Yu Moyan. Wuxiao duo introduced them one by one with perfect articulation. There was a loud shout in the stands, "Brother Iron and Steel is mighty." Wuxiao duo frowned, glanced at Li Chenglong fiercely and said angrily, "Swollen, go back and wait for me." Li Chenglong felt wronged. "What did I do to you? You stole my limelight." Wuxiao duo said bitterly, "I am the captain but you didn't call my name or Iron Fist young master. Who will take the blame if not you?" Li Chenglong. On the opposite side, Zhou Yunqing showed a smile on his face. "Captain Zhua, you don't have to deliberately remind us like this. We won't remember your name, Iron Fist young master." Zhou Yunqing couldn't help but laugh in his heart. At this time, you still want to use Iron Fist young master to fool people. Do you want us to think that you are really unparalleled? Don't worry, we will never be fooled. No matter who picks you, they won't fight with you. They will just admit defeat. I am the captain of Water City's first squadron, Zhou Yunqing. This is our vice-captain, Yan Kuanglei. This is Fang Juexiao, this is Ling Feixue, this is Yu Yan'er, and the last one is Pai Yibao. Zhou Yunqing introduced the last person and obviously paused. Just as Wuxiao duo and the others were puzzled, they finally heard the last person's name. All 6 of them widened their eyes at the same time. Pai Yibao. This name. Really. Sounds good. Wuxiao duo burst out laughing. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he really couldn't help it. Listening to the first 5 names, they sounded good, poetic, and imposing. However, when he heard the last name, he really didn't know what to do and suddenly lost his composure. "Captain Zhou, you almost sprained my waist with your sudden coquettishness." Wuxiao duo shook his head and sighed. Then he said to Pai Yibao, "Brother Pai, I am really not laughing at you. We are heroes and we never use our names to make fun of you." Pai Yibao's wrinkled face trembled, and his 4 wrinkles bloomed into a chrysanthemum-like smile. He said, it's okay. I'm used to it since I was young." Cough cough. This smile almost made Wuxiao duo lose his soul. It didn't look like a chrysanthemum at all, but it really did look like one. Cough cough, the monthly ticket. The recommendation ticket. Chapter 353. The introductions were over. The 2 captains returned to their respective teams. The 12 of them saluted to each other at the same time. In Shuiqing number 1 middle school, everyone was dressed in white. They were taller than snow and their figures were tall and straight. Well, except for the last person, the first 5 people were handsome men and beautiful women, forming a beautiful scenery. The moment they bowed at the same time, there was an inexplicable cold and sharp chi, like a snow mountain suddenly lowering its head. Their momentum was amazing. As for Phoenix City number 2 high school, when they bowed, the big words Phoenix City number 2 high school were revealed behind the 6 people. It was especially eye-catching. It was so tacky. This strong contrast made the teachers of the high school who were watching the battle behind Zhuoxiaoduo's team almost laugh out loud. Have you drafted the list of participants? Ding Xiulan asked. The referees of this competition were almost all familiar people. They were from the 3 high schools and 6 teachers. Yes, they were right. The 6 referees were all from the 3 high schools. The other schools didn't even get a spot. Ma Zhangxi, who was standing at the side, grimaced from time to time. His face was full of indignation. Ordinary high school students didn't have human rights. Ma Zhangxi wanted to shout. But he didn't dare to. He was afraid that he would be beaten. Ma Laosen knew better than to fight when the odds were against me. It's done, it's done. It's done a long time ago. Zhuoxiaoduo happily walked over and handed over his team's name list. He said sweetly, Teachers, why do you all look so familiar? Don't tell me you've been working overtime for the past few days? Take care of your body. It's really too tiring. Ding Xiulan said with a loving face, It's rare for you to be so considerate. Look, I've prepared food. As she spoke, she took out a bag of melon seeds and asked, Do you want to eat? Zhuoxiaoduo laughed dryly. I don't dare to eat. When you're done, I'll treat you, Ding Xiulan said. Zhan Xiaofei coughed. Teacher Ding, mind your image. Immediately after, he said in an amiable tone, Zhuoxiaoduo, you can do it. Zhuoxiaoduo nodded repeatedly with a simple and honest look on his face. He smiled and said, Teacher Zhan, you look much better today than you did a few days ago. Zhan Xiaofei was overjoyed and said, Really? You even know how to read people's complexion? Zhuoxiaoduo said, I know a little. Actually, I'm best at reading faces. With your physiognomy, you're destined to be famous in the future. You have a good physiognomy. Zhan Xiaofei's eyes narrowed, and his heart was bursting with joy. Is that so? Aha, if it's possible, let me take a good look. My name shakes the world, is it because I took in a good student? On the other side, Cui Xiangyin's face was full of dissatisfaction. Teacher Zhan, is this the time to chat? Pay attention to your manners. Zhuoxiaoduo said obediently, Hello, Teacher Cui. Thank you for your hard work. Cui Xiangyin smiled like a flower. Xiaoduo, did you sleep well last night? I heard that he went to the amusement park for the past few days. When you come to Shangjing, I'll take you to the amusement park there. It's much bigger than here. You'll definitely be able to enjoy yourself. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes lit up. Really? Of course it's true. Cui Xiangyin introduced excitedly. Let me tell you the amusement park in Shangjing inside. Just as he was about to give an example to encourage Zhuoxiaoduo's interest, he remembered that he had never been to an amusement park before. He was completely ignorant about the facilities there, so it was hard for him to say anything. He forcefully changed the topic and said, It's really fun inside. In the bar there are many beautiful ladies. Their clothes. On the side, Ding Xiulan and Zhan Xiaofei roared at the same time. Cui Xiangyin, you shameless person. Are you trying to teach your child bad things? Cough cough. Cui Xiangyin didn't care at all and just smiled. My words were like farts, so why should I care? So what if I don't want Bai Lian? He continued to smile and said, Little duo, as long as you really come, I will take you wherever you want to go. Whatever you want to play, I will take you to play. Zhan Xiaofei looked up and sighed. He's really like a girl. The first time he's so shy and unwilling, but after the first time he doesn't care anymore. This Cui Xiangyin. Ding Xiulan raised her eyebrows and said angrily, Zhan Xiaofei, what do you mean? Cui Xiangyin's shamelessness is his own business. What does it have to do with a girl? If you don't know how to speak, then shut your stinky mouth. Zhuoxiaoduo looked at them. I'm just here to flatter them. I don't mean anything else. Why did they start fighting? The smell of gunpowder was getting stronger. Teacher, I'll go back and prepare for the competition. He slipped away, wiping his sweat on the way. That place was really too dangerous. Yes, good luck. The 5 judges said together. Zhuoxiaoduo handed in the name list. It took a full 10 minutes. After a few rounds of greetings, Zhou Yunqing stood at the side and waited. He was not anxious at all. His expression did not change at all. Zhuxiaoduo could not help but praise him in his heart. Don't underestimate the greetings before the competition. Politeness, etiquette, respect, chatting. As long as the teacher responded, no matter if it was one sentence or two, the other team students would be ignored. And out of respect for the teacher who was speaking, the other teachers would not interrupt at this time. The other team could only awkwardly stand at the side and wait under the watchful eyes of everyone. Don't underestimate this short period of time. It was a huge blow to a person's psyche. Countless people were watching. This was a live broadcast. I'm just going to stand here like an idiot? How embarrassing. First he felt disgusted. Why are you so troublesome, Zhuxiaoduo? Are you deliberately trying to intimidate me? Aren't you just trying to create an opportunity to ignore me by talking over there? Then he became more and more angry. His mouth is so sweet. What should I do? Should I greet him? Would it have the opposite effect of making a fool of himself? But if I don't greet him, will the teacher think of me? If I don't greet him, I'll be nervous. Will the teacher be dissatisfied with me? If I greet him, I'll be even more annoyed. Why should I imitate him? And the teacher's reaction after greeting him would trigger countless thoughts. If he was enthusiastic, it would be fine. If he was indifferent or ignored him, he would start to think again. And so on. I won't go into detail. And all of this should not have happened. Everyone went up together, handed in the name list, and came back immediately. There was no need to think about anything. But because of Zhuxiaoduo's words, it triggered all of this. It was a pressure even for adults, let alone a group of half-grown children. In the previous few matches, Zhuxiaoduo's opponents were almost all affected. And this move was an open and above-board trick. I can lower my face, can you? Even if you can, I'll be the first to take advantage of you. Even if you beat me to it, I can still say it better than you. When did Master Zhu care about his face? As long as he could defeat his opponent, he would spare no effort. But the captain of Shui City First High School was not affected at all. He just stood there and waited calmly. There was no fluctuation in his heart at all. This was the first time that Zhuxiaoduo's trick had failed. Teacher, this is our name list. Please take a look. Zhou Yunqing strode forward with his head held high and handed over the name list with both hands. Okay. Ding Xiulan took it. Yunqing, you can do it. Thank you, teacher. Zhou Yunqing bowed and walked back. Zhuxiaoduo stood in front of his team and looked at Zhou Yunqing. He silently commented in his heart, I'm an old silver. He's as steady as an old dog. Damn it, I've met my opponent today. I won't fall in the final, right? After handing over the name list, both sides saluted each other and gave each other the greatest respect. Then they returned to their seats and sat down, waiting for the battle to begin. Ding Xiulan stood up solemnly and said in a serious voice, the name list of the two teams is already in my hands. And this name list is not allowed to be changed. Ding Xiulan smiled. Now, it's up to the captains and vice-captains of the two teams to arrange their troops. Next, I announce that the first player from Phoenix City First High School is Vice-Captain Li Chenglong. Shui City First High School's candidate is Vice-Captain Yan Kuanglei. Ding Xiulan glanced at the name list for the second time. Her eyes flashed with surprise. She smiled and said, the lineups of the two teams are almost the same. For the first battle, they didn't send out their strongest captains. Instead, they sent out their second strongest vice-captains. It seems that they both want their vice-captains to take the first round and win. Unfortunately, their thoughts are the same and their vice-captains met with each other. Next, let's see who will win and who will be the stronger one. The candidates for the first round indeed caused an uproar. Zhuxiaoduo and Zhou Yunqing also looked at each other thoughtfully. The two vice-captains stood out at the same time. However, Yan Kuanglei's momentum was like a glass of water compared to Li Chenglong's. The entire stands and the audience were a sea of people. Red flags fluttered, and they roared and cheered in unison. They were all Li Chenglong's fans. Brother Iron. Come on. Brother Iron. Victory. On the internet, the people who were watching the live broadcast spontaneously established a Iron God sect. This sect had only been established for a few days, but the number of people who joined had already exceeded the 10 million mark. It became a mudslide on the internet. Brother Iron, come on. Sect leader. Domineering. Sect leader is mighty, unifying the Jianghu. What beauty. Make her cry with one punch. Iron God sect, I'm lonely. Bachelor's kennel, 7 seas and 5 lakes. Ow 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 ow, woof 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 woof. Sect leader. Why did you hit a man this time? Change to another one. Sect leader hit the little sister in the next battle. In the arena, shouts and whistles pierced through the clouds and fog. On the internet, words and phrases formed a tsunami. Iron God Sect, Brother Iron Li Chenglong, was the well-deserved sect leader that everyone had high hopes for. When the sect leader came out to fight, a group of followers cheered at the top of their lungs. This group of people were all single dogs. Every day they were bootlickers but couldn't lick anything. They were the kind that got sick of eating dog food. Finally they saw a Brother Iron who could grab a beauty and run wild. They immediately had a backbone. One by one they waved their flags and shouted, shaking their heads and wagging their tails. At this moment the Iron God Sect's momentum was earth-shattering. Chapter 354. At this moment, Li Chenglong felt like he was missing a pair of sunglasses. Even his footsteps seemed to be in slow motion, intentionally or unintentionally. He walked out in a majestic and handsome slow-motion manner, step by step. It was really as if he was the god of gamblers entering the scene. However, his opponent did not intend to give him the chance to continue acting cool. He roared and rushed forward. The next moment, Li Chenglong smiled treacherously. His body suddenly sped up and with a spin, 3 Li Chenglong appeared. One swung his fist, one drew his sword and one kicked. It was Qin Fangyang's 5-direction sword mantra that Li Chenglong had learned and used. Before Yan Kuanglei blinked, he was still looking at his opponent's slow-motion performance amidst the cheers of his fans. Who would have thought that the situation would turn out like this in the blink of an eye? Fortunately, he had prepared himself mentally. The sword in his hand met the incoming sword and he leaned to the side to avoid the punch aimed at his nose. However, he did not manage to avoid the kick. He quickly put his legs together and twisted his buttocks. The kick that was supposed to land on his crotch landed heavily on Yan Kuanglei's buttocks. With a muffled bang, this kick sent Yan Kuanglei tumbling backwards. As the vice-captain, how could Li Chenglong make the mistake of losing focus in the face of an enemy? All the slow-motion moves earlier were just to bait the opponent into attacking and not being able to defend well. After succeeding in one move, Li Chenglong followed up with another attack. He punched, kicked, and swung his sword. His attacks were tyrannical and smooth. He was like a single dog that had left its nest. Although Li Chenglong had been taught the 5-direction sword mantra by Qin Fangyang and had some small achievements, this move required a lot of energy. With Li Chenglong's current cultivation level, he could only use it once and could not sustain it for a long time. However, after launching this move, not only was it unexpected, but they also gained the overwhelming advantage of 3 against 1. In an instant they gained an overwhelming advantage. It was worth it. Yan Kuanglei's cultivation was roughly on par with Li Chenglong's. However, he had lost the upper hand right from the start and had fallen into a passive state. Li Chenglong did not have any intention of slowing down. His attacks became more and more concentrated, like a storm of attacks. Kill him while he's down. Yan Kuanglei was forced to retreat continuously. Suddenly he let out an explosive roar. It was as if he didn't care about his life anymore as he charged out without a care for anything else. Immediately after, he charged forward, risking Li Chenglong's punches and kicks in order to regain some of the initiative. Otherwise, if he continued to be suppressed like this, he would definitely lose without any room for a comeback. When Li Chenglong saw this, he let out a loud roar and used all his strength. The sword in his hand was like a huge saber and he used it to cleave a mountain. He used all his strength to meet the attack head-on. He remembered Wuxia's warning, the opponent's sword, once it is out, there is no turning back. The most important thing is the momentum. You don't have as many tricks as I do. If you allow the opponent to unleash his sword aura, even if you can drag this battle out, you will still lose. When it comes to dealing with this kind of momentum, other than suppressing the opponent's attack from the start and taking the initiative, you also have to suppress the opponent's momentum. Even if the opponent uses a move that will injure both sides and force you to switch from offense to defense, you have to use a move that is even more tyrannical. You have to suppress the opponent and completely suppress the opponent's momentum. The key to this battle is to take the initiative at all times. No matter what, you can't let the opponent turn the situation back into a tie. Once you have the upper hand but lose, it will be your loss. And now Li Chenglong was carrying out Wuxia's words. You want me to give you a step back by charging at me? You think I won't dare to fight you with my life just because I have the upper hand? What a joke. You dare to fight me with your life? But do you think I don't dare to fight you with my life? With a loud clang, the two swords collided with each other in a crazy manner. With a bang, both swords shattered and turned into dust. Yan Kuanglei had poured all of his cultivation into this sword. He couldn't hold back his momentum, so he rushed forward again. Li Chenglong had also poured all of his cultivation into this sword. Seeing that Yan Kuanglei had no intention of retreating, he also rushed forward madly without dodging. Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already punched each other 17 or 18 times. Then, under the inertia of rushing forward, the two heads steeled their hearts and lowered their heads. The two heads used a posture similar to that of a bull's horn and collided with each other. Bang! It was a solid collision. This collision caused everyone's heart to skip a beat. It was too loud. Then a strange scene appeared on the stage that the two of them suffered from each other's huge impact and fell back together. Then Yan Kuanglei got up as if he was drunk and swayed in slow motion. Li Chenglong's situation was similar. He got up crookedly and his eyes became cross-eyed. Using a posture similar to that of a drunkard, he slowly twisted and turned on the stage. Puff! Ding Xiulan and the others spat out a mouthful of tea. These two idiots had actually knocked each other unconscious. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Yunqing's teams covered their faces with both hands. They really didn't dare to watch. On the stage, the two cross-eyed men's minds were full of stars. They spun around the stage like a drunkard and then fell down again. Sitting on the ground, they gasped for breath. Then they didn't forget to focus their eyes and look around for their opponents. It was at this moment that blood spurted out from the top of their heads at almost the same time with a piu sound. On the internet, thousands of Iron God sect disciples were collectively dumbfounded. Sect Master. Sect Master, hold on. Sect Master's cross-eyed eyes are so cute, just like a husky. Sect Master. Sect Master is mighty, knocking over the opponent with one blow. Zhou Xiaoduo took the lead and stood up. This match ends with a draw. Captain Zhou, do you have any objections? Zhou Yunqing hesitated and said, our chances of winning this match are less than 40%. If Captain Zhou can also end with a draw, we naturally have no objections. But we're taking advantage of you. Zhou Xiaoduo said, that's fine. Look at these two idiots. They'll need at least an hour to recover. Can we afford to wait? Zhou Yunqing laughed and said straightforwardly, then we'll take advantage of them and end with a draw. Then one person went up and dragged back the two cross-eyed men who were still slacking around. While being dragged away, the two of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws, shouting incoherently, hit. It hit. Da-da-da. Whether it was on the stands or on the internet, laughter shook the sky. Sect Master is so cute. So Sect Master is not only ruthless to women but also to men. It seems like he's even ruthless to himself. I'm dying of laughter. I just ate a mouthful of rice but it all came out of my nostrils. What's your rice? The noodles I just ate are still hanging from my nostrils. You're too silly. You two idiots. Silly +1. Long live Sect Master Silly. I must keep the recording of this match well. If I'm unhappy in the future, I'll watch it again. It's so fun. It's enough for me to use for a lifetime. The first match ended with a draw. This result was more or less beyond everyone's expectations. Strictly speaking, Li Chenglong had the advantage from the beginning of the match. He had the upper hand and his strategy and tactics were excellent. He didn't give his opponent any chance to turn the situation around. Unfortunately, his opponent was also a ruthless person. At the most critical moment, he headbutted Li Chenglong. At that moment, Li Chenglong's hands and feet were exhausted. If he had dodged, he could have dodged, but he would have lost the initiative. The situation was reversed, so he simply headbutted Yan Kuanglei's head. Because of this, both of them fell into a cross-eyed state. Therefore, to a large extent, this draw was won by Yan Kuanglei himself. Zhou Xiaoduo had a good impression of such a tough guy. Therefore, he didn't care about the slight difference and took the initiative to propose a draw. After Li Chenglong and Yan Kuanglei were dragged back, they were still rolling their eyes and shaking their heads. They even wanted to crawl around on the ground. The pills had been fed, the cold water had been poured on their heads, and even the medicinal liquid had been drunk. However, they were still in a muddled state. Yu Moyan simply put Li Chenglong on the ground and sat on Li Chenglong's butt, forcefully suppressing. On the other side, when they saw that this method was good, they followed suit and sat on Vice Captain Yan Kuanglei's butt. When Ding Xiulan came out to announce the second match, she still couldn't help but smile. This didn't seem like a battle but more like a crosstalk performance. The second match is between Phoenix City's second high school, Long Yuxing, and Water City's first high school, Ling Feishue. Long Yuxing held his sword and came out. On the other side, Ling Feishue's white clothes were like snow, and her long sword was like frost. Once she came out of the formation, she used the move of body and sword as one. Sword of no return. Before she came out of the formation, the sword's momentum was already formed. Dodge, block, retreat, all of these would only make her fall into a disadvantage. A fierce look flashed in Long Yuxing's eyes. His body tilted and he turned into a white light with his sword. His long sword moved like a rainbow piercing the sun, and flew towards Ling Feishua's heart. Using sword against sword, using attack against attack. Zhou Yunqing and the other high martial arts teachers on the stage were all stunned. Ling Feishua's sword move could be said to be a routine, and it was one of the moves of Sword of No Return. However, Long Yuxing's move was no longer a routine move, but a battle formation killing technique. In a battle formation killing, there was no victory or defeat, only life and death. This move also came from Qin Fangyang's biting cold heart of the sword. Killing sword of life and death, the sword cuts life and death. Your sword doesn't return? I Jianghu Hui. Your sword doesn't return? I have no regrets in life and death. Both sides used the move of body and sword as one. The speed of their attacks was also extremely fast. As the saying goes, in a battle between experts, victory or defeat was decided in an instant. This sentence was verified here. From the moment Ding Xiulan announced the start of the second match, the winner and loser were decided in less than 3 seconds. Puff puff. Ling Feishua's sword pierced through Long Yuxing's lower abdomen, all the way to the hilt, revealing more than 2 feet of the bloody sword behind him. On the other hand, Long Yuxing's sword pierced through Ling Feishua's chest, all the way to the hilt, revealing more than 2 feet of the sword behind him. At the most crucial moment, Long Yuxing's sword moved slightly to the side, revealing the vital point of the heart. However, this was a true battle of life and death. Chapter 355. On the field, off the field, on the viewing platform, everyone was stunned by this thunderous sword. Everyone could only feel their chests pounding, and they could clearly hear the sound of their hearts thumping. No one could make a sound for a moment. Only cold sweat dripped down from their foreheads. Over there. Zhou Yunqing jumped up from his seat and shouted, "Don't move. We admit defeat." Zhuo also jumped up as if his butt was on fire. "Don't move." Zhuo would not say anything about a draw this time. Because this time, Long Yuxing showed mercy at the last moment. If not, Ling Feishua would be a corpse now. And Long Yuxing was still alive. This was already the outcome of the battle. There was no room for excuses. And the reason why Zhou Yunqing admitted defeat was because of this. Now the two were still close to each other. Their swords were still stuck in each other's body. At this time, both of them still had a considerable amount of energy left. Just a slight movement of their wrists and a slight release of their true essence would cause irreparable damage. Their eyes met. Long Yuxing smiled faintly, and his right hand let go of the sword hilt. Ling Feishua's face was cold, and her right hand also let go of her sword hilt. Admirable. The two almost spoke at the same time. Ding Xiulan flew over, and with an indescribable ingenious hand speed, she separated the two. Then she drew out their swords along the wound, carefully and swiftly. There was no hesitation in the process. At this time, the more hesitant it was, the easier it was to ruin things. As the two swords left the body, blood gushed out. Ding Xiulan was still quick to respond. First, she put the 2 elixirs into their mouths, and then she sprinkled the top-grade golden sword medicine. Then she took out 2 small bottles, one for each person, and poured it down. Then, with cold sweat on his forehead, he said, "These 2 kids. Why are they so violent? They directly decided the outcome of the battle with one move. This is a real life and death battle." Zhan Xiaofei sighed. There are countless accidents in the path of cultivation. Even if you have the elixir of immortality in your hands, if you don't have the opportunity, you can only watch death descend upon you. Fortunately, Long Yuxing's sword tip was slightly off at the last moment. Otherwise, Zhan Xiaofei shook his head and didn't continue. But everyone understood what he meant. Wanli Xiu was so scared that her whole body trembled. She carried Long Yuxing back. Her small face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Zhuo shook his head and said somewhat speechlessly, "Xiu, I've already checked for you. You're not destined to be a widow in this lifetime. Don't worry." When the people around heard this, they thought, "What the fuck, although this kid is saying nice things, why are his words so unpleasant?" However, to everyone's surprise, when Wanli Xiu heard this, her eyes actually lit up. She said excitedly, "Really?" Zhuo shrugged. "You don't believe me? When have I ever lied to you? Even if Long Yuxing lied to you, I wouldn't lie to you, right? Yes, yes. Wan Lixio nodded repeatedly. Her mood immediately stabilized a lot. Several high martial arts teachers looked at Wan Lixio in confusion. Wan Lixio was actually coaxed by Zhou Xiaodua's unpleasant words. They could not help but look at each other. I won't have the life of a widow in this life. These words were actually used to comfort people? This was the first fucking time they heard it? And what did he mean by, even if Long Yuxing lied to you, I wouldn't lie to you? Her boyfriend was just nearby and had just been seriously injured. How could you say that? Were you really not here to poach her? Both of them were carried back. There were only 2 pools of blood left in the arena. It was a shocking sight. Phoenix City High School number 2, 1 win and 1 draw. Based on the current situation, they had the advantage and had the upper hand. The third round, Phoenix City High School number 2, Li Zhangming. Water City High School Yuan. When they heard the names of their opponents, everyone's spirits were lifted. However, they did not know how the 2 of them would fight in this round. Would they see that mysterious and unpredictable Great Dream Divine technique again? For the first time, Li Zhangming actually took out a long iron rod from his space ring. As he strode out, he casually swung the iron rod and a huge flower appeared. It was truly a spectacular sight and was pleasing to the eye. Dong. Li Zhangming propped the iron rod on the ground and said majestically, "Please." How could the crowd not understand? This guy was obviously not going to use the Great Dream Divine technique. He was going to use pure strength to win. Yu Yin'er was a petite and beautiful woman. She had a delicate figure and a delicate face. Paired with her snow-white clothes, she looked really lovely, making me feel pity for her. In her hand there was a sharp sword. Please? The sword flashed and Li Zhangming's rod was already whistling. The battle between the 2 of them was intense. They exchanged hundreds of moves in one breath, but there was no clear winner. It was hard to tell who was better. Yu Yin'er looked petite, but her toughness was unusually strong. Her swordsmanship was not like Yan Kuanglei and Ling Feishue's, where the sword was unstoppable. Instead, it was extremely soft and flexible. However, it was also different from Zhou Xiaodua's drizzle swordsmanship. Her swordsmanship was dense and focused on offense. Her swordsmanship was more suitable for a woman's soft and delicate style. After 500 moves, Li Zhangming gradually felt that his strength was running out. He could not help but panic and thought to himself, am I going to lose twice in a row? As the thought flashed through his mind, he suddenly swung his long rod 17 to 18 times. Then he quickly turned around and threw the long rod in his hand in a spinning manner. His target was Yu Yin'er. Then he raised his hands. Yu Yin'er had already sensed that Li Zhangming's attacks were gradually slowing down. She thought that Li Zhangming's strength was running out. Her strategy of using softness to defeat strength was working. However, she did not expect an unforeseen event to happen. First, there was a round of fierce attacks. Although it was not impossible to deal with, it temporarily limited her to one spot. Then there was another rod that flew out of his hand. However, this was not a problem for Yu Yin'er. She still managed to dodge it. However, just as she was dodging, Li Zhangming casually threw 4 or 5 white gas at Yu Yin'er's face. Yu Yin'er tried her best to hold her breath. However, the white gas was colorless and odorless. It did not enter the body through breathing. Instead, it entered the body in a silent way. Seeing that Li Zhangming turned around and ran, Yu Yin'er was enraged. She changed from defense to offense and quickly chased after him. However, just as she jumped up, she felt dizzy and an irresistible drowsiness swept over her. On the other side, Li Zhangming was also in a wobbly state. However, he continued to throw out 2 more white gas. Obviously, he was taking precautions. Then he fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Yu Yin'er was getting more and more dizzy. Finally, she could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Then, her eyes rolled back. She slowly lay down on the ground and fell into a sweet sleep. Everyone was speechless. This kind of operation that we don't understand is happening again. The Great Dream Divine Art was performing again. On the field, Li Zhangming was sleeping soundly. Yu Yin'er's breathing was light and gentle. She slept like a lady. After a long time, there was no intense battle like the one between Li Zhangming and Shimen Daqing. After a while, the smile on Li Zhangming's face turned strange. Yu Yin'er's face was also flushed red, as if she was very shy. After a long time, Yu Yin'er screamed and woke up. Li Zhangming, who was opposite her, also opened his eyes at the same time. His face was full of embarrassment. Yu Yin'er jumped up and pointed at Li Zhangming with a red face. You pervert. How could you do that? Li Zhongming was embarrassed. Cough cough cough. That was not that. Yiner's face was red and she stomped her feet. Suddenly she covered her face and ran back. Li Zhongming had a silly smile on his face and did not speak for a long time. Everyone, including the referee, had a look of curiosity on their faces. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. Zhou Yunqing looked at Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Zhou Yunqing and smiled bitterly at the same time. How was this going to be settled? At that moment, no one knew how to settle the score. After all, they were not the ones involved. Who knew what kind of dream they had? The internet was in an uproar. What do you think Li Zhongming, this perverted fat single dog, did to the girl in his dream? I think that when the girl woke up and called him a pervert. I think it's not that simple. I don't need you to say it's not simple. Based on my experience as a single dog, this kid must have her in her dream. With my fifth limb, I personally agree with this deduction. This kid's smile is too perverted. He actually used his divine art to make the girl have a wet dream. What a bitch. I wonder what it was like in the dream. Did he really take it off? Tisk. One look and I know you're a pure single dog. In a dream, do you know the flow of time in a dream? Maybe in the dream, you've already given birth to a few children and spent your entire life with them. You're right. Once, I dreamt that I spent a few decades in my dream. It was so comfortable, but I can't remember the details. Anyway, it was comfortable. Of course it's comfortable in a sweet dream. If you continuously enter the bridal chamber in your dream, how could it not be comfortable? TSK. Chest lift, what a wonderful idea. That. How is this considered victory or defeat? The referees were also confused. Zhou Xiaoduo asked loudly, Li Zhongming, tell me honestly, what did you do to her in your dream? Li Zhongming stuttered with an embarrassed look on his face. No, nothing. Nothing. Why did she run away with a red face? She even called you a pervert? Zhou Xiaoduo was full of righteousness and said sternly, tell me honestly. Otherwise, even if you're in the arena now and your opponent is no longer in the arena, I still can't declare you the winner. Zhou Yunqing suddenly raised her head and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo looked back calmly, his eyes as calm as water. Zhou Yunqing narrowed her eyes and said, Captain Zhou, this concerns a woman's reputation. You can't take it lightly. Zhou Xiaoduo said calmly, it's just a dream. How can it be real? Besides, it's a martial arts competition in the arena. It's all about skills. Chapter 356. But Li Zhongming's great dream divine technique can obviously control dreams. Zhou Yunqing's eyes were sharp. That's Li Zhongming's ability, and it's also a battle tactic. Zhou Xiaoduo was still indifferent. But in the end, it's still a dream. Even if it's a dream, you used a dream to humiliate a girl. What kind of battle tactic is that? Zhou Yunqing asked sharply. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled faintly. First, other than the two of them, no one knows what happened in the dream. Second, in this arena, there's only victory and defeat. There's no distinction between men and women. I've never thought that girls should be given preferential treatment in this arena. Third, if humiliating a girl can make her admit defeat and let us win, then I'll answer you directly. Then I can give you a clear answer. Yes, this is the way to fight. Zhou Xiaoduo raised his head and puffed out his chest. He said loudly, and the most important fourth point, I've never explicitly asked for Li Zhongming to win. But the fact is, your team members were no longer in the arena before the outcome was decided. This is an ironclad fact. Even if I insist that we won this round, I can still say that I'm in the right. But I didn't. This is already giving you leeway. Fifth, the reason why I emphasize this point is to prevent you from using your reputation to force Li Zhongming to admit defeat. And you did mention the two words reputation later. So I'm telling you clearly that this path won't work. Even if Li Zhongming admits defeat because he's embarrassed as the team leader, I won't admit defeat. If you insist on using reputation to force Li Zhongming to admit defeat, I won't accept it. Zhou Xiaoduo faced everyone and said, this is an arena, and also a battlefield. In the arena, there's only one opponent. In the battlefield, there's only one enemy. On the opposite side, Zhou Yunqing's face was ashen. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes were burning. He didn't back down at all. His aura was overwhelming. After a long time, Zhou Yunqing said softly, I shouldn't have talked about gender. The arena is the arena. This part is because my thinking is biased. I think that girls should be given preferential treatment. For this I sincerely apologize. However, the judges will have to decide the outcome of the match. Just like how captains were refused to admit defeat, I, Zhou Yunqing, also don't think that my team members have lost. Zhou Yunqing looked at Zuoxiao Duo. Both of them stared at each other, neither willing to back down. The two captains were unwilling to admit defeat, but they didn't have any concrete evidence to prove that they had won and convince everyone. The referees discussed for a while before Ding Xiulan made the decision. This match ends in a draw. Do you have any objections? Zuoxiao Duo beamed with delight. Teachers, your eyes are indeed sharp. You were able to come up with a reasonable judgment in an instant. This student is impressed and has no objections. Actually, it doesn't matter. It's just that Captain Zhou has been a little conflicted about winning or losing. It's really not a big deal. Even if we lose this match, it doesn't matter. We can just fight back. All in all teachers have worked hard. No matter how well-mannered Zhou Yunqing was, she was still angered by him. Who was the one who was conflicted about winning or losing? However, in front of so many people, Zhou Yunqing had to take care of his face and demeanor. How could he quarrel with Zuoxiao Duo? He could only swallow his anger and cup his hands. Teacher's judgment is fair, we have no objections. She glanced at Zuoxiao Duo with a frown. For the first time, she felt that it wasn't easy to deal with this guy even if she had mentally prepared herself. Zhou Yunqing was a square person. His personality was completely different from Zuoxiao Duo's. She simply couldn't keep up with Zuoxiao Duo's thoughts. However, Zhou Yunqing's Fangjing was a real Fangjing. Therefore he would always choose to be himself. He wouldn't keep tangling with Zuoxiao Duo. Even if he felt a little resentful, he would quickly get over it. Zuoxiao Duo was convinced by such a person from the bottom of his heart. He actually couldn't anger him. Master Zuo felt very defeated, right? I didn't act like a hooligan. Li Zhangming was so angry that his face turned red. I didn't act like a hooligan. Sai, that's not important. Zuoxiao Duo comforted him. Who asked you to drag a girl to sleep with you? That sentence was full of ambiguity. On the opposite side, Yu Yan'er screamed, Zuoxiao Duo. Zuoxiao Duo laughed out loud. However, there was a meaningful look in his eyes. Then he patted Li Zhangming's shoulder. His words directly diverted this matter to the highest heavens. Since it was a draw, nothing else mattered anymore. Of course, if someone wanted to argue about it, they could argue about it. After interacting with each other for so long, Zuoxiao Duo had absolute faith in Li Zhangming's character. Besides, if Li Zhangming really wanted to act like a hooligan, why would he do it in front of a live broadcast? This was simply impossible. Zuoxiao Duo didn't want to complicate things. The fourth round. Phoenix City No. 2 High School's candidate is Zuoxiao Duo. Water City No. 1 High School's candidate is Pai Yibao. Ding Xiulan announced loudly. Zuoxiao Duo laughed out loud as he walked onto the stage. Suddenly the entire internet was in an uproar. The King of Swords is here. Roar. My king is mighty. My king, kick his crotch. Long live the king. After Zuoxiao Duo won a few rounds in a row, he received a new nickname on the internet. King of Swords. The name sounded really domineering. Of course, it started off as crotch-kicking king. However, many people felt that it was indecent and changed it to cheap king. However, there were also people who suggested that the king's name shouldn't be so straightforward, that thus, it became the ultimate king of swords. Just as Zuoxiao Duo stood still, Pai Yibao walked out with a frown on his face and said, I admit defeat. The king of swords, who was posing, almost spat out his saliva. This is the finals, how can you admit defeat just like that? Are you kidding me? He didn't know that after his fight with Lan Bingrui, Water City No. 1 High School came to a consensus. Except for Zhou Yunqing, no matter who went up against Zuoxiao Duo, they had to admit defeat immediately. They didn't want to be beaten up. Moreover, they had to lose in an extremely aggrieved manner. It might even affect their martial arts heart. The loss outweighed the gain. Not to mention it was too dangerous to fight against Zuoxiao Duo. Those who didn't know the truth could still watch the show. However, everyone was an expert. What was the point of watching the show? The flaming sun scripture that Zuoxiao Duo showed at the end could turn someone into a roasted suckling pig with one palm. What was the point of fighting? The fourth round, Phoenix City No. 2 High School wins. Currently, Phoenix City No. 2 High School. With 2 wins and 2 draws, No. 2 High School had the absolute upper hand. They only needed to win one more round to clinch the championship. The current situation of the two teams was that each of them had one person disabled. Long Yuxing on one side and Ling Feishui on the other, it was absolutely impossible for these two people to make a move during this period of time. As for the vice-captains of the two teams, they had almost recovered from their cross-eyed state. They both had the full combat strength of 5 people. Next was naturally the subsequent battle of the independent contestants. Zhou Yunqing couldn't help but frown. Every single one of his classmates were strong and talented, but, compared to Phoenix City's second senior high school, other than Zhuoxiao Duo, the rest of them were basically on par with each other, with a 50% chance of winning. In this case, there were too many subtle methods that could affect the outcome of the battle. Especially the other team's captain, Zhuoxiao Duo. Basically, every word he said would imperceptibly increase the psychological pressure on the other side. Sometimes Zhou Yunqing really felt that his side was at a disadvantage. What did it mean to fight 7 rounds? That was too many, okay? The other side had Zhuoxiao Duo, the expert in playing with words. Almost every moment he opened his mouth to attack. Increasing the psychological pressure on our side increased their chances of winning by a little bit. This was really too much of a disadvantage. I'll go first in the independent battle. Zhou Yunqing said, if they send someone else I can guarantee that I'll win the next round. But in the next round the other side will definitely send Zhuoxiao Duo. If I try my best and take a chance I might be able to disable Zhuoxiao Duo. After that I'll have to rely on you guys to turn the tables. Even if I can fight Zhuoxiao Duo to the point where both of us are injured, I won't be able to fight anymore. If Zhuoxiao Duo directly enters the battle then. In short, the rest of the battle will depend on you guys. Captain, you can do it. Zhou Yunqing took a deep breath and felt a surge of pride in his chest. He stood up. He had a feeling that Zhuoxiao Duo would definitely not give him a chance to turn the tables. He would definitely enter the battle personally and end the battle as soon as possible. As expected. Zhou Yunqing had just stood up when he saw Zhuoxiao Duo standing on the stage with his clothes fluttering in the wind. Zhou Yunqing unsheathed his long sword and flicked the blade with his finger. With a clang, the long sword roared and the sword's aura soared into the sky. He walked over step by step, his momentum rising with each step. Zhuoxiao Duo looked unprecedentedly dignified. He said lightly, Captain Zhou, listen to my advice. Don't use weapons when you fight with me. As soon as this sentence came out, at least millions of people were speechless. Even the 6 referees didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All the students of Watertown No. 1 Middle School focused on swords. You want them to not use weapons? Do you want them to tie their hands and feet and let you beat them? Or just admit defeat? However, those who were familiar with Zhuoxiao Duo immediately had a thought. This guy must be scheming again. Zhou Yunqing frowned. Why? Zhuoxiao Duo turned his wrist and the cat spirit sword appeared in his hand. Under the sunlight, the clear sword reflected thousands of rays of light, as if there was a small sun in his hand. He stretched out his hand and the sword in his hand. He stretched it out in the air and said lightly, this sword of mine is called Cat Spirit. It is 3 feet long and weighs 8 ounces. This sword was given to my teacher by General Dongfang. Then my teacher gave it to me. Zhuoxiao Duo said without blushing or panting. This sword is said to be made by the only divine craftsman in the continent, Master Wu Kazhu, 17,000 years ago. It can cut iron like mud and cut through hair. It is soft when it meets hard and hard when it meets soft. Its sharpness is recognized as the best in the world. Zhuoxiao Duo said seriously, Captain Zhou, the famous sword in your hand might be a divine artifact, or at least, it's your beloved item, a spirit treasure that can be used for dual cultivation. But in terms of sharpness, it can't be compared with my cat spirit. If it is damaged, wouldn't it be a great loss? That's why I advise you not to use weapons when you fight with me. Or change to a sword. Even if it is damaged you won't feel bad. You can avoid regret for life. Zhuoxiao Duo said seriously, Captain Zhou, please think twice. This is just a competition. I don't want to cause you regret for life. On and off the field, the referees, the audience, the netizens in the live broadcast, and the whole country were speechless. Did I write until I feel weak all over? Please give me a recommendation ticket. I go home to rest. I feel like I have a cold. I can't turn on the air conditioner. In this weather, I am ready to get a heat stroke at any time. Chapter 357. Zhuoxiao's words seemed to make sense. He seemed to have good intentions. From the beginning to the end he was thinking for Zhou Yunqing. She confided in him wholeheartedly and earnestly, and her feelings were sincere. However, Zhou Yunqing's combat power was basically on the sword in his hand. You want him to fight with you barehanded without a sword? Or change out his god-level weapon and use an ordinary weapon to fight against your god-level weapon? Isn't that asking for defeat? However, with these words, even if Zhou Yunqing continued to fight with his own sword, he would definitely pay extra attention to whether or not his sword was damaged. His mind would inevitably be distracted, and he would become more and more restrained. Before the battle even began, he had already lost by 30%. What was the point of fighting? It was you, Zhou Xiaoduo, who used your mouth to win the finals. If Zhou Xiaoduo hadn't said these words, Zhou Yunqing wouldn't have known anything. Even if his sword was damaged, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, with these words, this sword was given to him by Marshal Dongfang. This sword couldn't be ignored anymore. It actually had a foothold. I'm really speechless. Zhang Xiaofei frowned. Obviously he was thinking hard. When did Marshal Dongfang mention this cat spirit sword? Ding Xiulan was also thinking. The cat spirit sword was recognized as the sharpest sword in the world. I don't think I've heard of it before. Logically speaking, such a sword should be famous all over the world. Cui Shangyan was deep in thought, wondering, is this for real? Could it be that I'm too ignorant? However, he directly said that it was Marshal Dongfang's sword in front of a national live broadcast. If it wasn't true, who would dare to say it? However, I heard that Zhou Xiaoduo's original teacher, Qin Fangyang, was indeed under Marshal Dongfang's command in the past. They were quite close. Could it be that what Zhou Xiaoduo said this time was actually true? At this moment, the one who felt the most uncomfortable was Zhou Yunqing. Although Zhou Yunqing had always been calm and upright as the person directly involved, he also felt a toothache at this moment. If he could, he really wanted to grab Zhou Xiaoduo and beat him up. No one is as despicable as you. Even if you're the Sword King, aren't you being too cheap? When he appeared, his habitual action of pulling out the sword and flicking it was immediately caught by the other party. From there, he deduced that the sword was his beloved item, which was why he said that. The students of Shuiqing No. 1 Middle School were famous for their swords. Naturally, they knew a lot about the famous swords on the continent. If there really was such a divine sword that was recognized as the sharpest sword on the continent, it was impossible that he didn't know its name and origin. Zhou Yunqing was almost certain that Zhou Xiaoduo was talking nonsense when he said that it was a gift from General Dongfang, made by the best craftsman in the continent, and recognized as the sharpest weapon in the world. Even so, even though Zhou Yunqing knew that Zhou Xiaoduo was using psychological warfare, Zhou Yunqing could not ignore it. What about the remaining 20%? What if it was true? His heart would ache for a few days if his sword were to be damaged. It was truly a beloved item. Even if the other party's sword was fake, the aura he had seen earlier was truly extraordinary. What if it was really sharp? What if it really damaged his treasured sword? But if he didn't use this sword, almost 80% of his kung fu would be gone. If he faced Zhou Xiaoduo, he might not even be able to last 3 moves. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Yunqing's complexion changed. At this moment, on the stage, a white-bearded teacher from Ancestral Dragon High School finally couldn't help but frown and say, Zhou Yunqing, if this is the battlefield. The enemy has a peerless divine weapon in his hand. Would you give up the battle just to protect your beloved sword? This sound was like the evening drum and morning bell, slowly ringing. Zhou Yunqing's chaotic state of mind was suddenly cleansed, and he suddenly woke up. His eyes became clear again and he said in a deep voice, "Thank you, teacher, for your warning." That's right, what this teacher used just now was a famous cultivation method. Severe warning. The other 5 judges all turned their heads and their faces were full of shock. Especially teacher Ding Xiulan, who was also from Ancestral Dragon High School, looked at the referee teacher in disbelief. The whole audience was in an uproar. No matter how much Zhou Xiaoduo talked and caused people to make mistakes, it was still a student competition and it was the finals. In the finals, any way to destroy the opponent's confidence and morale was allowed by the rules. Because scheming was a part of one's strength. But this teacher suddenly opened his mouth and enlightened him with a severe warning, which was tantamount to directly intervening to help the other side. This could be said to be a big taboo, which made the competition lose its fairness, and at the same time, made the referee lose his neutral position. Zhou Xiaoduo also felt a shock in his heart. Severe warning was helpful to Zhou Yunqing because he was at a loss. When he woke up, it was like waking up from a dream and his mind became more alert. But to Zhou Xiaoduo it was harmful. His heart was even shaken because of this. It was as if he was in a peaceful state, but suddenly encountered an earthquake and he was in a trance. If he were to fight at this moment, his state of mind would definitely be unstable and he would be flustered. He turned his head to look and laughed. "Teacher, your cultivation is really good, even your student feels that his state of mind has been greatly improved." The white-bearded teacher frowned and said, "Swishow Duo, you don't have to be dissatisfied. I know that you have a problem with me and think that I have ruined your strategy, but as a person, it's better to be upright. If you blindly rely on small tricks, even if you win, what's the point? The tricks you used are just small tricks after all," the white-bearded teacher said in a sincere and heartfelt manner. Swishow Duo smiled indifferently, and his figure became more upright. His tone was unusually calm and he said, "Whether it's small tricks or big tricks, it has nothing to do with the competition at hand. And now, I just want to say, teacher, you have ruined the fairness of the competition. I respect you as a teacher, but you are now in the referee's seat, and your severe warning is creating unfairness, and you have lost your neutral position as a referee. As far as this competition is concerned, all I want is to win. It doesn't matter if it's a big or small trick, all I want is to be the champion. Even if it's a small trick, as long as it can help me win, it's a good trick. What does it have to do with big tricks? At least in this competition, no matter what tricks we use, they are our own tricks and we are fighting each other. Although I am only a student, I would like to raise a protest. I protest that the referee is unfair." Zhuoxiao's expression turned cold. His attitude had always been gentle and polite, and he was especially respectful to his teachers. He was polite and considerate, and there was no lack of etiquette. No one would have thought that at this moment, Swishow Duo would burst out with such a lofty aura. He actually pointed out that the referee was unfair in front of everyone, and in front of the national live broadcast. He bluntly raised a protest. Whether it was the teachers or the audience, they were all shocked and indescribable. They asked themselves if they were in the same situation, what would they do? More than 99% of the people would only take advantage of the situation and continue to fight. They would not directly say anything and offend their teachers. However, Swishow Duo chose to say it directly, and he pointed it out directly without any hesitation. "I respect you as a teacher because I have always been full of admiration and respect for my teachers, but it is also because of this that I especially respect the profession of a teacher. Then you have done something unfair, and you have destroyed my respect for the profession of a teacher. How can I not say it?" Swishow Duo even felt that he had said it too lightly. The white-bearded teacher's expression suddenly changed, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "But all your previous actions, aren't they creating unfairness?" Swishow Duo said lightly, "The so-called fairness varies from person to person, from time to time, and from place to place. What time is it now? What place is it now?" Now, it was time for the finals of the grand competition. Scheming and tricks have always been a part of one's strength, and I don't think it's unfair for me to be in the same team. After all, what I can do, others can do as well. How can this be unfair? Perhaps in your opinion my actions are biased, and you define it as unfair. However, the rules of the competition do not explicitly state that participants are not allowed to speak to affect their opponents. However, it's clearly stated that your actions are a violation of the rules. Swishow Duo stood tall and straight, and his gaze did not flinch at all. He looked at the teacher and said loudly, "So, I am not wrong. That is, you are unfair." The whole world was shocked. The team leader of the Longhu list actually had the overall advantage in the finals, and when the champion was about to be in his hands, he directly pointed out that the referee was unfair. Ding Xiulan and the others were also dissatisfied, but this dissatisfaction was not directed at Swishow Duo. Zhan Xiaofei laughed coldly. "Gu Yuanheng, why did you interrupt the competition? Give me a reason?" Cui Shangyin was also extremely dissatisfied. After so many competitions, this is the first time such a thing has happened. "Brother Gu, I should say that you are impulsive. What else is there?" Gu Yuanheng snorted coldly, and with a pale face he said coldly, "I have a clear conscience." Ding Xiulan's face was complicated. She wanted to say something, but in the end she did not say anything. She only looked at Swishow Duo with a little guilt. At this moment, a cold voice in the stand said, "Gu Yuanheng, you have a clear conscience? How can you say that? If you did not have a death feud with my Kunlun Dao sect, would you do this?" Gu Yuanheng shouted angrily, "Who? Me?" The clouds in the air suddenly dispersed, and Mu Yinyan's graceful figure appeared in mid-air. Her expression was cold and she said coldly, Gu Yuanhang, ask yourself honestly, is it true? Gu Yuanhang retorted angrily, no. Mu Yanyan was furious, no? Do you dare to swear to the great way of heaven? If it were not for Zhuoxiaodua's starry steps, dragon gate kick, and star-picking palm involving the Kunlun Dao sect, would you be reprimanded? Helping one and hurting the other? Why, do you think that with your identity as a referee, Zhuoxiaoduo will be like an ordinary student, swallowing his anger and letting you do whatever you want? She had already formed a plan in her heart, detailed and long-term. With regards to Zhuoxiaodua's future achievements, Ding Xiulan had high hopes for him. She even thought that as long as Zhuoxiaoduo grew up, his future achievements might even be above the four great generals. Zhuoxiaoduo might even reach the level of the left and right heavenly kings. He was a legendary seed whose name had shocked the world for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Just like that, he was pushed away without a trace by a sudden sentence, and there was no possibility of recruiting him anymore. Ding Xiulan only felt that her heart was broken into pieces. Cui Shangyan and Zhan Xiaofei stood up at the same time, their faces solemn. We all agree that Gu Yuanhang is no longer suitable to be a referee, and we request for his dismissal. The two of them had solemn expressions on their faces, but in their hearts, they were laughing like flowers. They were really overjoyed. What Ding Xiulan was thinking now was exactly what they were thinking. In this way, how could Zhuoxiaoduo go to ancestral dragon high martial arts? That was absolutely impossible. And a genius like Zhuoxiaoduo would definitely not go to an ordinary high martial arts. Excluding Ding Xiulan, who was his nemesis, and the ancestral dragon high martial arts that she represented, Zhuoxiaoduo only had two choices left: high martial arts or hidden dragon high martial arts. This Gu Yuanhang was truly a good person. He had directly eliminated Ding Xiulan, who had a higher chance of succeeding than the others. The two of them almost hugged each other and sang a song of friends. Yes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. At least at this moment, they were the closest friends and comrades in arms. The two of them even wanted to toast to Gu Yuanhang. Bro, you're too awesome this time. Facing Ding Xiulan, we really have no confidence. That woman looked like she was determined to win, and most importantly, she really did most of her work. She did it to the point that Zhuoxiaoduo going to ancestral dragon high martial arts was almost a foregone conclusion. But Gu Yuanhang's sudden shout made all of it disappear. Ha ha ha. Cui Shangyan and Zhan Xiaofei looked at each other and started to calculate their own advantages. This guy in front of us is nothing to worry about. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, but now that we don't have a common enemy, an enemy is just an enemy. Ding Xiulan's estimation of Zhuoxiaodua's future was very high, but Cui Shangyan and Zhan Xiaofei's estimation of Zhuoxiaodua's future was not too far off. Such a monstrous genius, what he lacked now was only space for growth. Once he reached the god-reigning level, he would basically be unrivaled. The so-called legend today was already the beginning, and the future was just around the corner. The other two judges also expressed their opinions. After the discussion, the organizing committee decisively sent someone to invite Gu Yuanhang down. Here's an explanation. If I don't explain, I'm afraid that someone will lead the discussion. Reality is like this: in a major occasion, if someone important makes a mistake, as long as no one points it out on the spot, everyone will pretend to be deaf and wait for the internal department to deal with it. But once someone points it out on the spot, it will be a major incident, and the others can't pretend to be deaf and mute, then they will deal with it fairly. But if I don't explain, someone will lead the discussion and say something about the protagonist's halo. Gu Yuanhang's face was gloomy, and he glared fiercely at Zhuoxiaoduo, snorted and left. He actually didn't return to the hotel, but flew up into the sky and returned to Shangjing alone. At this moment, Gu Yuanhang didn't know, nor could he imagine, that his return journey was actually a trip to hell. The assassinations he encountered along the way were like locusts. Of course, this is all in the future, let's talk about it later. After Gu Yuanhang left, Ma Zhangxi, who was nearby, took his place and became the new judge. The finals continued. At this moment, Ding Xiulan, who was at the judge's seat, had a look of boredom on her face. What's the point of me watching this competition? She put down her phone. Just as they were discussing how to deal with Gu Yuanhang, Ding Xiulan had already sent a message to the principal of Ancestral Dragon High School. On the chat page there were more than 200 messages, including Zhuoxiaodua's life, understanding, talent, future plans and so on. Everything, no matter how big or small, was reported first. There were as many as 56 pieces of information in the report. The remaining 200 or so comments were all scolding Gu Yuanhang. The last sentence was especially ruthless. If you don't deal with Gu Yuanhang and don't satisfy me, I will resign and become a teacher wherever Zhuo Xiaoduo goes to school. The principal of Ancestral Dragon High School, who was in a meeting, was dumbfounded. He watched as his phone vibrated on the desk. It vibrated all the way from the center of the desk to the other side, and then fell to the ground with a click. Then it buzzed all the way on the ground. It vibrated on the smooth floor for more than 10 meters before it stopped. Oh, who offended this great ant again? It's a message from teacher Ding Xiulan. The principal, by Mei Xian, moved and looked at the vice principal helplessly. The vice principal's expression changed and his beard trembled. He held his stomach with his hand and said, "Principal, my stomach hurts. I think I ate something bad this morning." "What the hell stomach hurts? You're in trouble." The principal rubbed his temples and looked like he had a headache. Ding Xiulan was the great-granddaughter of the first principal of Ancestral Dragon High School. She was also the only daughter of the current head of the martial arts department. She was also the daughter-in-law of the fourth principal. As the seventh principal, the current principal suddenly had the urge to resign. He didn't even want his phone anymore. He didn't want to see what the message was. If it was good news, it was impossible to send hundreds of messages in a row, right? It had to be reported face-to-face for the best effect. Since it wasn't good news, it could only be bad news, and it was super bad news. Judging from the mobile frequency, there should be at least 200 messages. The real intention of this action was to vent his anger that he couldn't control but had no place to vent at the moment. "Let me see the phone." The principal rubbed his head and sighed. The impulse only lasted for a moment. As the principal, he had to do what he had to do. He had to face what he had to face. South G City. In the arena. The battle that was temporarily put on hold was restarted. Zhuo Xiaoduo stood with his sword and said solemnly, "Captain Zhou, today's battle between you and me has nothing to do with what happened before. Please focus on the battle." Zhou Yunqing said indifferently, "Teacher Gu Yuanhang's warning did create unfairness. I admit it. It's an indisputable fact. However, in the end he still helped me. I will accept this favor." Zhuo Xiaoduo said, "I hope it won't affect your state of mind. Focus on the battle." Zhou Yunqing smiled gently. "Same here. You were angry just now. I hope you won't affect your state of mind and focus on the battle." Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. "Old Zhou, you're such a gentleman. I don't want to trick you anymore. To be honest, I hate people like you the most in a battle. However, after the battle we can still be friends." Zhou Yunqing laughed heartily. "It's not bad to be friends. However, if you want to be friends with me, I'm afraid you have to be mentally prepared for my constant preaching." Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. His face turned ugly as he said, "Then forget it." With Zhou Yunqing's personality and Zhuo Xiaoduo's personality clashing, if they really wanted to be friends, it would be like Zhuo Xiaoduo bringing along a homeroom teacher. Just thinking about it made him tremble. Chapter 359. Zhou Yunqing laughed heartily. "In order to show my respect for you, I will fight you fair and square. I will fight to my heart's content." Zhuo Xiaoduo said solemnly, "This time I will use my real trump card and fight you with all my strength." "Same to you." Zhou Yunqing smiled and said, "I have no complaints. Captain Zhuo, please." Zhou Yunqing raised his long sword and a cold light shone. He was wearing a long white robe and stood straight. The tip of his sword was pointed downwards. This was the highest etiquette of swordsmanship, to make friends with the sword. Zhuo Xiaoduo placed his long sword in front of his chest. His flat chest was facing the tip of his nose. He returned the etiquette. "This sword is like the heart." "Good." Zhou Yunqing let out a long cry. His white robe fluttered as he soared into the sky. He flew back 30 meters in the direction behind him. He held his long sword and stood in midair with a sincere look on his face. This was the sincerity of the heart, the sincerity of the sword, and the sincerity of the Tao. When the heart rises, thousands of soldiers will be cut. When the thought moves, thousands of souls will fly. When a man fights, his sword will not return. Zhou Yunqing chanted softly in the air. His whole person became as dazzling as the sword light and even more resolute. Then, his long sword turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the sky. When it reappeared, it had crossed 100 meters and was in front of Zhuo Duo. His sword was in front and his body was behind. His gaze was as resolute and sharp as a sword. It was unstoppable. Behind him, a vague black hole appeared. No return sword. Zhuo Duo waved the long sword in his hand to his heart's content. Endless drizzle filled the space. Zhuo figure disappeared in the dense curtain of rain. Zhuo figure had disappeared into the dense curtain of rain. The drizzle was like a trace drifting in the air. Every drizzle was an extremely fine sword chi. Under the infinite intertwining, it was dense and endless. Because of this, Zhuo's body seemed to have completely disappeared, but at the same time he was everywhere. Zhou Yunqing's dazzling sword light broke through the rain like a bolt of lightning. As it advanced, it once again flew up into the sky. With a turn that was almost invisible to the naked eye, its aura increased by 30%. The majestic sword chi immediately cut the air above the arena into pieces. Even from the perspective of the live broadcast, it could be seen clearly. A streak of white light descended rapidly and rushed into the rain and mist again. Although everyone could only see a patch of rain and fog, Zhou Yunqing's sword heart was clear at this moment. He could clearly sense Zhuo's position. He had a clear target. At this moment, Zhou Yunqing's essence, chi, God, force and spirit had all become one. He had actually entered a strange state that he had never entered before. He had even forgotten about victory and defeat, forgotten about karma. His entire being was filled with a strange mood. He finally comprehended the true essence of the no-return sword. In his ears, there seemed to be thousands of comrades shouting, "Charge!" In his eyes, there seemed to be tens of thousands of people looking at him. Charge! He completely understood why there was no return after the sword was drawn. Because there was no return. Behind him were his comrades. Behind him was his home. Behind him were his parents. Behind him were his wife and children. Therefore, a man could not return. Therefore, there was no return after the sword was drawn. How could a man return if he did not wipe out all his enemies? An indescribable murderous aura suddenly erupted in the rain and fog. This murderous aura gave people the feeling that they had gone to a battlefield where thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers were charging and killing each other. That kind of desperation. That kind of heroism. A few high martial arts teachers stood up in shock. Ding Xiulan's eyes were full of shock. Zhou Yunqing has broken through. He actually broke through the third realm of the no-return sword in this kind of finals battle. Is this a coincidence? Is it inevitable? Or is it luck? The continuous rain and fog had already begun to disperse. However, following Zhuo's long howl, there was suddenly another phenomenon in the rain and fog. There were additional raindrops. In the rain and fog, there were countless sparkles and translucent crystals. What followed was a scorching aura. Pieces of starlight flickered in the air. Slowly, the area within 100 meters was filled with sparkling starlight. Zhuo really went all out at this moment. He fully activated the starry sky steps and the drizzle sword. He even added the incomplete drizzle sword. The original true origin energy could no longer counteract Zhou Yunqing's desperate aura. Zhuo had no choice but to activate the Flaming Sun Sutra. It could be said that Zhuo had used all the trump cards that he had revealed so far to deal with Zhou Yunqing. However, Zhou Yunqing's sword aura was becoming more and more intense, more and more desperate and more heroic. Even though Zhuo counterattacked with all his might, his eyes were unprecedentedly clear and steady, he still could not counter Zhou Yunqing. Water City First High School. Principal's office. A person who only had half of his body stood straight and upright like a sword. He would rather break than bend. It was the former principal of Water City First High School, the former general of the Southern Army, Gu Qianfan. Behind him there were 6 other teachers. They were all standing straight and staring at the screen. Water City First High School was different from other schools. No matter what they did, as long as they could still stand, they would not be in any other position. Therefore, when they were watching the competition, everyone stood and watched. Gu Qianfan quietly stared at the screen in front of him. On the screen, it was the scene of Zhuo and Zhou Yunqing's battle. Gu Qianfan's eyes were sharp. He was gratified and emotional. Yunqing has broken through. A few teachers exclaimed in excitement. Gu Qianfan's eyes became sharper. A breakthrough. Yes, it was a good thing. However, the sword of no return was different from other sword techniques. It had to be sublimated in battle. This was a sword to kill the enemy. It was also a sword of no return. Breaking through at this time was not necessarily a good thing. At least it was not a good thing for Zhou Yunqing. A breakthrough in sword intent required a suitable opponent to help train and complete the breakthrough. If the opponent was defeated before the breakthrough was completed, it meant that the breakthrough was incomplete. However, if the opponent was defeated by the opponent, the breakthrough was equivalent to a failure. Because if the heart of the sword was broken, how could the sword realm continue? It was like crossing a bridge. One could cross the single-plank bridge in one go, but the bridge broke halfway. What should one do? Gu Qianfan would call back all the students in this realm and choose a suitable teacher to fight with. Only when the breakthrough was completed could one completely stabilize the heart of the sword and truly break through. This was the most crucial step. It was also the most dangerous step on the path of an expert who practiced the no-return sword. It's okay. Gu Qianfan looked at the screen. That Wuxia duo was indeed a genius. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was still not defeated and could even counterattack. This kind of counterattack in adversity stimulated Zhou Yunqing's sword intent even more, making it more intense, explosive, and heroic. Very good. Gu Qianfan's eyes were filled with emotion. Yunqing met a good opponent. This is a coincidence. If she can use this to complete her breakthrough, it will be much stronger and better than your sparring partner's breakthrough. A teacher said, this Wuxia duo has always been cunning and unscrupulous. Will he? Shut up. Gu Qianfan shouted. His gaze was unusually sharp. Now, as long as Wuxia duo retreats, Yunqing's breakthrough will be interrupted. She will die prematurely and give up halfway. With Wuxia duo's swordsmanship attainments, do you think he doesn't understand this? If he insists on not retreating, he is helping Zhou Yunqing. In every battle before, Wuxia duo chose the most correct way to fight. He maximized his advantages and targeted his opponent. However, he has never used this method to forcefully attack. Do you know why? This is already the most detailed evidence. Wuxia duo is helping Yunqing's breakthrough. This is a huge favor. Our Shui city must remember this. Not only is he helping, he is also constantly sharpening and stimulating Yunqing's upper limit. This is something that all the teachers in our school can't do. This is because they will always hold back against Yunqing and make Yunqing feel that they are invincible. However, Wuxia duo is different. The current situation is that Yunqing is suppressing Wuxia duo. If Wuxia duo retreated, he would naturally be able to defend himself. However, he did not retreat. He was betting his own safety on Yunqing's opportunity to break through. Only in this way, only such an opponent, a true opponent, can the no-return sword that belongs to Zhou Yunqing be activated. Only then will it be the true no-return sword. If it were you sparring with him, he wouldn't have been able to unleash such a killing intent, such a tragic and heroic aura. This is also the biggest flaw of our school students all these years. For Zhou Yunqing to be able to break through in this competition, it is his greatest fortune. Because he met the right person. If he misses this opportunity, he will never have another one in his life. Gu Qianfan said heavily, this child is very good. Very good. Can't you see it? Even if we don't talk about swordsmanship, with his cultivation of the Flaming Sun Sutra, he only needs to gather and activate it. With a single palm strike, he can easily interrupt Yunqing's breakthrough. However, he was still using his sword to fight, stimulate, and fulfill his wish. In this society, there is still such an opponent who is worth making friends with for the rest of his life and cherishing for the rest of his life. Gu Qianfan's words were not only seen by him, but also by the referees. Even if they didn't understand at first, with their level, how could they not see it after observing for a period of time? Everyone was watching the battle carefully with wide eyes. They didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Everyone was praying. They had even forgotten about the victory or defeat that they should be most concerned about. It was because the victory or defeat of this match, compared to the height that Zhou Yunqing could reach, was no longer important, insignificant. Wuxia duo, you must hold on. You must hold on. Don't be jealous. You must continue to activate it. You are now activating an unprecedented genius in swordsmanship. You may even activate it to a height that even the creator of the no-return sword could not reach. Because the opponent was right. Just as Gu Qianfan said, Wuxia duo did indeed see it. He also knew that Zhou Yunqing was experiencing a rare moment of enlightenment in swordsmanship. Chapter 360. Just as Gu Qianfan had said, if Zhou Yunqing made it through, he would be a brilliant and peerless genius. But if Wuxia duo were to take a step back, he would forcefully interrupt this sword Dao comprehension. If he continued to fight, he would be able to trigger it. However, perhaps everyone had placed their attention on Zhou Yunqing and completely neglected the risk that Zuoxiao Duo had to bear at this time. Zuoxiao Duo was dancing on the tip of a knife. He was in mortal danger at every moment. It should be noted that Zhou Yunqing was currently in a state of epiphany in the sword Dao. The swordsmanship that he displayed was completely different from what he usually displayed. His combat strength had not only doubled, but he was also unconscious. In other words, the Zhou Yunqing that Zuoxiao Duo was facing was a Zhou Yunqing whose strength had doubled, and who did not know how to show mercy. At this moment, even if Zuoxiao Duo were to be crushed by his sword, he wouldn't know that the current him only had the word attack in his mind. His ferocious attacks were relentless and relentless. Zuoxiao Duo not only did not retreat, but also counterattacked with all his strength to stimulate Zhou Yunqing's sword essence. If he did not have enough strength, he would use the Flaming Sun scripture to make up for it. Since you met me by chance at this moment, I will give you a hand and send you to the top. Drizzle sword, 5-direction sword. Zuoxiao Duo used more than 10 different swordsmanship in the process of fighting. They rolled out, and the magnificent sword light covered the entire arena. As the battle dragged on, Zuoxiao Duo's swordsmanship gradually became more and more proficient, even though it was meant to help Zhou Yunqing to the greatest extent. His swordsmanship was refined to the point where it flowed freely. He even refined his sword heart and sword chi, making them extremely sharp, battle intent, and murderous intent extremely pure. Water City First High School. Gu Qianfan saw Zhou Yunqing's dragon-like sword chi gradually take on a lofty appearance. The fierce and heroic sword chi almost soared into the sky and swallowed the rivers and mountains. Finally he clapped his hands. Good. It's done. It's finally done. At this point, the epiphany this time had already reached a perfect stage. However, Zhou Yunqing was still in that chaotic state of epiphany. The sword chi of his long sword was still circulating like a giant dragon in the sea of clouds. His might was increasing rapidly. After reaching this step, the depth of your foundation has already surpassed mine in the past. It has surpassed mine by more than a single level. Gu Qianfan's eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. You must remember to thank Zuoxiao Duo properly in the future. This is a huge favor. Everyone nodded in unison. Gu Qianfan took a deep breath and said, so far it has reached the consummate realm without any flaws. However, if I could go one step further, if I could stimulate the murderous aura of the no-return sword, it would be a higher level, a dreamlike achievement. But it's really... Just as he said this, his eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. In his eyes, besides disbelief, there was also uncontrollable ecstasy. He cried out involuntarily, this. How could he do this? This is equivalent to using his own life as a bet to help Yunqing. How can we thank him for such a high friendship? I can't feel it anymore, no more. Gu Qianfan, the old principal, was so excited that his eyes were red and brimming with tears. Because, on the screen, Zuoxiao Duo, who had been attacking, changed his sword technique again. The originally sharp attack surged again like the Yangtze River counterattack. That fierce murderous aura, wave after wave of continuous attacks, almost passed through the screen and shone on everyone's faces. The murderous aura was dense and the sword chi was awe-inspiring. The waves rolled up thousands of miles of snow, and the tide hit thousands of feet of ice. Zhou Yunqing's sword chi, which had gradually calmed down, was stimulated by the sword chi and murderous aura. It instinctively became violent, and the instinctive murderous aura was awe-inspiring. It fiercely counterattacked and counterattacked. No matter if it was Water City First High School or the referee on the stage, all of them were watching intently at this moment, holding their breaths and paying full attention. Now that the chi had changed to this point, this battle was no longer a battle of victory or defeat. It had evolved into a battle of life and death. As long as there was a moment of carelessness, life and death would be decided. There would be no more luck and no one would be able to save him in time. Zhou Yunqing was still completely unconscious. His body and mind were immersed in the instinctive epiphany of breaking through the realm. There was only carefree feeling, no victory or defeat, life or death, and no cause or effect. Now the only one bearing all the pressure was Zuoxiao Duo. All the pressure was on Zuoxiao Duo's shoulders. Zuoxiao Duo's body and mind were under pressure, and the pressure was multiplied. He was already sweating, but he still did not relax. People like Zhou Yunqing could be said to be very rare in today's society, and there was no one like him. Since you met me by chance and since you had such an opportunity in the battle with me, then I will send you to the top. And as high as I can send you, I will send you as high as I can. In the future there should not be a single outstanding person, but a group of heroes and a gathering of stars. Zhou Yunqing, I hope you will be even more brilliant. In Zhou Xiaoduo's hands, the cat spirit sword turned into a rain curtain, into a gale, into a blizzard, into a star dot with a mercury-like attack. With a bone-chilling murderous aura, he stimulated Zhou Yunqing's no-return sword. The pressure was increasing. The current Zhou Yunqing, compared to the Zhou Yunqing who had just started the battle, was more than 10 times stronger. If the current Zhou Yunqing were to fight with Lan Bingrui, who was fighting with Zhou Xiaoduo previously, he would be able to kill her in one strike. It would be a clean cut and there would be no luck. As the murderous aura grew thicker and thicker, the collision of their moves became more and more dangerous. Gradually, it climbed to the point where blood and qi were faintly visible. Enough. Now, it has greatly exceeded my expectations and it has far exceeded my expectations. Gu Qianfan's straight body showed a rare sign of trembling, and he was filled with emotion. No return sword had finally reached a higher level today, and it was even a huge leap, an extreme leap. Zhou Yunqing would definitely surpass him, and even become the number one in the no-return sword. It would reach a level that no one had ever reached before. You can stop now. It has reached the limit, and it has exceeded the limit of my knowledge. Gu Qianfan muttered to himself and he did not dare to blink. It was as if their hearts were connected. It was also at this time that Zhou Xiaoduo let out a long howl. The spirit cat sword was brandished rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 999 slashes were unleashed like a torrential rain. After he made his move, his whole body bloomed with a glaring fire, like a small sun, and emitted a rolling heat wave. It rushed to the sky and it was like a fire essence in the sky covering the sky. In one breath, it rushed to a height of 200 meters and it was still rising. It was obvious that he intended to leave the battle area and end this dangerous battle. Then a voice came from afar, "Teacher Ding, Teacher Ma, it's done. Please help guide Zhou Yunqing to regain his qi and everything will be fine." Needless to say, the 6 referees had already jumped out at the same time. Each of them made a move and restrained Zhou Yunqing, who was still waving his sword in the air. They all moved slowly and gradually guided Zhou Yunqing back to the stage, until the end that Ding Xiulan used a move that almost did not have any energy fluctuation, and removed the last bit of Zhou Yunqing's strength. Zhou Yunqing finally stood on the stage again, and his feet touched the ground again. However, his footing was not stable and he was shaking. He was sweating profusely, but his consciousness had finally retreated from that mysterious state. He weakly opened his eyes and muttered, "Zhou Xiaoduo, thank you." Before his voice died away, his whole body fell to the ground, and he completely fell into a coma. After a moment, Zhou Xiaoduo's body floated down from the sky like a feather. Once he landed, the sweat that had already flowed all over his body suddenly flowed to the ground, and in the blink of an eye, a large puddle of sweat was soaked. He still smiled happily and said, "It was really satisfying, but this battle was really tiring." Ding Xiulan, you ran to the sky to change your clothes? Zhou Xiaoduo was now wearing another set of blue clothes, and it was not his original school uniform. Zhou Xiaoduo cried, "I must make Zhou Yunqing compensate me for my clothes. My pitiful clothes, they represent our Phoenix City Second High School's uniform, a symbol of honor. They accompanied me through the entire Dragon Tiger list, and were about to be glorified, but in this final battle, they were cut into noodles by this bastard." As he spoke, he shook out his previous uniform. When everyone saw this, they could not help but laugh. They only saw the clothes fluttering in the wind from the collar to the pants in a mess. With a casual shake, it was like a flower blooming and there was really no way to look at it. "No problem, no problem." Zhang Xiaofei laughed loudly, "Even if that little bastard Zhou Yunqing is shameless and refuses to accompany you, I, as your teacher, will compensate you." Cui Shangyan also laughed loudly and also joined in the fun. "Not bad, not bad, I will also compensate you. I will definitely let you, the captain of Phoenix City Second High School, be full of glory and shine for all eternity." Ding Xiulan was just about to speak, but a wave of sadness surged in her heart, and she almost could not speak. After a pause she said, "I will compensate you with 10 pieces. Xiaoduo, good boy." This battle could be said to have caused the hearts of all the high school teachers to burn with passion. Everyone was a profound cultivator and they were all people with clear minds, who could not see that this battle had long surpassed a simple battle of victory and defeat. This was directly a battle where Zhou Xiaoduo, knowing full well that he was gambling with his life to help Zhou Yunqing transform his swordsmanship. Previously, when they saw Zhou Xiaoduo leading the team, they naturally saw that he had the ability to lead, treated people well, and had a glib tongue. He respected his teacher, was smart and honest, practiced hard, had a deep foundation, and used countless methods and schemes to play all his opponents in the palm of his hand. That it was already confirmed that once he grew up, he would definitely be a person who could turn the clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. What's more, he was a genius who could develop in all aspects. Who would not want such a talented candidate? But through this battle, everyone saw another side of him. His breadth of mind. What kind of breadth of mind was this to be able to help his opponent in the finals? Not only did this require sparing no effort, there was no jealousy in his heart, and he had the breadth of mind to risk his life to create another future legend. This kind of student was simply a treasure. At this moment, the person who felt the most uncomfortable in her heart was Ding Xiulan. She was so uncomfortable that she even had the heart to die. "I'm so angry that I am going crazy." Chapter 361. Ding Xiulan felt as if her heart was being fried in a pot of oil. She had gone crazy. She had completely lost control of her emotions. I was clearly very close to success, but Gu Yuanhong's words directly ruined the great situation. Now she was so angry that her intestines were swollen. Thinking of this, the anger in her heart accumulated again. She couldn't help but take out her phone and send another message. Her fingers turned into an illusion. She gritted her teeth and sent 200 to 300 messages. Ding Xiulan was really going crazy this time. She wanted to kill Gu Yuanhang with her own hands. At this moment, Zhang Xiaofei's phone suddenly rang. When he took it out to take a look, his face couldn't help but turn solemn. He couldn't help but stand up straight and answer the call. He said respectfully, "Principal Gu, why did you call personally?" When everyone heard that it was Principal Gu who called, they were all solemn and listened respectfully. Although the continent was big and there were many schools. But there was only one Principal Gu. The old principal of Shui City No. 1 High School, Gu Qianfan, was the No. 1 general of the Southern Army back then. Among the millions of soldiers at Sun Moon Pass, on the vast battlefield of tens of thousands of miles, the brightest and sharpest sword light. When attacking a city, the person who would always rush to the front was always that person. With Gu Qianfan's qualifications, he was even qualified to be the principal of a first-rate martial arts academy. Back then, Shang Jing had even asked Gu Qianfan to be a royal consecrator. In fact, Gu Qianfan's contributions were too great. He wanted to give this old general, who had fought his entire life but was unfortunately disabled, an environment of prosperity and wealth. However, Gu Qianfan directly refused. "I, Gu Qianfan, have lost an arm and a leg. Am I a cripple? This battlefield can't be without the sword of no return. This time I'll go back with one sword. As long as you give me time, I'll give this battlefield countless swords of no return." He insisted on returning to Shui City and became the principal of a low-level martial arts school. He began to nurture talents from the foundation. From then on, Shui City No. 1 High School was like a sharp sword. In the martial arts school where heroes rose together, he directly killed a path. "Enter my school gate, be a dignified person, look up with a clear conscience, sword out with no return. The 1,000-mile sword of beacon and smoke is buried deep. The broken blade will never fade. Don't be a guest of the imperial city, bow down to nurture talents." Such a person was worthy of anyone's respect. "Turn on the speaker." Gu Qianfan's voice sounded. Zhang Xiaofei hurriedly opened it. Gu Qianfan's voice came out clearly from the phone. His voice was very heavy, but it inexplicably gave people a feeling of the hissing of sword intent. Just by listening to him speak, it was as if he could see a sword being unsheathed from its scabbard. The sharpness of the sword was overwhelming. "I'm Gu Qianfan, the principal of Shuiqing First High School. In this competition, on behalf of Shuiqing No. 1 Middle School, I officially admit defeat." He paused, then continued, "Also, Zhou Xiaoduo, thank you so much. I, Gu Qianfan, owe you one." Gu Qianfan had intended to say more, but in such a public place, it was obviously not appropriate to speak anymore. If he spoke again, it would have the opposite effect and it would be like flattery. Therefore he simply said, "Thank you. Thank you, Phoenix City Second High School. Many thanks, the champion of this year's Dragon and Tiger ranking, Phoenix City Second High is fully deserving of the title. I salute the old principal, He Yuanyue." On behalf of Shuaiqing No. 1 Middle School, I say I am sincerely convinced. Then the call was hung up. The whole place was silent for a long time. Gu Qianfan. Don't return sword, Gu Qianfan. He said with his own mouth, I, Gu Qianfan, owe you one. This was during a national live broadcast. This favor was a big one. In fact, most of the people watching the live broadcast still did not understand what Zhuo Duo had done. In the previous match, it seemed that Zhuo Duo had given up first, and it was a group of referees who had restrained Zhou Yunqing. In terms of the situation, it was clear that Zhou Yunqing had the upper hand. Why did the situation suddenly change, and the old principal of Shuaiqing No. 1 Middle School had to personally admit defeat? Even the old principal, Gu Qianfan, said that he owed him a favor? There were many people watching the live broadcast. But when it came to the people who really knew, there was not even 1% or even 1 in 1,000. As for the people who could see all the mysteries of this battle, perhaps, could be described as 1 in 10 million. As a result, many irrelevant people on the internet madly said, shady. Shuaiqing No. 1 Middle School and Phoenix City Second High School must have reached some kind of agreement in private. The principal of Shuaiqing No. 1 Middle School is saying the opposite. He admitted defeat and gave up the championship, but the one who really owes him a favor is Phoenix City Second High School. Please give us back the truth. We have the right to know the inside story. We have the right to ask for a fair stage, a fair society. Principal, someone is talking about shady dealings. A teacher from Shuaiqing No. 1 Middle School carefully looked at the comments on the internet and reported in a low voice. I just admitted defeat and there's an inside story? This is how the world is. It's always people who don't know the truth who are filled with righteous indignation. Gu Qianfan was in a good mood and said, if there really is an inside story, why would I need to personally lose this old face? But the netizens won't think so. The teacher whispered, do you want to clarify and explain? Gu Qianfan said indifferently, why should I, Gu Qianfan, explain my actions to others? He sneered and said, there's no need to pay attention to it. Pass down the order, all the intersections of the city, the entire school from today onwards, wear red decorations, wait for Yunqing and the others to return, and then choose a school. Gu Qianfan smiled, looked at the phone on the table that kept vibrating and laughed coldly. They're all calls from the principals of the various high martial arts schools. Cough cough. The secretary took a look. They want to accept Zhou Yunqing. Among them, the principal's office of the Ancestral Dragon High School has already been called 3 times. What do you think? Ancestral Dragon High School? Gu Qianfan frowned, his face solemn. Zhou Yunqing, you can't enter the Ancestral Dragon in this life. This? I'll call back personally later. Gu Qianfan let out a long sigh. Yes. But the other high martial arts schools were all personally called by the principal. Ignore them. Gu Qianfan rolled his eyes. Now you think of me? What were you doing earlier? Keep the news a secret. Don't pick up the phone. If you want my students, it depends on my mood. Spread the word that I, Gu Qianfan, am very interested in knowing which city has the best wine in all the high martial arts schools in the country. I want to have a taste or two. Yes, just like that? Immediately. Gu Qianfan sneered, see if I can't beat these old bastards to death. Victory and defeat were decided. The finals ended. The champion of the new Longhu ranking had fallen to Phoenix City Second High School. Even many years later, there were still countless people who remembered the scene today. Amidst the fluttering flowers and fluttering ribbons, 6 youths dressed in Phoenix City Second High School's uniform stood on the high platform with tears in their eyes. They raised their championship trophies and suddenly shouted at the sky in unison. Did you see that? Our Phoenix City Second High School. We're the champions. Did you hear that? Our Phoenix City Second High School is the champion of this year's Longhu ranking. Your wish, we've achieved it. We've succeeded. Our Phoenix City Second High School is first in the Longhu ranking competition. Old principal. The 6 youths held the trophy on the high platform with tears falling like rain. We've won first place. We're first. Below the stage, Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai also had mixed feelings. Hu Ruoyun's face was full of tears. Luo Lai's eyes were red. First place. First place. However, the person who had worked hard and sacrificed his entire life to see Phoenix City Second High School obtain this honor was no longer here. Standing on the stage, Zhuo Duo used the aura divination technique. He could clearly see that he, Li Chenglong, and the others were completely enveloped by the enormous power of providence at this moment. Not to mention himself, because the aura divination technique could not see his own providence. However, among Li Chenglong and the others he could see it. The foundation of Li Chenglong and the others' providence had almost doubled. Among all the students present, only 2 or 3 could compare to Li Chenglong and the others. He was finally relieved. With this kind of providence, no matter which high school they went to, they would be outstanding. Providence was illusory. It could not be seen or touched, but it could be clearly felt. For example, some people had endless bad luck. Everything they did was not going well. Things that were about to succeed would be inexplicably destroyed. Some people, on the other hand, did everything smoothly. Things that could not be done in the first place would be inexplicably done. This was the power of providence. Perhaps most people did not understand, but most people with a little experience would be able to understand this paragraph. The providence of Li Chenglong and the others had already surpassed that of ordinary people by 1,000 times. What are your plans? Ding Xiulan asked Hu Ruoyun and the others amidst the cheers and clamor. We want to go home immediately. Zhou Xiaoduo represented everyone and said, we don't want to stay here for a moment longer. What? Because we want to send the first place trophy to Grandma He as soon as possible. Tell her that the first place belongs to our second high school. After the award ceremony, Phoenix City Second High School did not return to the hotel. Instead, they directly embarked on the journey home. They were so impatient. Glory, we got it. The first place of the Longhu list is ours. From next year onwards, the children from our school will be able to enjoy the supreme treatment. We did not let you down. Today is September 5th. We got the first place. We want this trophy, this glory, to be delivered to you before midnight of the 6th of September. Because today we will be the emperor after the Central Plains. They did not say goodbye to anyone, nor did they have the time to accept the congratulations of the other teams. They stepped on the journey home without hesitation. Zhang Xiaofei and Cui Shangfeng said, let us send you off. With your speed you might not be able to make it. The 4 high martial arts teachers all used their cultivation level to bring everyone along as they sped along. They did not hesitate to use up a lot of their vital essence. Zhou Xiaoduo really wanted to say, actually, it might be more efficient if you send us a plane. But after thinking about it, he did not say it. The true intention of the other party was to use this opportunity to get closer to each other. If there was any objection, it would be rejecting their goodwill. Ding Xiulan looked at the leaving crowd. Her eyes were filled with disappointment and anger. He was disappointed because Zhou Xiaoduo had failed to recruit him, but he was angry because of Gu Yuanhang. If it were not for this bastard, Zhou Xiaoduo would most likely enter the ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts School. At least, among the people who sent them back this time, there should be a part of her. It was all Gu Yuanhang's fault. She grabbed her phone and looked. The principal did not reply. Old bastard, you dare to play dead with me? Ding Xiulan, who had nowhere to vent her anger, directly found a number and dialed it. It was the secretary who answered. Ding. Director Ding, the principal said he had diarrhea. He went home to rest first. If there's anything we can talk about it when you come back. There's no need to rush. Fuck. Ding Xiulan lost her composure and spat out. Then she threw her phone with a bang. Screw him to death. After a long time, Ding Xiulan sighed softly and muttered softly to herself. You will never know what the ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts School lost this time. There has never been a Longhu list where so many geniuses emerged. But this time there was a spurt of geniuses. This is the sign of a prosperous era, the sign of a rise. In such a spurt of geniuses, the ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts School actually did not get a share. You can't imagine how big of a loss it is. In one sentence, 12 geniuses were forced to retreat at the same time. Just because of the heart of a villain. The ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts School will be suppressed in the future. It's almost a foregone conclusion. Ding Xiulan muttered to herself in disappointment. She knew very well in her heart. Ever since Zhou Xiaoduo retaliated after Gu Yuanhang spoke, the ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts School had forever lost the chance to recruit each and every one of the 6 people in Zhou Xiaoduo's team. Yes, each and every one of them. These 6 people were the children of destiny who rode on the wind and carried the luck. And ever since Zhou Xiaoduo helped Zhou Yunqing and Gu Qianfan spoke on the phone, the ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts School had also lost the hope of recruiting Zhou Yunqing. Because Gu Qianfan, that peerless sword, would never allow his students to go to Ancestral Dragon High School because there was a villain in Ancestral Dragon High School. Moreover, this villain had taught his students before. Perhaps ordinary people would not realize this point, but how could someone like Gu Qianfan not see this key point? Now that Zhou Yunqing had entered the Ancestral Dragon, Gu Yuanhang would definitely be able to get in touch with him. With Zhou Yunqing's gentlemanly personality, he would definitely accept Gu Yuanhang's kindness and interact with him for a long time. It would be easy for an old fox like Gu Yuanhang to influence Zhou Yunqing. The deeper his friendship with Gu Yuanhang, the more uncomfortable Zhou Yunqing would feel when facing Zuoxiao Duo in the future. Because there was a feeling of being ungrateful. How could two geniuses of the current generation not clash? In the long run, Zhou Yunqing's sword heart would definitely be covered in dust. And once his sword heart was covered in dust, Zhou Yunqing would be crippled. Gu Qianfan would never allow this to happen. Therefore, Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu was destined to gain nothing in this Longhu ranking. As one of the top 3 martial arts schools, what would happen if they couldn't recruit the best talents? This was what made Ding Xiulan the angriest. The reputation of 1,000 years was ruined by the words of a villain. This sentence might seem too much to say now, but Ding Xiulan already had a premonition in her heart. Geniuses would not erupt every year. How many years would it take for the luck of the continent to be born like this? Chapter 362. 10 o'clock at night. The moon had just revealed a crescent moon, and it was dark all around. In front of He Yuanyue's grave, Zuoxiao Duo and the others came back early, and they placed the trophy of the Longhu ranking competition in front of the tombstone. Grandma He, we're back after winning first place. This is the trophy that you've been thinking about for so many years. Our first place in the Longhu ranking of the Central Plains, the champion of the Longhu ranking. The 6 young men and women lined up in front of He Yuanyue's grave, and they bowed respectfully. He Yuanyue's portrait on the tombstone had a smile on her face, and her gaze was distant. She seemed to be very satisfied and gratified, and she seemed to have expected this day and moment. A gentle breeze blew past, and Zuoxiao Duo and the others' hair fluttered softly. It was as if He Yuanyue was touching the children's heads and saying softly, "You've worked hard." Zuoxiao Duo and the others all had tears in their eyes. "I really want to see you smile in front of us. Grandma He, we miss you so much." The breeze was gentle and it was as if they were crying. Zuoxiao Duo and the others stayed in front of He Yuanyue's grave until midnight, and then they reluctantly went down the mountain. Even after walking for a long time, they could still feel the gentle and kind gaze behind them until they reached the city. "Which school do you want to go to? Have you thought about it?" Hu Ruoyun asked softly. "Yes." Yu Moyan said, "Anyway, I will definitely go to teacher Luo Yenling's." Yu Moyan seemed to have made up his mind long ago, and he was very carefree now. "My aptitude is only above average and I can't be considered outstanding. If I go to one of the 3 universities I can go. There are teachers who have contacted me and they even gave me an acceptance letter. But if I really go with my accumulation, it won't take long for me to disappear into the crowd. It's better to go to Jade Sun High School, where I can get more resources and strive to be outstanding." "Yes, not bad. I still choose to go with Zhua. We'll go all the way." Li Chenglong laughed. "We'll go to Yunduan High School." Wan Li Xiu and Long Yuxing discussed. "All right." Li Zhangming said, "I'm going to the Dragon Soul. There are seniors who cultivate the Great Dream Divine Technique there. This is where my opportunity lies. I have to go. Sai, it's a pity that I have to part ways with you guys." Hu Ruoyun said softly, "Separation is only for the sake of better reunion. Changming, do your best." "I will." According to the rules of the various high martial arts academies, you must report before October 1st. There is one more thing you need to pay special attention to. This time you must go alone. Family members are not allowed to escort you. The path to the various martial arts schools is not a smooth path that ordinary people can take. Instead, it is filled with danger. There are countless man-made traps, countless dangerous jungles, countless star beasts. And all of these you will have to face them yourselves. You can form your own team with students with the same goal. However, if you are found to be escorted by your family, you will be disqualified immediately. Hu Ruoyun whispered, "You have to be prepared." "All right." Once you enter the high martial arts school, it is the same as entering the battlefield of life and death. Even between high martial arts students, you can start a life and death battle. In fact, Every high martial arts student will have students go to various battlefields to gain experience every month. Do you understand now? Once you leave the martial arts school of our level, you will have crossed the line between life and death. In the future, what you can achieve in the end will depend on your own fate and luck. We will no longer be able to escort you. As Hu Ruoyun spoke, the sadness in her words overflowed. She forced a laugh. Children, do your best. Don't let us worry and don't let us and the old principal down. We will remember. Xiao Duo, you are planning to go to the Hidden Dragon Academy, right? Yes, Teacher Hu. Then I will be more at ease if Li Chenglong goes with you. Hu Ruoyun walked in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo and gently helped him tidy up his lapel. She said softly, when you go to the Hidden Dragon Academy, remember to keep a low profile, okay? Before you gain a firm foothold, don't use those little tricks of yours if you can. Avoid making enemies. Yes. Also, your enemies in Fenghai after this competition, it is difficult to hide the karma. That life and death battle will definitely follow up. You must be careful. There is no harm in being careful. Understood. If there is anything you can't handle, you must say it in time. Even if it is something you feel you can handle, you must say it in time. At the very least, you must leave clues about where you go every day. Don't always think about facing it alone, understand? Hu Ruoyun whispered. Understood. It has to be organized, it has to be clear. The cause and effect, who are the people around you, you must be clear. It is better not to make friends than to make friends randomly. Hu Ruoyun rambled on for a long time, but she still had not finished. Zhuo Xiaoduo, on the other hand, had a look of enjoyment on his face. He listened quietly and understood everything. He understood and did not find it annoying at all. For a moment, it was as if he could not wait for Teacher Hu to never finish talking. This kind of meticulous care and warmth made Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart feel extremely warm. He also took advantage of this time to read Hu Ruoyun's fortune. For this, he even used a drop of Providence Point. After confirming that there was nothing to do in the short term, he looked at his long-term fortune. It was still smooth and happy. Finally, he felt relieved. If you have time in the future, come back to the school to see me. If you are really busy, then forget it. Hu Ruoyun tiptoed and patted Zhuo Xiaoduo's head. She laughed and said, you are so tall that I can't even pat you. I will definitely come back. I will come back often. Zhuo Xiaoduo promised. Okay. Hu Ruoyun turned to Li Chenglong. Chenglong, you are a careful person. Remember to help Zhuo Xiaoduo pay attention to the things I mentioned. In this new environment, you must support each other and entrust your backs to each other. I know. The intersection was in front of them. It was time to say goodbye again. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai returned to the school with the trophy. Tomorrow, Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others would go to the school to receive the commendation and the graduation ceremony. After tomorrow, they would prepare to go on the road and report to the martial arts university. Hu Ruoyun said goodbye reluctantly. I will wait for you at the school tomorrow. Okay. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai turned and left. The six of them stood in a row and watched the two teachers walk away. When they could no longer see them, they parted ways and went their separate ways. Zhuo Xiaoduo ran all the way to his home. Wow, Miss Cat. Brother Zhuo is back. After leaving home for so long, he didn't even call me. He didn't even reply to my messages. I am so angry. You think you are so great as the goddess of spiritual thoughts? I am the emperor. Come here. Kneel down. Help me wash my feet. Zhuo Xiaoduo was so happy that he was like a dog that had just finished eating a bone. He was jumping all the way. Sometimes he would jump sideways, sometimes he would jump over the hurdles, sometimes he would do a standing long jump, and sometimes he would do a little deer jump. Finally, he was almost home. La 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 la. Zhuo Xiaoduo sang happily. Ah ha 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 ha. Suddenly. Stop. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Oh my God. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't even stop. He rushed into the air and rushed toward his home like a stream of light. Whose voice is that? I really didn't recognize it. You can't blame me. Bang. The person who came was so powerful that his foot landed on someone's stomach, kicking Zhuo Xiaoduo down from the air and turning him into a shrimp. Watch. It hurts. Zhuo Xiaoduo was in pain and rolled on the ground. My intestines are broken. Ms. Mu. Spare me, I am seriously injured. I. Mu Yanyan fell from the sky, and without saying a word, she threw herself at his head and kicked his face. Is it familiar? This is called Dragon Gate Kick. I will punish you, you little bastard who ruined my reputation. Mu Yanyan's face was frosty and furious. She threw herself at Zhuo Duo and kicked him from head to toe without any scruples. But there was one thing that had to be said. Zhuo Duo didn't even care about his face, but he protected his crotch. Protecting a man was the most painful thing. You want to kick me? No way. Mu Yanyan did want to kick him at first, but later she was embarrassed. When Zhuo's whole body was swollen, she didn't have the heart to do it. Bastard. Mu Yanyan kicked him hard, picked up Zhuo Duo and flew away. Even though he had already vented his anger, he still felt indescribably depressed. This was the heaviest punishment. She couldn't cripple him, let alone kill him. What else could she do? She couldn't do anything about it. This guy obviously knew this. He screamed miserably as if he had been tortured in the 18 levels of hell. He was as pitiful as he could be. But Mu Yanyan knew that she didn't even touch his bones. It was all physical pain. To think that this brat could shout so loudly. If he screamed a little later, it would be better. Knock, knock, knock. Zhuo opened the door. Mu Yanyan threw Zhuo Duo in. Your hero is back. She flashed away. Zhuo Duo was swollen like a ball. He rolled into the living room. Nian Mao. Zhuo Duo screamed, I'm going to be beaten to death. Hurry up and take a look. It hurts so much. You deserve it. Zhuo snorted and walked over with her little nose wrinkled. Seeing his miserable appearance, she finally couldn't bear it. She helped him to the sofa and used her chi to remove the bruises. On the way, my master has been talking about killing you. Zhuo pouted and said, It's me. I begged my master all the way to change it to just beating you. How are you going to thank me? Zhuo Duo rolled his eyes and said, Silly girl. Even if you didn't beg her, she wouldn't be willing to kill me. You can't even see such a simple problem. You're so stupid. What did you call me? Zhuo suddenly stopped. The hand that was massaging suddenly pinched a piece of flesh. She raised her eyebrows. Silly girl? I mean, Sister Nian Yan. Zhuo Duo immediately felt that something was wrong. Actually you don't know, but silly girl means the most beautiful girl in the desert. And a beauty. And that's what it means. I'll let you. Slap, 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 slap. Zhuo's old wounds hadn't healed and new ones were added. His whole body swelled again. Chapter 363. After a long time, Zhuo finally stopped. Zhuo Duo lay on the sofa weakly, moaning and groaning like a dead dog. Zhuo was reading the newspaper and making tea as if nothing had happened, while carefully peeling melon seeds. Zhuo had a habit of peeling melon seeds one by one and eating them in handfuls. It was said that eating melon seeds this way was more satisfying and satisfying. Why aren't mom and dad back yet? I can't stay at home for more than a few days. I have to report to Yunduan High School on the 1st of October. Zhuo Duo stole the melon seeds that Zhuo had peeled and stuffed them into his mouth. He chewed and complained, they're really not worried at all. It's been so long and they're still not home. I think we should criticize them. Zhuo suddenly saw that the spot where she had peeled melon seeds on the table was clean. She suddenly became furious. Do you think you can change the topic of eating my melon seeds by talking about this? Fuck. You're dead. Zhuo Duo screamed again. Of course he had to say, again, because his body swelled up again. Zhuo beat Zhuo Duo up and down on the sofa. After a long time, Zhuo Duo sat cross-legged on the sofa in a posture that looked like a combination of an earthworm and a lizard. He drank tea, ate melon seeds, watched TV and chatted. He looked very comfortable from head to toe. Zhuo crossed her legs and peeled melon seeds. She carefully placed the peeled melon seeds on a small plate in front of her. She faced Zhuo Duo directly and stared at him from time to time. Her face was full of vigilance. Previously, no matter if she was facing him from the side or from the back, she had been sneakily attacked several times. She could only defend herself if she faced him directly. Are you planning to go to Hidden Dragon? Zhuo asked. Yes. Zhuo Duo replied, it's a place that has already been booked. But now is not the time. You have too many enemies in the Hidden Dragon Empire. Zhuo expressed his heartfelt worry. Fenghai City. Now to me it is indeed a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. Danger at every step. Zhuo's eyes flickered as he said, but I'm really interested to see what this dragon's lair looks like and how dangerous it is. After talking about me, what about you? Zhuo Duo asked. I originally planned not to go to Phoenix Cry. Zhou Xiaoyan said indifferently, they should be going to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. He went straight to work. The Nine Heavens Pavilion was a very mysterious organization. Once one entered the Nine Heavens Pavilion, one would need to go out on missions continuously, and then constantly improve oneself. The first, second, and third levels were the foundation, where one would study and cultivate, and occasionally go out on missions. Then, as his cultivation increased, he would immediately advance to the next level. Once he defeated the Nine Heavens Pavilion, he would be able to be appointed to another position. But as for the specific inside story of this place, not to mention Zhou Xiaoduo, even Zhou Xiaoyan did not know. She only knew that it was very high and mighty. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Zhou Xiaoyan's face, then threw out another fate point, and looked at Zhou Xiaoyan's future. He nodded with relief and said, "You can go anywhere without worry. After all, your strength is here. It's enough. Actually, my condition is only that I'm qualified. But I heard that I'm the youngest woman to join the Nine Heavens Pavilion in many years." Zhou Xiaoyan laughed. "Of course, at this stage I'm only going to learn and train and continue to sharpen myself. I'm still far from being able to go out on missions. Don't worry." Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, "You don't have to be so humble. I believe you'll reach the standard in a few days. All right, don't be reluctant to use those top-grade jade of astral souls. Hurry up and use them up." Zhou Xiaoyan said angrily, "How can you use those treasures just like that? You should only use them when you need them." Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. No matter how precious they were basically used for cultivation. Why couldn't they be used? He rolled his eyes and said, "Sister Xiaoyan, how about I make a bet with you?" Zhou Xiaoyan said warily, "What bet?" "If you can use up all your top-grade jade of astral souls within a year, I'll give you another 50,000. Yes, all of them are top-grade jade of astral souls." Zhou Xiaoduo said solemnly. 50,000? Zhou Xiaoyan exclaimed, her eyes widening. "What the hell? Did you dig up a paradise?" "There's no paradise." Zhou Xiaoduo said calmly, "But I really did find a top-grade jade of astral souls mine, and I'm sure that I'm the only one in the whole continent who knows about it." Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. "Then we're rich. That's a fortune." "That's what I said." Zhou Xiaoduo said proudly, "Do you understand now? We don't lack this stuff, not at all. Things should be used to their fullest potential. If you use up all your top-grade jade of astral souls in a year, I'll give you another 50,000. If you use up all your jade of astral souls in a year, I'll give you another 200,000. According to my estimation, there's at least 1,000,000 astral souls jade of astral souls in the mine." Zhou Xiaoduo spoke as if he was telling the truth and had a nose and eyes. Zhou Xiaoyan knew that Zhou Xiaoduo was naughty, but he would never speak carelessly, especially when it came to such a big matter. She couldn't help but be skeptical. She pouted and said, "If it's within a year. It's not impossible, but it's too wasteful." With Zhou Xiaoduo's current cultivation base, he was only at the early stage of the origin core realm. If he really absorbed all the top-grade star soul jades in his possession, he would probably be able to reach the peak of the origin core realm. Moreover, he would have to suppress the restlessness of his true origin several times to break through to the soul transformation realm. Let's not talk about whether it's possible or not. Zhou Xiaoduo said matter-of-factly, "I have additional conditions. You can't always test me. This time it's my turn to test you. You can't just use up all the top-grade jade of astral souls. You have to suppress the turbulence of your true origin more than 15 times before you can receive the rest of the benefits. If you can't reach the standard, I'm sorry, but you won't get anything in the future. This is called opportunity and risk coexist. Do you understand?" Zhou Xiaoyan's face turned bitter. She didn't say anything for a long time. Suppressing 15 times? This standard wasn't just high, it was ridiculously high. However, she gritted her teeth and said, "I want to try. I must reach this goal." "Okay, it's settled then." Zhou Xiaoduo smiled and continued to drink water. His heart was as calm as a mountain and as steady as an old dog. Actually, he didn't find any astral souls jade mine, nor did he have so many top-grade astral souls jade. He only said that to urge Zhou Xiaoyan to hurry up and cultivate. Otherwise, with Zhou Xiaoyan's frugal personality, she might have kept all the top-grade astral souls jade for him. In Zhou Xiaoduo's heart, if there were such top-grade materials to help with cultivation, why wouldn't he use them immediately? Only when his strength increased would they belong to him. However, if he left the spiritual jades in the space ring, he wouldn't know who he was saving them for. They might not really belong to him. It was a pity that Zhuo was still at the innate realm and couldn't bear the violent spiritual energy of the top-grade astral soul's jade. Otherwise he would have used them long ago. When he broke through the embryonic breathing realm, Zhuo wouldn't hesitate to use them on the first day of the breakthrough. When the time came, Zhuo would ask him, "Where are the 50,000 pieces of top-grade astral soul's jade?" Zhuo could also say righteously, "Sigh, the jade mine was discovered by the country and was taken over by the country. I didn't even get a single piece of it. I'm still feeling sad and you still want to poke at my sore spot. It's too difficult for me." With one sentence he could push all the blame away. He might even be comforted. Otherwise, Zhuo most likely wouldn't use them. When Zhuo came to settle the score with him, it would all become her own strength. When that time came, at most he would be beaten up. What's the big deal? What's the big deal? Don't tell me she's going to rape me? I'm not afraid of Zhuo. Seeing that it was already past midnight, the two of them were still wide awake. They chatted casually and the atmosphere was extremely quiet, warm and peaceful. He felt that such time and such an atmosphere were better the longer it lasted. He couldn't feel the passage of time at all. Xiaoduo. Zhuo seemed to have thought of something. Her face was slightly red and she said, "Look at me." "Look at you?" Zhuo turned his head suspiciously. "Look at what?" Zhuo stood up and walked a few steps. She was slim and graceful and said, "Do I look good like this?" Yes. It's not just good looking. It's simply pleasing to the eye. It's too pleasing to the eye." Zhuo was about to salivate. His mind was suddenly filled with indescribable emotions. What does this mean? Does it feel like we're going to part ways? So, Nian Cat wants to seduce me? With this thought, Zhuo's flaming sun scripture suddenly activated on its own. "Come on. Come and seduce me. I'll definitely pretend to be reserved for 3 seconds, no more. No, what's there to be reserved for? I'll definitely be seduced by you at the first moment. I've always liked beauty. My willpower isn't good. I'll go up as soon as you seduce me." Zhuo's mind was filled with 180 ideas, 30 to 40 postures and half a hard disk's worth of knowledge, rushed into his mind in an instant. His eyes lit up, and he did not even bother to hide his desire. However, Zhuo obviously didn't follow Zhuo's thoughts. She turned around and said, "How about this?" She increased her height by 2 centimeters according to the ratio. She was originally 1.73 meters tall, but now she was 1.75 meters tall. However, Zhuo didn't notice anything. He just nodded foolishly, and his saliva drew a parabola as he nodded. Good. How about this? She went from 1.75 meters to 1.78 meters. Good. Of these 3 states, which one is better looking? Which is the best? Zhuo asked expectantly. Three kinds? Zhuo was dumbfounded. His eyes were full of confusion. What? 3? What 3? What does that mean? Chapter 364. Which 3? That's right, which one is the most beautiful? Zhuo asked modestly. She rolled her eyes and looked very shy. Dog, I'm choosing my highest height and body proportion according to your taste. As long as you choose, I'll take the look-preserving pill based on your choice. What 3? What 3? Zhuo felt that he should ask if he didn't understand, so he asked humbly. You didn't see? You didn't see? Zhuo was confused by Zhuo's question. See what? Zhuo tried to think and asked carefully, breasts? Or buttocks? This? What do you want me to see? Zhuo was stunned, and then she felt a rush of anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "Then what did you see just now?" "I saw." Zhuo was confused and felt that something was wrong. He scratched his head and said, What do you want me to see?" Bang. A pillow hit Zhuo's face. Then the heavy punches and kicks landed heavily on Zhuo's body like the wind and rain had never been so heavy before. After a while the wind and rain finally stopped. With a bang the door closed. Zhuo went back to her room angrily. The loud sound of the door closing almost shook the chandelier off the ceiling. Zhuo was on the verge of death. His head was swollen and his body was in pain as he laid on the sofa. His eyes were spinning and he was completely dumbfounded. Just now. What happened? Zhou Xiaoduo didn't see it at all. He felt that he had been wronged to the extreme. Didn't you want to seduce me? Zhou Xiaoduo felt that he was innocent and sad. What exactly was going on now? Woman, is your name a mystery? It was around 5 o'clock in the morning. Gu Yuanhang, who had been removed from the Longhu list judge's seat on the spot, finally returned to the entrance of Shangjing City with wounds all over his body. This journey back home was simply bizarre to the extreme. As soon as he left the territory of South Ji City and stepped into the wasteland, someone came to intercept him. It was a blue-robed woman who chased after him with all her might. Finally, everyone's true strength was about the same, and they were evenly matched. At first he was a little flustered, but later he steadied himself and was fine. But then 2 women and a man charged out, and all of them chased after him and attacked him fiercely, as if they were irreconcilable enemies. Gu Yuanhang knew that he was no match for them and fled for his life. However, the movement techniques of these 3 women were all faster than his. Escape, there was no way he could escape. Left with no other choice, Gu Yuanhang forced his way out of the encirclement and returned to South Ji City. There were countless teachers from the higher martial academy gathered in South Ji City, so naturally he didn't have to worry about being hunted down. Gu Yuanhang's wish came true. As he fled back to South Ji City, the 3 women disappeared. As expected, they didn't continue to chase after him. Gu Yuanhang, who didn't dare to take the normal route, went straight to the military and used his connections to find a small plane to send him back. However, before he could fly out of the central plains, a magnificent sword light directly sliced off one of the wings of the plane. Gu Yuanhang used all his strength to carry the plane all the way to Fenghai Airport. Only then was he able to escape. The other party was helping him and he couldn't let them lose a plane for no reason. Not to mention there was also a pilot. Gu Yuanhang still had this bit of integrity. But was he taking the plane or was the plane taking him? The rest of the journey was uneventful. When he was about to reach Shangjing City, and when Gu Yuanhang was about to let down his guard, he was intercepted again. This time it was a black-robed man who attacked him, and he immediately used extreme moves to kill him. From the beginning to the end, he didn't say a word. He fought with Gu Yuanhang for a full 2 hours, until both of them were covered in wounds and bruises. Only then did he retreat. During this time, Gu Yuanhang didn't know how many times he shouted, "Who are you? What?" and so on and so forth. However, the other party really didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. This whole journey made Gu Yuanhang feel like a rat crossing the street. Finally he reached Shangjing. He could breathe a sigh of relief. Gu Yuanhang entered Shangjing and went straight to Yunduan High School. The next day, Phoenix City No. 2 High School held a grand ceremony. The 6 students of Phoenix City No. 2 High School formed a team to compete in the Central Plains Longhu ranking and bring back the champion for Phoenix City No. 2 High School. This was the first time since the establishment of No. 2 High School. The champion of the Central Plains Longhu ranking. Almost all of the influential people in Phoenix City had come. Those who didn't come or weren't invited were just people who weren't qualified to attend the meeting. Today was also the graduation ceremony of Phoenix City No. 2 High School. Majestic music floated back and forth in the sky above No. 2 High School. Yuanyue's huge portrait stood tall in front of the school building. All the teachers and students bowed in unison. Your wish, we've helped you to fulfill one. As for the other wishes, we're still working hard. After that, we'll definitely fulfill your wish and fulfill it. Teacher, don't worry. We, the teachers and students of No. 2 High School, will definitely not disappoint you. After that, the graduation certificate of No. 2 High School was given to all the students who had reached the innate realm. After that, a few thick stacks of admission notices were taken out. These were the admission notices issued by all the martial arts academies before the college entrance exam. Now all of them had been sent to the school. Why does my heart feel like it's half empty all of a sudden? Especially Xiao Duo. He has also graduated. Every year at this time, I have to send away a batch of students that I've poured my heart and soul into. This kind of parting is really unbearable. No wonder you said that as a teacher, if you put your heart into the students, you'll age very quickly. But it's also very worth it. Whether it's worth it or not, I haven't personally experienced it yet. But I'm really aging very quickly. Every year, I have to send away a batch of my heart and soul. This bunch of heartless little fellows, I don't know. How many of them will remember to come back and visit me? Perhaps, Many people will never experience it in their lives. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching countless children walk out in groups, leaving the place where they had studied for so many years. Most of them were full of smiles, talking to each other and telling each other farewell words. Their faces were full of longing for the future. Second high school's campus was going to be empty for a while again. Teacher who? Teacher who? A voice suddenly sounded outside the door. It was Zhuo Xiaoduo's voice. Hu Ruoyun quickly opened the door and saw Zhuo Xiaoduo and the other 5 people standing outside the door neatly, with bright smiles on their faces, begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 365. Why haven't you left yet? Hu Ruoyun asked in surprise. She was pleasantly surprised. There are 6 of us. Zhuo Xiaoduo giggled and said, it seems like we haven't done the 3 touches and 5 comments for the innate stage. Sigh. Look at my memory. Hu Ruoyun slapped her forehead. Qin Fangyang was supposed to be in charge of the 3 touches and 5 comments for Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others. Wind Spirit's meridians, He Yuanyue's death and Qin Fangyang's departure. Then the Longhu ranking tournament was approaching. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others had been preparing for the tournament wholeheartedly until today. He had been so busy until now that he had completely forgotten about this matter. It's fine. Everything has been settled. I'll call your principal later and we'll personally conduct the comments for you, Hu Ruoyun said. Also, we'd like to invite you, Principal Li, Teacher Luo and the others, for dinner tonight, Zhuo Xiaoduo said. The 6 of them bowed together. Teacher, please do us the honor. Hu Ruoyun only felt a warm current rush up her body and she subconsciously responded. Okay. As she spoke, she made a phone call. Fortunately, Li Changjiang had already arranged his schedule for today's graduation ceremony. He did not make any other arrangements, so it was settled with a phone call. However, Luo Lai had already been dragged away by the other students. She wondered if he was fated to treat her today. I'll arrange for the Tower of Astral Souls to conduct the 3 touches and 5 comments for you. The 3rd touch. 10 minutes later. The number 2 high school campus was very empty. Most of the students and teachers had already left. Li Changjiang and Hu Ruoyun sent Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others to the Tower of Astral Souls again. The couple was still watching the surveillance cameras in the office. I believe that the others will be fine. I just don't know if Zhuo Xiaoduo will cause any trouble this time. When Hu Ruoyun thought of this, she felt a headache coming on. The first time was the devil's heart of heterodoxy, the second time was the castration of lack of desire. 2 consecutive abnormal occurrences had already caused Hu Ruoyun to feel fear in her heart. He really didn't know what kind of strange words he would come up with this time. The content of the trial this time was still very simple. In the fantasy realm, the trial taker would meet a hero from the Umno Alliance. At first, the trial taker would not know that the hero was a member of the Umno Alliance. The trial taker would fight side by side with the hero and train along the way. They would fight star beasts, trample on villains, fight injustice and roam the world, treating each other with sincerity, congenial in spirit and making friends with each other. The other party's personality and temper could be said to be the type that the participants admired and liked the most. After interacting with each other for a period of time, there was nothing that they didn't talk about. Taking care of you in every possible way is secondary. Usually, when we exchange pointers and drink together, we are very close, even more like brothers. After the trial, other than Zhuo Xiaoduo, Long Yuxing and the other 4 people, one after the other, could not help but become sworn brothers with the other party. Yes, Wan Lixio met a sister and also became sworn brothers. The sisterly relationship was very deep and could not be compared to the so-called best friends. And as time went on, the other party's identity as a member of the Umno Alliance was finally exposed. This was a very cruel setting. The brother who treated each other with sincerity and congenial in spirit was a member of the Umno Alliance. The 2 sides were naturally on opposite sides and would not rest until one of them was dead. When the situation came to a head, would you kill him? When the other party completed the Umno Alliance's mission and was chased by people on your side, when he came to your side with his dying breath, would you kill him? He was lying in front of you. You did not need to use any strength, just a palm or a kick, and you could easily end his life. However, as long as you wanted to, you could save him. The key was how you would choose. Yu Moyan and Li Chenglong made their choice the fastest. The 2 of them did not hesitate and directly killed the other party. You are a member of the Umno Alliance. You have completed the Umno Alliance's mission and caused a lot of damage to our side. At this time, in front of the big picture, you must kill him. Wan Lixiu, Long Yuxing and Li Zhangming hesitated for a long time before they decided to make their move. When they made their move, their faces were full of tears and they kept saying sorry that the five of them made their own choices and ended the trial in either a short or long time. Li Chenglong and Yu Moyan were both a grade. Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu and Li Zhangming's evaluation was one grade lower, B grade. As for Zhou Xiaoduo's side, it was just as Hu Ruoyun had thought. When Long Yuxing and the others became sworn brothers with this person, Zhou Xiaoduo did not choose to become sworn brothers with him. Why did he choose to become sworn brothers? Zhou Xiaoduo would not make such a choice. This person was not bad and could be friends with him. However, that was all. Then the two of them went through life and death together. They went through difficulties and experienced thousands of mountains and rivers together. Their friendship became deeper. However, it was inevitable that the other party was exposed in front of Zhou Xiaoduo. He was dying and fell in front of Zhou Xiaoduo. At this moment, Hu Ruoyun's heart was in her mouth. Zhou Xiaoduo, oh Zhou Xiaoduo, this is a matter of position. Don't make a mistake in such a big matter. You are a member of the UMNO Alliance? Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked. His face was full of disbelief. Brother, I am sorry. That person smiled bitterly. I was chased to this place and I am injured. However, I am still alive. I can't escape. Xiaoduo, you might as well kill me or hand me over. I can give you a future. I lied to you. However, when I was with you, there was no hypocrisy. I only treated you with sincerity. In my heart, I really treat you as a brother. If I can use my useless life to exchange for a contribution for my brother, it will be worth it. That person's mouth was bleeding. He murmured, don't kill me with your hands. If you kill me, you will leave a soul mark. The other side will take revenge on you. I don't want to see you die, especially because of me. Take care. He closed his eyes and waited. He waited for the last moment to come. What are you talking about? Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of loyalty. We are brothers. Even if we become enemies in the future, we will only fight with real swords and spears on the battlefield. If I kill you like this, how can it be considered as a brother? Hu Ruoyun sighed deeply. She only felt a splitting headache. Why did this bastard always cause trouble at the most critical moment? Could it be that your brain circuit is really very different from a normal person's? 108,000 of them was there. Looking at the screen, Zhou Xiaoduo tried his best to heal his brother's injuries, treat his illness, hide the truth, and ensure his safety. After that, he even escorted him all the way and helped him escape. That person was so touched that he could not feel his blood boiling. Before they parted, Zhou Xiaoduo took out pills and jade of astral souls. He filled up a space ring and gave it to him. Brother, I don't have much to say. This is all I can do. There is some money, emergency food and drinks, and some jade of astral souls. Take it. How can I take it? If I take it all, what will you use? Aya, why are you being so polite with me at this critical moment? Zhou Xiaoduo said angrily, now you are completely exposed. Every step you take is dangerous. Wait for me to think of a way to send you to the border. After that, you will have to rely on yourself. Hurry up and go back. Brother, you are taking too big a risk by doing this. Your life is in danger and you will bear a bad name for the rest of your life. I already said that we are brothers. Why are you still talking about this? Zhou Xiaoduo confided in him, it's rare that you and I can treat each other with sincerity. Once we part, I'm afraid we won't see each other again. How about you and I swear to the heavens that we'll be sworn brothers? Good. However, Xiaoduo, your future is bound to be very dangerous. I am dragging you down. Let's not talk about this. The two of them used the soil as incense and kowtowed to the heavens. They were both overwhelmed with emotions and felt their blood boiling. Then, unexpectedly, when they were escaping to the border, they were discovered by the border guards. Seeing that there was no hope of escaping, Zhou Xiaoduo could not help but help. After a fierce battle, they saved the man and escaped to the border. However, Zhou Xiaoduo's identity was completely exposed. The other side even called out Zhou Xiaoduo's name clearly. The two of them crossed the border and sat in a dense forest. Both of them looked gloomy. Now, it is your turn to not be able to go back. It's okay. Just hide your identity. The world is big. There is no place for you to hide. No, it is too dangerous. From the day I decided to save you, I was already mentally prepared. Now my prediction has come true. Why don't you come with me? No. How can I go to your side? Zhou Xiaoduo did not even think about it. He shook his head like a rattle drum. Do you want to go back and die? I might not die if I go back. I just have to give up my original identity. But how can I watch you go back like this? How can I be at ease? That is my life. Zhuxiaoduo stood up and waved his hand. Brother, take care. Just as he was about to leave, bang! The man knocked Zhuxiaoduo unconscious and murmured, "You sent me out from tens of thousands of miles away. How can I watch such a brother go back and die? Even if you hate me, you can't go back." He held Zhuxiaoduo's body and disappeared into the Umno Alliance. The scene froze. The trial ended. Li Changjiang and Hu Ruoyun were at a loss. They were in disbelief and disbelief. What the fuck? Are you developing your own plot? What kind of development is this? This. Hu Ruoyun was on the verge of going crazy. Why is there nothing below? What happened next? Li Changjiang was speechless. He has already gone out. What else can there be? Xiao Duo must have gone undercover. But if it ends like this, won't it make him a traitor? Will the evaluation still be fair? Hu Ruoyun said anxiously. Li Changjiang thought. How can you be sure that he went undercover? Nothing is seen now. How do you know what will happen next? But there was nothing after that. This was the most maddening thing. The couple looked at the screen anxiously. They were really not sure what the evaluation would be this time. Chapter 366. At this moment, Hu Ruoyun felt a little hopeless. He did not differentiate between friend and foe, and his stance was unclear. He spared no effort to help the enemy escape. This guy was really. After a long time, even Zhuxiaoduo and the others had finished the trial and gathered at the entrance of the principal's office to wait. However, the evaluation was still not out. After a long time, the screen finally began to rotate. Hu Ruoyun and Li Changjiang held their breaths at the same time. They waited, watched, and waited for the results to come. Finally, after a while, the final evaluation was out. When Hu Ruoyun and Li Changjiang saw the evaluation, they were stunned. They still found it unbelievable, and unimaginable. That was because the evaluation on the screen was 4 question marks. There was not even a word, let alone an A or B grade. There were only 4 question marks. At this moment, whether it was Li Changjiang or Hu Ruoyun, their real thoughts were exactly the same as the evaluation on the screen. It was not fake at all. Perhaps the husband and wife could add a few more question marks. What kind of evaluation was this? Did this mean that even the system did not know how to evaluate? The husband and wife looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. What's going on? What kind of evaluation is this? Hu Ruoyun pointed at the 4 question marks on the screen and asked. Li Changjiang shook his head slowly. I don't know either. This kind of thing was really unheard of in so many years. Hu Ruoyun went to open the door. At a glance, Zhuxiaoduo was standing obediently at the door. His face was simple and honest. Teacher, let's go for dinner? It's already 6 o'clock in the evening. Hu Ruoyun sighed helplessly. She wanted to say something, but in the end she did not open her mouth. She patted Zhuxiaoduo's shoulder and said, the evaluation is good. Throughout history it's unprecedented. Zhuxiaoduo had an honest look on his face. He said shyly, it's all thanks to teacher who's good teaching. Hu Ruoyun finally said unhappily, I didn't teach you those tricks. I don't dare to take the credit. Zhuxiaoduo scratched his head innocently, as if he did not know what the problem was. None of the parents attended the dinner that night. Zhuxiaoduo's parents were not at home, but the other 5 had no intention of letting their parents come. What are you doing here? You don't even know each other. You're just here to thank me. How hypocritical. Don't come, you'll only make the atmosphere awkward. Wan Lixio directly called her father and said, we're thanking the teacher out of gratitude. We're too embarrassed to say anything when you guys come, and the teacher is too embarrassed to say anything. You guys are too embarrassed to leave. To prevent everyone from being embarrassed, it's better if you don't come. However, there were only 6 children at the dinner table with Hu Ruoyun and her husband, but 4 pairs were drunk. Hu Ruoyun lost her composure and burst into tears in the end. On the one hand, she was distressed by Zhuxiaoduo's evaluation. On the other hand, she was really reluctant. Hu Ruoyun was really reluctant to part with these children, especially Zhuxiaoduo. She watched the children finally grow up and go to a higher school. Although she knew that she should be happy for them, this reluctance to part with them kept gushing out from her heart, making her feel inexplicably uncomfortable. She hugged Zhuxiaoduo and cried a lot, saying a lot. You must come back to visit me when you have time. I miss you. Finally they parted ways. Li Changjiang took a taxi with Hu Ruoyun, who had already fallen asleep. When they reached home, Hu Ruoyun miraculously woke up. You didn't fall asleep? Li Changjiang asked in surprise. How can I really fall asleep? Hu Ruoyun said slowly, it's just that I really couldn't control my emotions and made the atmosphere sad. They have a bright future ahead of them. It's not good to make the atmosphere too sad. Li Changjiang sighed softly. Geniuses. Come, take a look at what the students gave you, Li Changjiang said. I don't want to look. Hu Ruoyun sighed. Take a look. These are from Wanli Xiu. These are spirit herbs that nourish one's origin. They're all very rare and precious. This is from Li Chenglong. It's a landscape painting. This is from Yu Moyan. It's a decoration he made himself. Li Changjiang explained the items one by one as he tidied them up. Hu Ruoyun, on the other hand, was silent. This is from Zuoxiao Duo. Li Changjiang had just finished speaking when Hu Ruoyun suddenly turned her head, her eyes sparkling. Fuck. Li Changjiang had just taken it out when he exclaimed in surprise. These are black stones for Teacher Hu. In a small bag there were 50 pieces of black stones. These are supreme-grade jade of astral souls. Li Changjiang was stunned. Li Changjiang had only seen this kind of supreme-grade jade of astral souls once in his life. It was during a banquet when the host took it out to show off. This thing was really too rare and too hard to come by. Any piece of supreme-grade jade of astral souls would be sold for a sky-high price. It was a price that could not be bought even if one had the money. Zuoxiao Duo actually gave 50 of them to Hu Ruoyun at once. This is too extravagant. Hu Ruoyun was anxious. How can we accept this? Hurry up and return it tomorrow. These materials will delay this child's cultivation by a lot. Li Changjiang also nodded. It's indeed too expensive. I'll go look for her tomorrow. The next day, Li Changjiang went to look for Zuoxiao Duo early in the morning. Zuoxiao's attitude was firm. Principal, you know that I'm a very stingy person. In my life, I can't say that I'm the only one who would take the initiative to give a gift to someone for free. Perhaps from now until the day I die of old age, there will only be a few people who will do so. But Teacher Hu is worth anything for me to give her. If you don't accept it, you don't have to return it to me. You can just throw it on the street. I don't know if someone will pick it up. Li Changjiang saw Zuoxiao's attitude. What could he do? He could only take it back. Please tell Teacher Hu that these have to be used. The next time I visit her, if there are any leftovers, I'll be sad. I'll have to give her more. Zuoxiao Duo giggled. Li Changjiang took the bag of black stones home. Naturally, Hu Ruoyun complained to him. But after passing on Zuoxiao's words, Hu Ruoyun didn't say anything. After a long time she said softly, Xiao Duo is a good boy. I really envy his parents for having such a good child. From the second day onwards, Zuoxiao Duo didn't slack off at all. He continued to cultivate as if his life depended on it. Zuoxiaoyan accompanied him. The two of them looked for a secluded place to cultivate day and night. They wanted to make every effort to improve themselves in the remaining time. After continuously cultivating as if his life depended on it, Zuoxiao Duo found that he had broken through the bottleneck of his strength. This discovery made Zuoxiao Duo ecstatic. Therefore he worked even harder and increased the weight he carried. Zuoxiaoyan was his sparring partner. Once again she began to find him. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. 3 days later they would set off for Hidden Dragon. Coincidentally, Zuoxiaoyan would also set off 3 days later to report to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. However, Zuochanglu and Wu Yuding still hadn't sent back any news. They couldn't get through to their phones either. The two of them couldn't help but feel anxious. What was going on? On this night, the two of them returned home exhausted. Suddenly, they saw from afar that the lights in their house were on. For a moment, a warm current surged from the bottom of their hearts. It was a long-lost feeling. Previously, when their parents were at home, they would come home late every day. They didn't feel anything special when they saw the lights. But now, after such a long time, they suddenly saw the lights in their house on again that their entire hearts were about to melt. Ouch. Ah. The siblings rushed up the stairs as if they had gone mad. Their exhaustion seemed to have completely disappeared at that moment. Ah, Dad. Zuoxiao Duo pushed the door open and rushed in, laughing loudly. Zuochanglu looked up from the sofa with a smile. Wu Yuding walked out of the kitchen. Zuoxiao Duo rushed over and hugged Wu Yuding, laughing loudly. Then he picked up his mother and spun her around. "Mom, I missed you so much." As he said that, his eyes turned red. Zhuanglu's eyes widened as he withdrew his hand. This guy rushed all the way home calling for Dad, but in the end he went to hug Mom. "What about me?" Zhuangyan came in panting. "Dad." Zhuanglu finally found comfort. My daughter is still the best." On the other side, Wu Yuding was dizzy from being spun around by Zhuo Duo. She hit him angrily. "Hurry up and put me down. You're already so old and as tall as your dad. Why are you still so childish?" "I won't put you down. I won't put you down." Zhuo Duo said, "Put me down. You're abandoning us to play by yourself again." "Ah, not this time." After being excited for a long time, the family sat down and chatted slowly. "Dad, Mom, where have you been all this time? Why were you gone for so long? You even missed our graduation ceremony?" Zhuo Duo asked impatiently. "Well, we went to visit some old friends." Zhuanglu smiled and said, "We also took a look at the scenery while we were at it." He did not explain in detail. Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were very dissatisfied, especially Zhuo Duo. Their parents missed the Longhu List tournament, but why didn't they come back 3 or 5 days earlier when they knew that their graduation was imminent? Wouldn't they have made it in time? Tell me in detail. Zhuo Xiaoyan complained. "You don't know each other. It's useless to tell you." Zhuanglu smiled helplessly. "How about you two? Did you break through? Did it go well?" Wu Yuding rolled her eyes silently at the side. Zhuanglu's words were extremely hypocritical. The two of them confirmed the success of the Phoenix Pulse Spirit outside before they left. Along the way, watching Zhuo's competition live on the internet had become their routine homework. Wu Yuding even found her daughter from the spectator stand. Zhuanglu knew Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan better than they knew themselves. Zhuanglu didn't even blush when he asked this question. Chapter 367. However, this question directly opened up the conversation between Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Duo. The siblings scrambled to report what had happened during this period of time, their gains, and so on. Wu Yuding had finished cooking, serving the wine, eating, drinking, and cleaning up the table, but the two of them were still talking. Even Zhuo Xiaoyan, who had always been quiet, became a chatterbox this time. However, Zhuanglu and Wu Yuding did not look impatient at all. They listened with great interest and always had gentle smiles on their faces. They were the best listeners. It was impossible to tell that they understood everything. Their faces were full of enthusiasm and seriousness. His son and daughter had skipped the most difficult and dangerous times of many things. It was as if everything was a matter of course. Zhuanglu and Wu Yuding felt the feelings of their children. Their hearts were very warm. It was not easy to have children. Only Zhuo's competition was directly praised to the sky by Zhuo Duo. It was so boastful that no one could look at it directly. They talked until they had to report to school and then stopped. "Are we leaving in 3 days?" In the end, Wu Yuding finally asked, her face revealing a strong sense of reluctance. Zhuo Duo actively encouraged, "Dad, Mom, we are both leaving. Why are you staying here? Why don't you go to Fenghai with me? We are rich now. Let's go there and buy a new house and settle down. Our family is still together. How good is that?" Zhuanglu laughed. "Do you think you can stay in Fenghai forever? After you transfer from Fenghai to Shangjing, we will go there to buy a house and settle down. Then, when you are successful in your cultivation and go to Sun and Moon Pass, we will settle down there." Zhuo Duo coughed and said, "As long as our family is not separated, it is not a big deal. It is just buying a few more houses. Your son is now good at making money. It is not a big deal to buy a few houses." Wu Yuding smiled, "We are not going anywhere. We will wait for you in Phoenix City." "Mom." Zhuo Duo acted like a spoiled child. But it was useless. He could only persuade Zhuo Xiaoyan, "Sister Nian, talk to our parents." Zhuo Xiaoyan had been looking at Zhuanglu and Wu Yuding. Her face flashed with worry. Suddenly she asked with red eyes, "Dad, Mom, why do you look so much older after coming back this time?" Zhuo Duo was stunned when he heard this. Taking a closer look, he saw that Zhuanglu and Wu Yuding's faces were really haggard, and there were sporadic white hairs on their temples. This was a big change for Zhuanglu and his wife. Zhuo's heart shook as he asked, "Dad, Mom, what's going on? Oh, how did this happen?" Zhuanglu and Wu Yuding looked at each other and said, "You have grown up. Of course we are old. If we don't age, won't we become monsters? But it shouldn't be so fast. Zuo said anxiously, what is going on? Does it have anything to do with your background and background? You said that we have grown up. Now, can you tell us the whole story? Wu Yuding smiled and stroked Zuo's head. She said, don't worry. It's really okay. This situation is good for us. We can return to the state of cultivation. The faster we get old, the better. What Wu Yuding said was the truth, but it didn't sound like it was the case. Is there such a strange cultivation method in the world? Zuo expressed his doubts. There are all kinds of strange cultivation methods in the world. You have only seen a few of them. Zuo smiled and said, in short, you can rest assured. Don't worry about us. Zuo thought for a long time and said, Dad, Mom, are you experiencing the world of mortals? Zuo eyes narrowed and said, it seems that Nian knows a lot. She even knows about experiencing the world of mortals. Well, that's more or less what I mean. Although there were still 2 levels of difference, Zuo already felt that his daughter was very knowledgeable. Zuo suddenly understood and said, I have read the records of the sect. Back then, only the founder of the sect had reached this step. Zuo was confused. What is experiencing the world of mortals? You don't have to ask. At your current level, the less you know, the better. Zuo previous elegant appearance disappeared. She was radiant and looked like a different person. Zuo was even more confused. There were 4 people in the family, but now 3 of them knew. Was it really okay to hide it from me? Don't worry about us in the future, Dad, Mom. Zuo said gently, the first thing to do when experiencing the world of mortals is to not have too many ties. The 2 uncles who were called here before already had a great impact. Zuo comforted him and said, experience in the world of mortals. The true meaning and the fetters are not something that can be explained in a few words. You only need to know that your mother and I will be fine as long as you 2 are fine. Experience in the world of mortals is nothing compared to the 2 of you. After saying that, he smiled faintly. Wu Yuding thought for a while and said, but speaking of moving, we really have to move. This place is no longer suitable for living. The 2 of you have been exposed so much this time. So many people have said that you are the family of geniuses. We have chosen a house in King Chi's tomb. When you leave, your dad and I will move there. Wu Yuding said, but we will also keep the house here. You 2 have earned so much money. Your dad and I will enjoy ourselves and spend some money. Ah. King Chi's tomb? Zuo thought for a while and said, that place is more remote. It's okay. We just want some peace and quiet. Wu Yuding smiled faintly. Zuo and Zuo were deep in thought. Both of them didn't believe that it was just a peaceful place. They had a feeling that there was something going on there. But their parents didn't want to talk about it. From the next day onwards, Zuo didn't go out to practice. Instead, he stayed at home with Zuo and Wu Yuding. He wanted to spend more time with his parents. But on the afternoon of this day, Zuo was chased out. Why are you so annoying now? Wu Yuding looked at him with disdain. Are you going to clean up the basin that was knocked over? Get out and play. It's really annoying. Zuo looked helpless. Why are you interfering when I'm making tea? You don't know anything. Look at how you're ruining my good tea. I'm going to college soon. You don't want to go to Fenghai, so I want to spend more time with you in these last few days. Zuo looked wronged. Go, go, go. We don't want you to accompany us. The husband and wife drove Zuo out as if they were chasing a duck. Then they pulled open the door to Zuo and drove Zuo out too. Let's go out together. Don't come back until dinner time. It's so annoying. After they left the house, the siblings looked at each other. They missed each other so much after not seeing each other for a month. They were together for less than 2 days and they were so annoyed. Sai, let's go practice. On the 3rd day, the 2 were still chased out to practice. They only had dinner as a family in the evening. You have rings so you can carry anything with you. You're also very rich, so you don't need to pay for your travel and living expenses. Zuo held a wine glass. After this last meal, get out of here tomorrow morning. Come back when you're on vacation. Don't think about going home every day and be childish. Zuo and Zuo pouted. Sai, I've read so many articles and novels about being reluctant to part with her, but it turns out that they're all lies. Humph. The siblings were in a bad mood. That night, they got together in a room and talked for the whole night, but they were still reluctant to leave. In the end, Zhuoxiaoduo sneakily attacked and was beaten up by Zhuoxiaonian. The next morning, when Zhuoxiaoduo woke up, Zhuoxiaonian was already gone. "Where's Nian Nian Mao?" "Your sister Nian has already left." Wu Yuding brought out breakfast. "She's probably crying on the way. She didn't even dare to eat breakfast." "Damn, is that necessary?" Zhuoxiaoduo ate a belly full. Patting his stomach, he said, "It's delicious. Mom, Dad, I'm leaving too. I'll come back to see you after my vacation." Wu Yuding and Zhuochanglu didn't even raise their heads. They waved their hands as if they were shooing flies away. "Go, go, go. Go quickly." Zhuoxiaoduo laughed, kissed Wu Yuding on the cheek and jumped out of the house. "Let's go." The door slammed shut. The lively house suddenly quieted down. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Zhuochanglu slowly put down the wine glass, and the smile on his face disappeared bit by bit. Wu Yuding lowered her head. Drops of tears quietly flowed out and fell to the ground. Finally, they're all gone. Wu Yuding suddenly felt grief welling up in her heart, and she burst into tears. Zhuochanglu also blinked and gently breathed in. At night, Wu Yuding opened the door of her son and daughter's room. Looking at the empty bedroom and the dark room, she couldn't help but cry the whole night. Zhuoxiaoduo walked out of the city and saw Li Chenglong waiting at the city gate. "Did you cry?" Li Chenglong asked. "Did you cry?" "No. Me neither." "Hee. Let's go." The feelings of children and their parents were always so different. Before they left, the children were reluctant to part with their parents. But when they left, their hearts had already flown to the outside world. They didn't have time to be sentimental about the vast and new world before they were immersed in a colorful and exciting life. And the sadness of parents always came after they parted with their children. Every day, every moment, they were all worried. They all leaned against the door and looked at each other. On the second day after their children left, they habitually looked at the door. It was time for school to end again. They couldn't wait until they remembered that they had already gone to college. So they felt sad again. Zhuoxiaoduo and Li Chenglong set off from the east gate of Phoenix City. They walked all the way until they were dozens of miles away from Phoenix City. They climbed the highest mountain, stood on the stone at the top of the mountain and looked back. "Over there, that's our home," Zhuoxiaoduo said in a daze. "Yes, Mom and Dad are at home." Li Chenglong was also in a daze. "I wonder how long it will take to go home from Fenghai? You should take a break. If you really go home suddenly, they will be shocked. They might think that something happened. But if you break through the nascent soul, you can fly back in a few hours." "That's true. My mom must be crying." "My mom too." Sigh. "Let's go." "Okay." The two figures rushed down the mountain like arrows and rushed into the meteorite plain. Behind them, the mountain finally covered Phoenix City. Chapter 368. They advanced all the way into the meteorite plains. Once they left the protective layer, the meteor shower above their heads poured down in a not too dense manner, smashing holes all around them. As far as the eye could see, there were meteors falling endlessly. This was the first obstacle a Xiantian cultivator had to face before entering the next stage of cultivation. It was also a matter of life and death. This was the reason why the high martial arts academies required students who graduated from the high martial arts academies to go to their respective high schools independently or in groups, to quickly adapt to the living atmosphere, living environment, and living conditions that Xiantian cultivators had to face. If there were external help, such as parents or hiring powerful cultivators to escort them, it would only cause them to develop a sense of dependence and misjudge their ability to survive. After the protective layer was removed, they would be in danger. Just like what could be seen now, the entire meteorite plains was like a battlefield filled with smoke and fire. Cannonballs were unceasingly falling. Even though they were not particularly concentrated, their destructive power was not lacking. They were truly capable of killing people. It didn't matter if it was an ordinary person or a weaker cultivator. If they encountered a large meteor shower with meteorites containing strange materials, even an expert would be smashed to death. Naturally, there were roads on the meteorite plains and they were relatively safe. However, these roads were formed by an alliance of many large merchants who used this road all year round. Every certain distance, someone needed to hold up a protective layer to protect the passage. Over time, a special economic method was formed on the road: toll fees. After all, they were protecting this road from being smashed by meteorites. At the same time, they were providing a great convenience that didn't need to worry about their lives. As long as they passed through this road, they would naturally be safe. Therefore, everyone was very willing to pay the toll fees and there were few disputes. However, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong obviously didn't plan to take the safe road. Their choice was to jump all the way through the wilderness. This was a path of cultivation, but also a path of tempering. The Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts entrance training tool on their bodies had already been opened. This entrance training tool would faithfully record all the situations that they encountered along the way. If their lives were really in danger, they could also take the initiative to press the emergency call button. Naturally, the teachers of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts entrance training tool would come to their aid. However, no matter how much of a genius or monstrous a student you were, from the moment you pressed the emergency button, you would lose all the privileges you originally had in the High Martial Academy and become the most ordinary student. Swollen, you claim to be erudite and knowledgeable. Do you know what's going on with the meteor shower that keeps falling from the sky? Zhou Xiaoduo asked with a smile as he slapped away a meteorite falling from the sky. I really don't know the exact reason. There are too many guesses about this. Li Chenglong sighed and said, a more reliable guess is that there was a world-ending battle in the past. Several powerful people in the starry sky fought in the starry sky, causing the universe to collapse and the Milky Way to collapse. This caused the endless rain of stars to return to the origin of the Yuan Qi, resulting in such a scene. But at least in my opinion, this statement is not accurate. How could there be a battle that lasted for tens of thousands of years? Not to mention a meteor shower that can last for tens of thousands of years. There must be some other reason behind this. Li Chenglong continued to dodge the meteorites. As he moved forward in a snake-like manner, he said, I'm more inclined to believe that, in the distant starry sky, there's a planet that's millions of times bigger than our continent that's constantly splitting. During the process of its fission, its star fragments form a huge number of meteorites that fall continuously, eventually forming a meteor shower. Li Chenglong said. Why do you think this way? Although the previous statement wasn't officially recognized, it's still the most mainstream one, right? Zhou Xiaoduo asked curiously. The main reason I agree with the latter statement is because of the falling jade of astral souls. Li Chenglong said, after so many years, although the quality of the jade of astral souls varies greatly, as long as the meteorites contain the jade of astral souls, the basic composition is the same. You must know that the difference is only limited to the difference in quality, but the essence and composition factors are basically the same. It can already be concluded that they came from the same planet. Li Chenglong said, what's lacking now is just that there's no concrete evidence. Zhou Xiaoduo was silent for a long time. Then he said, your argument seems reasonable, but it's easy to refute. You must know that there are also astral souls on our continent that contain astral souls jade. Moreover, the composition is exactly the same as that of the meteorite belt. What do you think? Li Chenglong said, that's another matter. I'm more inclined to the second statement, but it's not necessarily accurate. Just as the two of them were discussing heatedly, a whistling sound suddenly appeared in the sky. Sensing the aura, the two of them quickly jumped to the left and right. Then, with a loud bang, a meteorite as big as 2 millstones combined slammed into the ground with a scorching aura. Immediately, a big hole was smashed into the solid ground. It was a few meters wide and very deep. The surrounding ground shook uniformly. Everything on the ground within a radius of dozens of miles jumped up. At the same time, a dense spiritual energy rushed towards them. This piece is quite heavy. Zhou Xiaoduo glanced at it and jumped down. He directly grabbed the big rock and threw it up, ignoring the temperature that could turn an ordinary person into ashes. With a bang, the meteorite fell to the ground again, but it didn't cause any more damage. Zhou Xiaoduo moved, the cat spirit sword in his hand. The sword flickered with a red light. It was infused with the flaming sun scripture. He brazenly slashed down. The boulder was split open from one side like a piece of tofu. Damn! Li Chenglong was shocked. This huge meteorite weighed at least tens of thousands of kilograms. After about 3 feet of its surface was cut open, a large piece of green astral soul's jade was hidden in the middle. The harvest is not bad. Zhou Xiaoduo held the sword and cut the entire piece of astral soul's jade into a large square as if it was tofu. All of them are of medium quality. It's a small harvest. When I reach Hidden Dragon, I can use this as a mattress. Li Chenglong's eyes immediately turned red. This was a large piece of astral soul's jade the size of a calf. It was a medium-quality jade of astral souls. Looking at it, it was at least 20,000 kilograms, right? Putting the market price aside, just the appearance of such a complete piece would only increase its value by several times. This was a windfall that fell from the sky and landed directly in Zhuoxiaoduo's pocket. Why didn't I see it? Li Chenglong was depressed. He felt that he had acted too late. If he had acted earlier, he would have been able to get a share of the loot. Ever since Li Chenglong had teamed up with Zhuoxiaoduo and the others, he had gained a lot from every experience. His wealth was much greater than before. However, as his cultivation continued, he would need to consume more and more resources every day. He might not care about small amounts of money, but such a large piece of medium-quality jade of Astral Souls jade was still quite tempting. You don't have to be so tempted. With your vast knowledge, you will understand many things if you think about it carefully. I was able to obtain such a harvest because I have many convenient conditions. These conditions are all things that you don't have. The meteorite falling from the sky is in itself a stroke of luck. However, if you want to turn this luck into reality, you need to meet many conditions. First, you need to grasp the meteorite in your hands and deal with it as quickly as possible. Do you have that much strength? Are you able to withstand the heat of the meteorite? Zhuoxiaoduo dealt with the meteorite carefully and threw it into the ring. The reason why I was able to obtain the Jade of Astral Souls was because of my strength, Flaming Sun Divine Skill, and my Cat Spirit Sword. These three are indispensable. Don't you know that the meteorite's heat will carbonize a large part of the Jade of Astral Souls? Li Chenglong's mind raced and he immediately figured it out. However, he still sighed. Even if you are right, you have a lot of wealth now. I don't even have a single strand of hair. Moreover, I have to be insulted by your poisonous mouth. How could I have been so blind to follow you? I regret it so much. You regret it? Zhuoxiaoduo snorted. It's not too late to get lost now. We have only just reached this stage. Li Chenglong did not want to talk anymore. Swollen, when are you going to pay me the money you owe me? Zhuoxiaoduo thought of his space ring again. I don't have money. Li Chenglong was furious. He said fiercely, I don't have money and I won't give you my life. Speaking of which, this is such a huge windfall. Are you really not going to share half of it with me? Fuck. I can't even shut your mouth when I asked for money. Zhuoxiaoduo screamed. Tisk, with your character, if you don't want to keep it all to yourself, why would you deliberately bring up a debt that you can't even get back? Li Chenglong's eyes were full of disdain. What he was trying to say just now was that the windfall that fell from the sky was all yours. I didn't do anything, so why should I get a share? However, the item was already in Zhuoxiaoduo's pocket. To ask him to take it out and share it again. Li Chenglong felt that even Li Zhangming, who could control dreams, would not dare to have such a dream. Next, Li Chenglong began to pay attention to the falling meteorites and the possible spiritual herbs in his field of vision. It had to be said that once Li Chenglong's knowledge was fully activated, his harvest would only be more than Zhuoxiaoduo's. The two of them quarreled as they walked forward, neither of them giving way to the other. Why should you take half of what I found? Did you do anything? You want to reap without sowing? You must be blind. Brothers are close. It's reasonable to share half when we meet. Then why didn't you share half of the Jade of Astral Souls with me? Brothers are close. Why would I take what others like? Besides, that piece is too complete. It's a pity to cut it open. You could have just given me the whole piece. Do you have that much storage space in your space ring? Don't you want the other things in there? No. Then you can share half of the money with me. Brothers are close. Don't talk about money. It hurts our relationship. Chapter 369. After walking for 300 miles, Li Chenglong was so angry that he was foaming at the mouth because of a certain someone who was always right. When they found another patch of star ginseng sprouts, Li Chenglong finally couldn't take it anymore. You have to pay for this new batch of harvest. You have to pay. What are you talking about? Swollen with our relationship, how can you talk about money with me? Don't you know that talking about money hurts the relationship between brothers? You're an ungrateful villain. You have to pay, otherwise there's no room for discussion. Tiske, you're so stingy. The harvest this time will be used to pay for your ring. Is that okay? Zhuoxiaoduo relented helplessly. When Li Chenglong heard this, he felt that this proposal was acceptable. He beamed with delight and agreed. Deal. A large patch of star ginseng sprouts worth 1 million was put into Zhuxiaoduo's space ring. Alright, these star ginseng sprouts are used to pay for your ring. Zhuxiaoduo said heartily, it's 1 in 10,000. Since we're brothers, you don't have to be polite with me. 1 in 10,000? Li Chenglong's eyeballs almost fell out. The market price of these star ginseng sprouts is at least 1 million. And it's only 1 in 10,000? Is your ring worth so much? Zhuxiaoduo said unhappily, look at you haggling over every ounce, don't tell me you still want to bargain? I even wanted to cultivate with you. If it weren't for the long period of close contact with each other, do you think you can have your current cultivation and strength? You have to look forward, you know. Look forward, don't look at money. Zhuxiaoduo lectured him earnestly. Swollen, you have to be generous, especially to your friends. You have to be loyal. In the future, don't haggle over every penny like this. It's too unpleasant. Li Chenglong was completely stunned. I'm impressed. Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. If I wasn't prepared, I would have fallen out with you. If you feel uncomfortable, you can hit me. You can do whatever you want. Zhuxiaoduo smiled. Friends should vent their anger on each other and make each other happy. If I could beat you, I wouldn't need you to tell me. Li Chenglong sighed. He had a premonition that his days would be miserable in the next few years. However, he thought about it again and felt that Zhuxiaoduo's words were very reasonable. After all, Zhuxiaoduo had urged the Blazing Sun Divine Technique to cultivate together with Li Chenglong. However, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. It seemed that he owed Zhuxiaoduo a lot. Damn, I'm wrong. How I hypnotized myself. Let's hurry for a while. Tonight, let's rest on the main road ahead. Zhuxiaoduo. Okay. At this time, Li Chenglong was already exhausted. Originally, he only had 8,000 pounds of weight on his body. During this period of time, he had already gotten used to it. But this time, Zhuxiaoduo added 2 more arm guards for him. One was 5,000 pounds, so the total weight was 10,000 pounds. In other words, Li Chenglong was carrying around 20,000 pounds. Although it was still incomparable to Zhuxiaoduo's abnormal 100,000 pounds, it was already Li Chenglong's limit. Along the way, he had to constantly be on guard against falling meteorites and spread out his spiritual sense to search for treasures. Whether it was his physical strength, mental strength, he had already reached his limit. When he heard that he would be able to rest soon, Li Chenglong couldn't help but feel refreshed. They continued forward for another 200 miles. The moon was already in the middle of the sky. Finally, Zhui showed mercy and announced that they could rest. The two of them walked towards the main road that shone like a river under the moonlight. However, before they could get close, they heard a cry for help from the other side. Help! Zhuxiaoduo and Li Chenglong couldn't help but look at each other. Their luck was really indescribable. Just when they wanted to rest, they ran into trouble. Didn't they know that they had been tired for the whole day? Should we do something? Li Chenglong looked at Zhuxiaoduo. No matter what, we have to go and take a look first. We have to analyze the specific situation. Zhuxiaoduo said matter-of-factly, by the way, swollen, you like to read. How many novels have you read? The novels I have read should be called unofficial history. Li Chenglong was confused by Zhuxiaoduo's jumping thoughts. He replied casually, what do you mean? Sai, why are you so ignorant? You're really not smart at all. I'm so tired of carrying you. Zhuxiaoduo sped up and said, you have to remember that the protagonist of a book will run into trouble no matter where he goes. Those who run into trouble the most are basically the destined ones. They are the core characters of the whole book. For example, me. For example, when that stone fell beside me and I didn't walk far before someone called for help. Do you understand? Zhuxiaoduo was proud. This is called protagonist treatment. Do you understand? Country bumpkin. Ha. Li Chenglong curled his lips. You say it as if I haven't run into it. That's different. Zhuxiaoduo said, as a protagonist there will be a follower around him. These kinds of characters also have a mixed name which is basically related to being fat. Even if they aren't fat, they will be beaten to look fat. This is the treatment of a protagonist. Li Chenglong's mouth twitched. He didn't want to talk anymore. He finally understood that if he said a few more words he would be beaten up again. Fuck, why did I say again? Before the two of them even reached the roadside, they were already shocked by the scene in front of them. There were at least several thousand star beasts a few miles ahead, and they were still gathering in all directions. Even further away, there were even more star beasts rushing in this direction. Now there were more than 60 saber-winged tigers, eyeing them from all directions. There was a group of people who were trapped in the center of the encirclement. They were all squeezed together and their bodies were trembling like sieves. They had no ability to resist. Looking over, there were more than 10 warriors at the outermost circle. They seemed to be bodyguards or something like that. Although they weren't in such a bad condition, they were all sweating profusely. The two people at the front were constantly setting fire on the road. These two people were the masters of the Merchant Alliance guarding the official road. They were anxious and impatient, shouting, "What on earth are you carrying with you? Who took out those weird things? Put them away quickly. Why don't we just throw them out?" These two masters of the Merchant Alliance were both masters of the inner core stage. They were naturally powerful. However, facing such a large group of star beasts, they were still helpless. They could only sigh and keep adding fuel and branches. However, even though the star beasts were afraid of fire, they still didn't want to retreat. They just kept roaring around the fire. Help. Although they knew that it was useless to call for help, there were still many people who couldn't control the fear in their hearts. They kept calling for help until their voices were hoarse. It was as if shouting like this could reduce the fear in their hearts that the two masters of the Merchant Alliance were so anxious that they were sweating profusely. The fuel they had was almost used up. There weren't many branches left. Even if they burned everyone's clothes, how long could it last? What gave them a bigger headache was why these star beasts were so persistent. What was it that attracted these star beasts? The two of them were confused. They didn't know how to deal with it. As a cultivator belonging to the Merchant Union, he had been on the trade route all year round. He was very familiar with how to deal with unexpected situations. The group of people arrived here in the afternoon. They were tired, so they rested on the spot. Their behavior was no different from usual. However, they didn't know what was going on. Not long after the sky turned dark, a large number of star beasts started to surround them. In less than 15 minutes, they were surrounded from all sides. It was the first time they saw such a dangerous situation after guarding the official road for so long. Moreover, even though the star beasts were afraid of fire, how could they be afraid of such a small fire with so many high-level star beasts gathered here? What were these star beasts waiting for? What were they going to do? This was something that they had never seen before. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were stunned when they saw the situation. What's going on? Why were there so many star beasts gathered here? Those saber-winged tigers were equivalent to human inner core stage cultivators. Moreover, these were just the ones they saw. They didn't know if there were more powerful ones hiding behind. What did these people do? Why did they provoke so many star beasts? Zhou Xiaoduo looked over. Under the illumination of the fire, a group of people were pale. One of them was a familiar face. Ji Weiran. At this moment, his face was filled with nervousness and despair. "There are too many star beasts here, boss." Li Chenglong hid his body on a tree stump. "It's difficult. Even if it's difficult, we have to do it." Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. The situation was too dangerous. They were surrounded by a large number of star beasts. Even though they were surrounded by fierce fire, they still didn't leave. Obviously, they wouldn't give up until they reached their goal. Moreover, more star beasts were rushing over. There must be a big reason. If they didn't understand the situation and entered the trap rashly, not only would they fail to save the people, they might even lose their lives. Zhou Xiaoduo wasn't a saint. He didn't even consider himself a good person. If Ji Weiran wasn't here, Zhou Xiaoduo would probably turn around and leave. There were so many people dying in this world every day. Who was innocent? However, Ji Weiran's existence made it impossible for Zhou Xiaoduo to leave. Ji Weiran was the future leader in the development of individual weapons. He was a special existence who could save countless people in the Astral Souls continent. He had to save them. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and thought for a moment. Then he secretly took out a piece of top-grade jade of Astral Souls from his space ring and held it in his hand. The moment the top-grade jade of Astral Souls was exposed to the air, a magnificent spiritual energy suddenly exploded. In the blink of an eye, a small spirit chi tide was formed. Countless star beasts turned their heads and looked over. Their eyes were full of greed. The next moment, rumble, like a tide, the star beasts turned and rushed over. There were more and more of them. The tide was turbulent, and the waves were getting bigger and bigger. Gradually, it was like a huge wave. 5 chapters. Looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Because there was a transitional chapter in the middle, he might as well go over. Chapter 370. Most star beasts wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of such pure spiritual energy. However, the 100 or so large star beasts in the middle only turned their heads before turning their heads back. They had actually resisted the temptation on this side? Li Chenglong watched as the star beasts rushed toward him like a tide. His legs turned to jelly. Boss. You. There's no time to explain now. Zhou Xiaoduo casually tossed the top-grade jade of astral souls to Li Chenglong. Hurry up and remove the weights. Run as fast as you can to lure this large wave away. Wait for me 500 kilometers ahead. Hurry. Run? Li Chenglong was on the verge of tears as he hurriedly removed the weights. You're just messing with me. You've already trained me for an entire day, and now you're making me race against thousands of starving star beasts. Are you trying to play me to death? Oh whoa. The star beast at the front was already close. It leaped into the air and went straight for Li Chenglong, who had the jade of astral souls in his hand. Zhou Xiaoduo drilled into the ground without a care. You don't have to run. Let the star beast chase after you. His entire body drilled into the hole. In addition, he didn't have the jade of astral souls in his hand. Naturally, he didn't have to worry about being targeted by the star beasts. All the star beasts rushed toward Li Chenglong. Fuck. Li Chenglong immediately took to his heels. This is too much. Too much. He ran for thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. As he ran, he removed the weights and ran faster and faster, leaving the dust behind. The star beast chased after him relentlessly. Smoke and dust billowed along the way. It was a spectacular sight. The leader of the Iron God sect, Li Chenglong, started a new movement. He ran alone with the star beast. More and more star beasts followed behind him. From a few hundred to a few thousand, and then to a few thousand. It was extremely spectacular and incomparable. He watched as Li Chenglong ran away. Zhou Xiaoduo emerged from the ground and looked to the other side. More than 2/3 of the star beasts had been lured away. There were only about 100 of them left, and most of them were saber-winged tigers. There was also a portion of them. The black-horned white-tailed tigers. These two primal core star beasts were still eyeing them covetously, not leaving at all. None of the other star beasts were left. They had all been lured away by the jade of astral souls in Great Founder Li's hand. The flames on the official road were getting smaller and smaller. It was obvious that there was nothing left to burn. The despair on everyone's faces deepened. They had thought that the person who had suddenly jumped out was their savior. Who would have thought that even though that person had good intentions and had successfully lured away a large portion of the star beasts, the remaining ones were still fatal. In fact, the situation might even be worse than before. Although there were many astral beasts gathered together, the ones at the front were just ordinary astral beasts. However, the ones that they had to face now were all Core Cloud's astral beast. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo finally stood up. Of course, Master Zhou would not act rashly. However, he had found a relatively feasible breakthrough. And it was an acquaintance. Well, that was not right. It should be an acquaintance. The saber-winged tiger in the middle, which was relatively smaller in size. And the one with a small tuft of white fur on its ear. Wasn't that the tiger beauty that he had met in the trial earlier? Wasn't that the tiger beauty that he had a good relationship with? Wasn't it the king of the northern part of Phoenix City? Why was it here? The distance was not close. Zhou Xiaoduo appeared. His whole body was emitting an amiable aura. He walked over with a smile. After a few steps, he had already approached the group of tigers. Then the strangest thing happened. A few saber-winged tigers at the periphery moved their bodies, intentionally or otherwise, and let him pass. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned by this change. Why didn't they attack me? Although I am handsome, if I say that I am so handsome that even the saber-winged tigers like me, isn't this a little too whimsical? However, it was obvious that the saber-winged tigers did not have any hostility towards him. Zhou Xiaoduo's body swayed back and forth. He actually managed to pass through the group of saber-winged tigers safely. Inside the ring of fire, the people who witnessed this scene were all stunned. Who was this brat? How could he be so awesome? Could it be that these saber-winged tigers were actually raised by him? Zhou Xiaoduo had already arrived in front of the tigress. He greeted her with a smile. Hello, beautiful tiger. We meet again. The tigress looked at the person in front of her in confusion. After a long while, she finally reacted. Her eyes were instantly filled with panic. With a whoosh, she shrunk her body and hid behind a big tiger. She whimpered and nudged the big tiger with her head. It's him, it's him. He was the one who bullied me that day. The big tiger howled and raised its neck. It revealed a proud expression. Don't be afraid, your husband is here. How did he bully you? Are you still a chase tiger? Howl howl. The tigress was angry. This idiot, what was he thinking? This two-legged beast in front of her was not even enough to use its head. The big tiger thought that this made sense. Hence, it shook its head and wagged its tail. Howl? The general meaning of this roar in human language was, I'm not green. Then it raised its eyes and looked at Zhuoxiaoduo in front of it. Howl howl? Zhuoxiaoduo was already stunned when he heard the first roar. Now he was even more stunned. Does he really want to communicate with me? But I don't know the language of beasts. What kind of person was Zhuoxiaoduo? He was an elf, a cunning person. He smoothly pulled out large pieces of cooked meat from his spatial ring and threw them on the ground. I'll treat you to some. The big tiger was at a loss. It sniffed and swallowed its saliva. Howl? You want to poison me? But it smells so good. On the side, the tigress turned around and bit a piece of meat with one bite. She wolfed it down and whimpered. Howl howl howl. Translation, this is delicious. Eat it quickly. This two-legged beast let me eat it many times a while ago. It's just that every time I eat it, I get beaten up. The big tiger, howl? The other big tigers beside it didn't care if it howled or not. When they smelled the fragrance, they turned around, sniffed with their noses and started eating. It would be a waste not to eat it. This two-legged beast seems to be friends with the boss's wife? I wonder if it's green or not. If it's me, I'll definitely be green. Whatever, let's eat first. Zhuoxiaoduo felt that he seemed to understand a little. The purpose of these saber-toothed tigers surrounding this place was not to eat humans to fill their stomachs. In fact, Zhuoxiaoduo had already learned from Li Chenglong that saber-winged tigers basically didn't eat humans unless their territory was invaded. In other words, this group of winged tigers were not particularly ferocious star beasts. But now that they were surrounding this place, there must be another reason. Zhuoxiaoduo threw a few more pieces of meat and patted the big tiger's head, which was busy eating. The big tiger turned its head angrily and bared its fangs, showing a ferocious look. Howl? How dare you pat this king's head? How dare you? Zhuoxiaoduo patted it again and reached out to point at the fire. The big tiger was stunned and its furry head actually nodded. This time, Zhuoxiaoduo was sure that there really was a reason behind this. He walked all the way through the saber-toothed tigers. Wherever he passed, large pieces of fragrant cooked meat were scattered. It was as if he was a hard-working breeder feeding pigs. Inside the ring of fire, everyone was dumbfounded. This person was too awesome. They watched as this cyan-robed young master fed the tigers all the way, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll through a courtyard. He was really too handsome. His clothes fluttered, his figure was tall, his face was handsome, and there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. It was simply there were a few girls in the circle. They could only feel their hearts pounding, and for a moment they forgot to be afraid. Zhuoxiaoduo walked a few steps into the fire circle. He felt a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would not have let Swollen escape. It had to be said that Swollen's trip this time was somewhat uncalled for. This young master. The Merchant Alliance's inner core stage expert was extremely shocked. He actually called out a name from the martial world. It's nothing. Zhuoxiaoduo smiled and said, I saw that you guys seemed to be in trouble, so I came over to take a look. Now, it seems that you guys have something that they want. That's why they came over. They surrounded you but did not kill you. Their real intention is to make you hand over that thing. I believe that from my conversation with this group of tigers, you should be able to determine that they do not have any ill intentions. I just don't know what you guys have that attracted them over. I really don't know. If I knew what it was, I would have thrown it out long ago. The two inner core stage experts were in tears and snot. They had been protecting the trade route for many years. How could they not know what was going on? If I knew what it was, I would have thrown it out long ago. I really don't know what it is. It actually attracted so many big guys. Everyone's things are all here. It's just spread out here. We've been looking for a long time, but we still can't tell what these saber-toothed tigers like. Everyone's face was filled with confusion. Just like what the inner core stage expert had said, if they knew what it was, they would have thrown it out long ago. No matter how rare it was, could it be more important than the lives of so many people? Zhuoxiaoduo looked around and scratched his head. He really should not have let Swollen escape. If he was here, perhaps he would be able to tell that he was the expert in this area. Suddenly, Zhuoxiaoduo had an idea. He said, I'll find someone I know. Find someone he knew? Everyone was puzzled for a long time. They saw Zhuo Duo turn around and walk into the middle of the saber-toothed tigers again. A certain someone slowly squatted down and patted the big tiger's head. Then he turned around and pointed. Then he grabbed the big tiger's paw and pulled it towards the fire. Then he repeated the action again. The big tiger understood and raised its head. It was a little hesitant. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's okay. Zhuo Duo repeated the action again. He spread out his hands and shrugged his shoulders, repeatedly showing that he was harmless. The big tiger tilted its head and thought for a while. Then its 2 ears shook a few times. It stretched out its huge tiger paw and patted the tigress. Whoa, whoa. Translation, you go. The tigress was dumbfounded and howled a few times in grievance. Translation, you don't love me anymore. You weren't like this in the past. At this time, a few smaller tigresses came out from the side and howled at the tigress with white fur on her ears. Translation, if I tell you to go, then go. Do you think you're the first wife? During the time you left, we've already become the 3rd, 4th, and 5th wives. Chapter 371. The white-eared tigress whimpered in grievance, but she was still pushed out mercilessly. When she came in front of Zhuo Duo, she raised her head and whimpered. Her eyes were full of grievance. Zhuo Duo was actually a little pitiful. He smiled and said, let's go and see what you want. Just tell me directly. It's so simple. The tigress followed Zhuo Duo with grievance and walked out of the crowd. Behind them, the tigresses and the big tiger's gaze were all inexplicably complicated. Zhuo Duo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't expect that the tigress he met by chance that day was actually the female lead of his clan's domestic drama. It seemed that the harem was really everywhere. I have to be very vigilant. I can't be half-hearted and half-hearted. However, this tigress. It seemed that after being chased back by him, she didn't have a good life. Then should I help it? Zhuo Duo walked over with the tigress that was more than 10 meters long. The two sides hadn't officially met yet, but the other side could already feel the stench of blood. Everyone's expression became more and more unpleasant. Everything depends on human effort. The advantage isn't on our side. We have the heart to let things go, but we don't have the ability to distinguish between things. Zhuo Duo said, we can only let this tigress who knows help us. As he spoke, he pointed to the piles in front. He gestured to the tigress, then pushed a pile of things under the tigress' nose and pointed to the pile. The tigress shook her head and pushed back with her paw. Then she began to search through the piles. Until the last person she finally stopped. The tigress lay on the ground and roared. Her iron stick-like tail swayed back and forth, creating a few cracks on the hard official road. Translation, it's him. It's him. He hit our good things. Anger. Everyone's gaze was on Ji Weiran at the same time. Ji Weiran's face was pale. He said involuntarily, Master Zhua, I didn't bring anything. As he spoke, he opened all his suitcases. Inside there was indeed nothing else except clothes, some food and some cash. But the tigress lay in front of him and refused to leave. Her breathing was heavy, and her expression became more and more ferocious. Her tail violently whipped back and forth. Pa pa pa. Pa pa pa. You've already been caught red-handed, yet you still want to act shamelessly. Be careful that I don't bite you. Really? Zhuo Duo was also a little confused. Looking at Ji Weiran's face, she knew that he was not the kind of person who would say one thing and mean another. There was indeed nothing else on him. One had to know that he had neither cultivation nor mental strength, so naturally he couldn't use spatial equipment. But there must be a reason why this tigress is lying in front of you and not going anywhere else. Zhuo Duo frowned and suddenly asked, what's that hanging around your neck? Around my neck? Ji Weiran was stunned. He immediately took off a pendant and said, this? The tigress suddenly roared. The moment this thing appeared, all the tigers surrounding them suddenly stood up and roared in unison. Its power shook the heavens and the earth. Ji Weiran's face paled. At this moment, everyone knew that it was this little thing that caused the trouble. Zhuo Duo walked over and took it in his hands. It was a pearl about the size of a pigeon's egg. But for some reason there was a small hole in the pearl. And a faintly discernible aura was flowing out from the broken hole. Looks like it's this thing. Zhuo Duo held the pendant and said thoughtfully, Ji Weiran, did you accidentally fall these 2 days? Ji Weiran was stunned. Yes, Master Zhuo is really good at predicting things. When I was rushing this morning, I left the official road to relieve myself. I didn't expect to fall. Did you lie down on the ground? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. Ji Weiran nodded in admiration. No wonder Master Zhuo was so accurate in his predictions. Yes, if you didn't lie down, you wouldn't have been able to break this pearl. Zhou Xiaoduo raised the pearl and showed it to Ji Weiran. Only then did Ji Weiran realize that the pearl that he had been carrying had cracked. Why did the ground crack? Ji Weiran was shocked. It's because of the cracks on this thing that caused the aura inside to leak out. Then, these guys came. What they want is this thing inside. Zhou Xiaoduo exerted a bit of force and peeled off a layer of the outer layer of the pearl, revealing 2 yellow translucent stones. One big and one small. The bigger one was the size of a cherry, and the smaller one was the size of a bean. Is this it? Zhou Xiaoduo put it in front of the tigress. The tigress couldn't speak, so Zhou Xiaoduo understood. This was a broken inner core. There were originally many pieces, but now there were only 2 small pieces left. Zhou Xiaoduo recalled the reactions of the saber-toothed tigers. This inner core should be left behind by the tiger tribe's seniors, and it was definitely not of a low grade. Otherwise they wouldn't be so crazy. They wouldn't be so rational to not hurt people because they knew that it wasn't difficult for them to annihilate the group of humans in front of them, but it was even easier for humans to destroy this thing. The tigress looked at the 2 small inner cores, shaking her head and wagging her tail. She breathed heavily and stuck out her tongue, drooling. Her eyes were full of desire. But she didn't dare to do it. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled and suddenly picked up the small one, throwing it into the tigress's mouth at lightning speed. Then he broke off a small piece of the top-grade Astral Soul's jade, wrapped it in a pill robe, and threw it into the tigress's mouth. His movements were very small and his technique was fast. Even Ji Weiran, who was nearby, didn't see any movements. Everything was done. Ow! The tigress let out a surprised cry, but before she could finish, Zhou Xiaoduo had already pinched her mouth, and then gently patted her mouth. The tigress was also smart. She immediately closed her mouth and swallowed the 2 things with all her might. After a moment, her big eyes were full of gratitude and closeness. The tail behind him was swaying like a windmill. This was a sign of extreme joy and also the sign of intimacy. Behind him, the big tiger was jealous and whimpered softly. This slut. She must have taken a fancy to that 2-legged beast. My head wouldn't be green, right? There was still one left. The tigress turned back and howled twice. The big tiger walked over slowly, vigilant but elegant. The muscles all over his body moved rhythmically. He was really beautiful and majestic. The tigress moved her body and revealed the little inner core. The big tiger's eyes lit up. He looked at the tigress gratefully, rushed forward and swallowed it. There was a commotion among the tigers. But it calmed down immediately. The big tiger swallowed the inner core, wagged his tail and nodded arrogantly at Zhou Xiaoduo. Then he turned around and left. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned and looked at the tigress behind him in confusion. Why aren't you leaving? You really like this kid? I'll teach you a lesson when we get back. The tigress whimpered, stood up and rubbed her head against Zhou Xiaoduo's leg. Then she took 2 steps back and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo reluctantly. She turned around and jumped, following the big tiger. With a boom, hundreds of saber-winged tigers soared into the sky at the same time. They roared in unison and left. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed slightly. I fought with you so many times to improve my cultivation. In the end, I even beat you up until you moved. I'll give you this opportunity as a little compensation. Actually, Zhou Xiaoduo could feel it. The inner core fragment that Ji Weiran carried was not only something that the saber-toothed tigers must have, but it was also an opportunity for him. According to physiognomy, every bird in Peck was destined. Everything that happened must have a meaning. And he came here coincidentally to encounter this matter. It was also today that Ji Weiran fell, causing this item to appear and cause a crisis. If he exposed all his trump cards and used force to resolve this crisis, he should be able to do it. With the help of the big hammer, hidden weapons, sword techniques, and the help of the 2 origin core grandmasters, it was not impossible to kill these saber-winged tigers. Ji Weiran was born unable to cultivate. This item was not only useless on him, but it was also the root of disaster. As his savior, it was only natural for him to obtain this treasure. It was logical, and reasonable. The inner core fragment was enough to raise his cultivation to the peak of the innate stage without any pressure. After that, he would have to suppress his cultivation level again. At the very least, he could save a few months of time to raise his cultivation level. This was an opportunity. Zhuoxiaoduo's initial plan was also like this. That was why he directly passed through the saber-winged tigers. As long as a tiger moved its mouth, Zhuoxiaoduo could naturally start a massacre. But he did not expect that these saber-winged tigers did not have any intention of hurting people. Therefore Zhuoxiaoduo changed his mind. Especially after seeing the tigress, his thoughts suddenly turned in an extreme direction. Wasn't it just a broken inner core? So what? I'll just give it to them. These tigers are quite cute. Zhuoxiaoduo didn't even blink as he gave up on this opportunity. He didn't even check carefully to see what grade the Niden was. Actually, it should be said that Zhuoxiaoduo did not dare to check. He was afraid that once he checked, he would not be able to bear to part with it. It's good to be able to make this palace drama more lively. Zhuoxiaoduo imagined that the tigress would be able to do whatever she wanted in the harem and suppress the other mistresses until they did not even dare to breathe. He could not help but laugh and cheer. He had no idea what kind of existence would result from this fortuitous encounter in the future. Master Zhuo, thank you so much for today. Ji Weiran was very grateful to Zhuoxiaoduo. Today he really thought that he was going to die. There were so many ferocious beasts. Any one of them could easily end his life. From the reaction of the two Origin Core Grandmasters and the team of hired bodyguards, it was obvious that they could not protect ordinary people like him. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.